How could someone like you survive on just your looks? The master taunted. Xiao Tian shot back. It doesn't matter how I know. Unfazed, the master continued to mock him. Oh, I'm so scared, Prince Xiao. So tell us, how should we repent? With determination, Xiao Tian laid out his demands. First, I want Zhou Tianji, the master of Astral Pavilion, to write a self-criticism letter and read it while kneeling at the gates of the Great Flame Dynasty for 3 days as a sign of sincerity. Zhou Tianji knew he had to relay a crucial message to the Astral Pavilion headquarters. The three-way plan must be abandoned. Furthermore, he demanded the culprits behind the deaths of his 2 elder uncles be surrendered and publicly executed at the noon gate of the Great Flame Dynasty's imperial city. Lastly, considering the harsh conditions of the southern wastelands, he would graciously request that the Astral Pavilion cede a portion of its territory as compensation to the Great Flame Dynasty. In light of the emotional distress caused to my wife, father-in-law, uncles, and myself, I believe a compensation of 18 billion mid-grade spirit stones would be appropriate. This amount should cover not only the death compensation, but also labor cost and hardship fees. Additionally, I require you to disclose the location of the Astral Pavilion's headquarters and the Eastern Flame Kingdom, along with directions on how to reach them. Furthermore, I expect a commitment to infrastructure development and labor support in the Great Flame Dynasty for the next century. That should suffice. Zhou Tian remained oblivious to the astonished expressions of the Astral Pavilion members as he reveled in his own sense of magnanimity. Initially, he had intended to demand 50 billion mid-grade spirit stones and labor reforms spanning 500 years. Now, having significantly lowered his demands, he felt a sense of satisfaction. His adoptive father had been right all along. Zhou Tianji shook his head, contemplating the need for Xiao Tian to rein in his excessive mercy. Gazing at the self-absorbed young man, he couldn't help but feel a mix of disbelief and frustration. Had Empress Zeruihan truly lost her senses to fall for this delusional pretty boy? Yet, perhaps there was a silver lining to Xiao Tian's misguided state. If they could capture him, they might uncover the source of the leaked information. Zhou Tianji looked at Xiao Tian with a steely gaze. I don't have time for your nonsense, he declared. You have 2 choices. Come with me willingly, or I'll take you by force. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow, incredulous. I've been more than generous, offering you a chance in the Astral Pavilion, and yet you want to arrest me? Just know that 3rd chances are the last. Are you really going to pass up this opportunity? Before Zhou Tianji could respond, his deputy burst into uproarious laughter. The sight of his deputy's mirth only fueled Xiao Tian's anger. I came here to discuss serious matters, and you dare to laugh? You're nothing but a heartless killer. You can't be spared. Xiao Tian clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the deputy. The force erupted with such intensity that it shattered the very fabric of space, obliterating the deputy in an instant. Zhou Tianji's amused expression froze as he stared at the widening rift in the air. A single thought echoed in his mind. Liu Oyan, damn you. Is this truly the naive and harmless pretty boy you described? Moments later, Zhou Tianji struggled to regain his composure, his expression a mix of confusion and awe. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he watched in disbelief as Xiao Tian brought his palms together, miraculously mending the shattered spatial rift. Zhou Tianji swallowed hard, utterly stunned. Is he even human? He shattered space and then restored it. After mending the rift, Xiao Tian turned to the group, his expression grave. I may have lost my temper just now, but let me remind you, this is a serious matter. No more jokes or smiles. We must treat this with the gravity it deserves. Is it really that difficult for all of you to repent and do the right thing? Zhou Tianji waved his hands in a flurry of panic. No, Your Highness, you've misunderstood. I accept all the conditions you've set. We will ensure they are met satisfactorily. Xiao Tian let out a sigh of relief. That's more like it. I'm not unreasonable. As long as you sincerely admit your mistakes, I'm willing to give you a chance to start anew. Zhou Tianji nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Prince, we will sincerely apologize and make amends. However, Xiao Tian suddenly burst into laughter. As for the compensation of 18 billion, you'll need to add another 2 billion. The prince raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Zhou Tianji looked taken aback, and Xiao Tian continued earnestly. Think about it. With that punch just now, I helped you eliminate a harmful element from your group. Isn't a fee of 2 billion reasonable? Zhou Tianji thought, struggling to suppress the urge to throttle Xiao Tian. How does this even make sense? Are you listening to yourself? Yet, despite his inner turmoil, he outwardly agreed without hesitation. Xiao Tian, noticing his compliance, felt a surge of satisfaction. I knew it. With a blend of reason and emotion, you would finally see the error of your ways. Now, hand it over, Zhou Tianji said, looking a bit bewildered. Prince Xiao, what are you talking about? The compensation, Prince Xiao replied, his tone unwavering. 20 billion mid-grade spirit stones. He continued, that's a staggering amount. I don't carry that with me. I'll need to arrange for it to be delivered. Xiao Tian glanced at the time, a hint of urgency flickering in his eyes. It's fine. We have about 3 hours until dawn, plenty of time. Once you've met all my conditions by sunrise, we can head to the Imperial City to offer our apologies. Zhou Tianji, taken aback, turned to Xiao Tian. Prince Xia, are you saying I need to present 20 billion spirit stones before dawn? Furthermore, those sent from your headquarters to apologize along with the culprit must present themselves to me by sunrise, and the territory you're ceding from Astral Pavilion needs to be ready as well. Zhou Tianji sighed in exasperation. Prince, are you in such a hurry due to pressing matters? Xiao Tian glanced at him and replied, exactly. I need to return before sunrise to prepare a loving breakfast. My recent performance has fallen short, and I worry that my allowance might be reduced. Zhou Tianji was taken aback, thinking, is this guy serious? Is he just a lapdog? The 3-hour deadline imposed by Xiao Tian felt suffocating, leaving Zhou Tianji feeling overwhelmed. Xiao Tian, with a smirk, replied, if I were in your position, given just 3 hours to prepare, I'd be struggling to hold back my laughter. Besides, what challenges can't be overcome? Zhou Tianji nearly burst into tears. Prince, even if I use transportation or race back, it would still take several days. This isn't something that can be conquered by sheer will alone. Xiao Tian waved him off dismissively. You seem stubbornly attached to your misconceptions. This last chance I'm offering you, yet you don't seem to appreciate it, Zhou Tianji said, his voice steady despite the tension. Prince Xiao's expression hardened. Are you suggesting I'm being unfair? Accusing me of being unreasonable? The air crackled with tension as their eyes locked, each unwilling to back down. When you plundered the nation's fortune and sought to harm the entire populace of the Great Flame Dynasty, did you speak of fairness then? When you attacked my father-in-law and his family, did you ever mention being reasonable? Xiao Tian's fury surged as he continued to lash out. Those innocent lives you took, could they hear your so-called reasoning? Your so-called fairness? It makes me sick. Even now you show no remorse. You are nothing but beasts in human skin, devouring others without leaving a trace behind. You brought this upon yourselves. The words hung in the air, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Before they could even process the gravity of the situation, Xiao Tian unleashed a powerful palm strike, instantly claiming the lives of several of them. Another deputy pavilion master thought to himself, what were you thinking, Zhou Tianji? Are you tired of living? No sooner had he finished this thought than he too vanished without a trace. The remaining individuals, witnessing the horrifying spectacle of obliteration and feeling the suffocating aura that filled the air, scrambled to flee in a panic, desperate to escape with their lives. However, Xiao Tian seemed to be everywhere at once. In an instant, he appeared before each of them. No matter where they tried to hide, or which corner they fled to, his finger would find them, piercing through their consciousness. Those struck felt a sharp pain as a bloody hole appeared on their foreheads, and they collapsed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Xiao Tian completed his task and returned to Zhou Tianji's side. Fury burned in Zhou Tianji's eyes as he muttered, so, you're playing the role of the Avenger, the King of Hell. You've concealed your identity for your own purposes, but now the truth will come to light. If even a single disciple of the Astral Pavilion escapes, your true self will be unveiled. Xiao Tian simply shook his head in response. Before arriving here, I had confirmed that this branch of the Astral Pavilion had 147 members. Now only you remain. Do you have any final words? Zhou Tianji gritted his teeth, clinging to the faint hope that there might still be a chance. Xiao Tian held Zhiwei and the people of the Great Flame Dynasty in high regard. Perhaps if he revealed the greatest secret, a glimmer of hope might emerge. Just as Zhou Tianji was about to speak, Xiao Tian suddenly seized his throat. Impressive, Xiao Tian mused, a hint of admiration in his voice. Even now, you refuse to talk. You've got some backbone, but your group deserves their fate. I must say, your resolve in the face of death is commendable. Zhou Tianji's face flushed red from the suffocation as he struggled desperately to break free from Xiao Tian's grip. Xiao Tian pressed on. If you knew it would end like this, why did you even begin? Your feeble attempts to hurt me are futile. Just then, he noticed Zhou Tianji using his blood to inscribe words in the air. I have a major secret about Zirui, he declared. Only then did Xiao Tian relent, releasing him. Gasping for breath, Zhou Tianji continued. Prince Xiao, you only know part of the story. plundering the nation's fortune, is merely the tip of the iceberg. Our astral pavilion harbors deeper, more clandestine ambitions, ones that even the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Holy Demon Sect remain oblivious to. Xiao Tian crouched down, his expression grave. What secret aim? If I tell you, he continued, can you promise not to harm me any further? Not harm you? Yes. Then I can allow you to take your own life as atonement. Xiao Tian's sudden grin sent a chill down Zhou Tianji's spine, leaving him momentarily frozen in shock. A wave of humiliation washed over him, causing his teeth to grind together in frustration. Never before had he experienced such a profound sense of indignity. A warrior may face death, but to be humiliated, this was a fate far worse. Just as Zhou Tianji was about to slap his forehead in despair, Xiao Tian swiftly grabbed his hand. What are you doing? Didn't we just agree? You tell me the secret first, and then you can end your own life. But you haven't revealed the secret yet. Zhou Tianji, on the edge of his patience, shouted back. When did we ever agree to that? Xiao Tian, don't push me too far, he warned. In response, Xiao Tian shot him a fierce glare and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap. Why are you yelling all of a sudden? You scared me. But then, with a sickening pop, Xiao Tian froze in horror. He had inadvertently knocked Zhou Tianji's head clean off. Where the hell did his head go? Xiao Tian exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Puppy chimed in helpfully, Master. It seems you accidentally caused an explosion. Frustrated, Xiao Tian pressed on toward the Astral Pavilion. If I'm not mistaken, the Astral Pavilion is located within the territory of the Great Flame Dynasty, correct? Yes, Puppy. Yes, Master, came the reply. Puppy replied, dismissing the false imperial claim. This land belongs to the Great Flame Dynasty, though it's technically leased to others. Hearing this, Xiao Tian forcefully pushed open the doors to the treasury. Have they paid their taxes? He demanded. According to the records of the Great Flame Dynasty, there's no record of Astral Pavilion ever paying a single coin. Xiao Tian shook his head in disapproval. Not paying taxes? That's unacceptable, he declared. With determination, he set about seizing the funds on their behalf, emptying the entire treasury without a second thought. Later, he retreated to a side hall within the Astral Pavilion, where he sank into a warm bath. As he relaxed, he examined the treasures he had acquired, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he praised Puppy for their successful endeavor. You did well, Puppy. You've even categorized and documented the books and artifacts I've collected. Now, show me this airborne flight artifact and this emblem. Does it represent the Great Flame Empire? Yes, Master. The Southern Flame Domain, once ruled by the Great Flame Empire, left behind many relics after it transformed into the Southern Wilderness. Most of these items originate from those relics and bear the emblem of the Great Flame Empire. However, there are no historical records in the Astral Pavilion's library regarding the emblem of the Great Flame Dynasty. Xiao Tian pondered whether there might be a connection between the Great Flame Dynasty and the Great Flame Empire. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to set the mystery aside. After all, a relaxing bath awaited him. Xiao Tian sighed, the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. An hour later, he finally rose to his feet. It was getting late. He needed to return soon. Meanwhile, at the old mansion of the Lu Yan family in Green Flame Town, both Lu Yan and Zhongling felt a sudden jolt of energy. He's back already, Lu Yan murmured, a mix of anticipation and concern in his voice. As Xiao Tian landed gracefully, Zhongling wasted no time. Prince, did you forgive them? She asked, her eyes searching his for answers. Caught off guard by her question, Xiao Tian paused for a moment before shaking his head. Unfortunately, their sins are too grave. I offered them 3 chances, but they refused to change. It's my own failure. I couldn't save them. However, I did ensure they departed peacefully. Zhongling attempted to console him, her voice gentle and reassuring. Don't be disheartened, Xiao Tian reassured gently. In the future, there will be those who truly understand your intentions. They will see that you weren't merely ending their lives, but rather cleansing them of their sins, giving them a chance to become better individuals in their next life. As he spoke, a sense of understanding washed over Zhongling. Feeling a surge of affection, Xiao Tian ruffled her hair playfully. What a teachable child she was. Lu Yan, take a lesson from this young one, Zhongling remarked, her gaze following Xiao Tian as she walked away. Just look at how enlightened she is. But enough of this, I need to prepare breakfast. As a reward for both of you, I'll let you sample my culinary skills. Turning back to Lu Yan, she added with a smirk. What did I tell you, Sister Lu Yan? I knew the wicked folks of Astral Pavilion wouldn't see the sunrise today. Lu Yan sighed. You're truly beginning to understand the prince better each day. Zhongling offered a resigned smile in response. That's because, at times, the prince can be quite childlike. He often seems lost in his own world. The emperor once remarked that the prince carries a lonely smile, as if he doesn't quite belong in this realm. yet he always confronts every challenge with a sense of positivity. Meanwhile, at the old house, Zhong Yangming stifles a yawn and asks listlessly, "Prince, is this really okay?" Xiao Tian remains unfazed. "What's not okay? Is it so difficult to assist me?" Zhong Yangming finally clarifies, "Prince, my wife will panic if she wakes up and finds me mysteriously missing. Bad things can happen in an instant. In the brief moment it took me to roll over, the prince had already dragged me here to do some heavy lifting. It's absolutely dreadful." Xiao Tian smiles, unfazed. Zhongling is outside. She can explain everything later. Just take this out for now. Zhong Yangming looks puzzled, but there are only 5 of us. Why do we need so many bowls and chopsticks? As Zhong Yangming stands frozen in place, Xiao Tian nudges him impatiently. "Come on, let's go." Once outside the yard, Zhong Yangming reflects on his earlier misstep. But what's the story with that purple-haired woman? With her horns and tail, she looks both terrifying and repulsive. A moment later, Xiao Tian calls out for noodles, but an awkward silence blankets the group, thickening the tension in the air. Empress Zi Ruoyan and Luo Fenyan lock eyes, their gazes heavy with tension. Each silently reassures themselves to keep their anger in check. After all, they can't harm their own Xiao Tian over the humiliation of last night. Why must that mortifying scene replay in their minds? Meanwhile, Zhongling and Lu Yan glare at the trio across from them, their annoyance palpable. Are these horned women transformed from cows? How can they be so large? Moments later, Zhong Yangming is the first to voice his confusion. "Prince, what exactly is going on here?" Empress Zaruo Yuan replies, "It won't hurt for you all to know. There are many in the Great Flame Dynasty whom I can trust. However, after you hear the truth, I ask that you remain calm." Luo Fengyuan's 3 subordinates exchange glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. These humans likely can't bear the weight of the truth. Ziru Yuan takes a deep breath and begins to narrate slowly. "It all ties back to my father and the Great Flame Dynasty." As the minutes tick by, a quarter of an hour slips away. The truth unfolds, chilling and unsettling. But I hope to intervene before Zaruoyan can finish his tale. Zhong Yangming mutters to himself, realization dawning on him. So that's how it is. It all makes sense now. Lu Waoqian's strange behavior. Zhongling, still in a daze, turns to Lu Yan. "This is making my head spin. Do you understand, Sister Lu Yan?" Lu Yan responds succinctly, cutting through the confusion. "We're being raised like pigs, to be slaughtered once we're fat enough." Zhongling immediately grasps the situation. Luo Fengyuan, witnessing this, can't help but express his admiration. "Remarkable. You've truly impressed me. To face such a reality and still maintain your composure is truly commendable." At that moment, Zhong Yangming rises to his feet and poses a question. "Lord of the Demon Empress, may I ask if there is no turning back once this innate embryo jade matures?" Confronted by his own Xiao Tian chef, Luo Fengyuan spoke with conviction. "Not necessarily," he began. "Due to the barrier of this special region, anyone wishing to enter must suppress their cultivation to the 10th stage. Those who come here to seize the innate embryo jade are all at this level." With that, he cast a slightly provocative glance at Ziruan, challenging her to consider the implications. "My true cultivation level is far beyond yours," Zai Ruoyuan declares, her cheeks flushing with determination. "So what?" she retorts defiantly. "I will surpass you sooner or later." Luo Fengyuan chuckles, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "You look really cute when you're being stubborn." Zi Ruoyan's face deepens in color, yet she steadfastly maintains her denial. "I'm not," she insisted, her annoyance evident, yet laughter bubbled up, betraying her denial. Meanwhile, the trio of Zhong Yangming continued their discussion. "If that's the case, we're not entirely powerless," one of them remarked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "That's reassuring. The Emperor has already reached the 10th stage, bolstered by the Imperial City's array. As long as our opponent doesn't surpass that level, I believe the Emperor can manage." Zhongling covers her mouth and giggles. "Anyway, we can't lose." The eldest member offers an explanation. "The 10th stage may seem formidable, but for the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion, this level of strength is quite common." Upon hearing this, the 3 who are aware of Xiao Tian's true power turn to him in unison. Although the prince appears lost in thought, fixated solely on his bowl of food, the 3 remain unfazed. This secret weapon springs into action when cornered. At that moment, Luo Fengyuan, noticing the seemingly easy target that is Ziruan, suddenly pulls her against him. A triumphant smile spreads across his face. "Come on, my little darling. Keep going. I'm waiting for you to hit me." But Ruo Yuan is firmly pinned and unable to speak, only managing to emit muffled sounds of discontent. At that moment, Luo Fengjuan suddenly looks up to find Zhong Yangming, Zhong Ling, and Lu Yin staring at her in shock. Assuming they are frightened by the mention of the Astral Pavilion and the Eastern Flame Kingdom, she decides to reassure them. With a gentle smile, she releases Ziru Huoyun and turns to the trio saying, "You don't need to worry too much. I will personally assist you. The Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion are simple to handle." He turns to Ziruyan and adds, "By the way, you once invited me to stay in the palace. Is that offer still open?" Ziruyan hesitates, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Why had she felt pity for him in the first place? While her sympathy has earned her valuable information and a new ally, it also leaves her feeling quite annoyed. Noticing Ziruyan's silence, Luo Fengyuan can't help but chuckle. Ah, the great Flame Empress, a direct descendant of the legitimate imperial bloodline. You're not going to back out now, are you? I've already shared crucial information and even offered my assistance. Noticing Luo Fengyuan's expression, the Empress clenches her teeth, a wave of inner criticism washing over her. What are you really up to? Do you think I don't see through you? Meanwhile, Ziruan clears her throat and declares, "My word is gold. What I say, I do." Instantly regretting her boldness, she thinks to herself, "How annoying. Why did I agree to this, Holy Demon Empress? I can't seem to calm down at all." Lu Fenjuan wears a satisfied smile. After all, she is the great Flame Empress, and she always delivers on her promises. But just then, Ziru Huoyuan interjects with her own terms. "Don't get too comfortable just yet. Entering the palace is one thing, but there are rules to follow. First, Xiao Tian is yours in the morning, but he belongs to me in the afternoon and evening." She gestures toward Xiao Tian, who appears utterly bewildered. "Second, you're only allowed to share a bed with Mino sneaking off to Xiao Tian at night. And third, you must spar with me to help improve my strength. No more drinking contests." With that, Zaru Huoyan steps closer, but Luo Fengyuan quickly pushes him away, exclaiming, "No way! Are you out of your mind? If we're together every night, others will take advantage of it. Let's change the second condition. The three of us should be together. Got it?" As Luo Fengyan playfully pinches her cheek, Zhong Yangming stifles a laugh, covering his mouth to contain his amusement. He then pats Xiao Tian on the shoulder, saying, "Prince, you've really been through a lot. You've sacrificed so much for the people of Great Flame. By the way, would you like some nutritional supplements?" Annoyed, Xiao Tian shoves him away, retorting sharply, "What are you thinking? Stop looking at me like that." Only Luo Fenjuan's three subordinates in the room can feel a massive headache brewing. "My Empress, what are you doing? We're here to seize the national fate. Why did you involve yourself in this? It's beyond comprehension." In a dimly lit side chamber of the palace, Xiao Tian finds himself nestled between the two empresses, Zhu Ruwan and Luo Fenquan, each holding one of his hands. The blanket has long been discarded, forgotten in the heat of the moment. As he slowly opens his eyes, a wave of realization washes over him. The shared bed he once eagerly anticipated is far from the bliss he imagined. With dark circles shadowing his eyes, he comes to a stark conclusion. He can't lie down any longer. His body simply can't handle it. In the next moment, Xiao Tian remains lying on his back, slowly rising between the two women. He then makes his way toward the door. Ziru Yuan and Luo Fenjuan appear taken aback by his sudden departure. They reach out, grasping for something to hold on to, but ultimately end up embracing each other before drifting back to sleep. Xiao Tian steps into the courtyard inhaling the fresh air, but his stomach growls in protest. "If I head to Zhongyangming now, I should be able to snag some breakfast," he muses. Moments later, at the Zhong family dining table, Zhang Lishuang takes a hearty bite of a large bun and narrows her eyes at Xiao Tian. "Prince, why are you here again?" she asks, her tone a mix of annoyance and curiosity. With a charming smile, Xiao Tian replies, "Isn't it obvious? Master Zhong's cooking is simply irresistible. Look at this bun," he exclaimed. "Oh my, why is it so small?" He took a big bite, his disappointment evident as he compared it to the more satisfying buns from Luo Fengyuan and Ziruyuan. "Prince, be careful with your words," Yong Yangming cautioned, coughing twice as he glanced at Xiao Tian with a mix of concern and exasperation. Unfazed, Xiao Tian casually shook the bun in his hand and replied, "You're not exactly being serious either. The heavy armored cavalry has a unique taste, yet they often find amusement at my expense." Dong Yangming's face flushes with embarrassment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Just then, a voice calls out from outside, "Madam, there's a situation." In an instant, Zhong Lishuang rushes into the courtyard and snatches the letter. As she reads its contents, her expression shifts dramatically. This is outrageous. The exclamation pierces the air, prompting Zhang Yangming to rush outside and inquire about the commotion. Zhong Lishuang quickly explains, the astral pavilion has been destroyed. She reveals a letter left behind, stating that it was done in the name of heaven, with suspicions pointing to the king of hell. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yangming merely responds with a disinterested "oh," his demeanor suggesting he is far from concerned. Zhang Lishuang is taken aback. Is this man truly so composed? And what about Linger? Why aren't this father and daughter surprised at all? No, now isn't the time to dwell on them. With a serious expression, Zhang Lishuang declares to everyone, I must go to the palace and report this to His Majesty immediately. Uncertainty looms as the king of hell stirs chaos across the realm. Just as she begins to voice her worries, Zhang Li Huangming interjects, Madam, if there's an urgent matter, you must hurry to the palace and report to Her Majesty. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to delay. His concern is palpable. In response, she leans in and kisses him gently, a moment of warmth amid the turmoil. My husband speaks wisely. I'll be back soon, she says before leaving. Once she's gone, Zhang Li Huangming wipes the sweat from his forehead. Ah, my wife, the king of hell is right in front of you. I can't afford to speak recklessly. Returning to the dining table, Zhang Li Huangming turns to Xiao Tian. Prince, please don't take my wife's ignorance to heart. Xiao Tian simply waves it off, dismissing the concern. I'm not petty enough to hold a grudge over a few words. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Li Huangming and Zhang Ling nearly roll their eyes skyward. Do you really believe what you're saying, Prince? Suddenly, Zhang Li Huangming turns to Xiao Tian and says, with the fall of Astral Pavilion, I suspect Liu Aoyan won't be able to sit still. Xiao Tian, however, remains unfazed. There's no need to hurry. With Shi Ruyan and Luo Fengyan joining forces, two empresses united. Even the Astral Pavilion and Eastern Flame Kingdom won't stand a chance. After all, these women are my greatest assets. Just then, Zhang Li Huang returns, her expression clouded with displeasure. Zhang Li Huangming looks on, puzzled. Madam, why have you returned so soon? Shaking her head, Zhang Li Huang solemnly addresses Xiao Tian. Prince, I have something important to tell you. Please try not to take it too hard. I saw a purple-haired woman with His Majesty and they were kissing. A chill runs down Xiao Tian's spine at her words. Just then, a flustered Luo Yanyan enters the courtyard alongside Zhang Li Huang, interjecting, General, you misunderstand. Things are not as they seem. Zhang Li Huang furrows her brow as she glances back at her former subordinate. What is the misunderstanding here? When I arrived, His Majesty was indeed wrapped in the embrace of that purple-haired woman, passionately kissing her. Luo Yanyan appears somewhat resigned. It's just as well you don't know the identity of the Holy Demon Empress. Otherwise, the situation would be far more complicated. Xiao Tian, seemingly grasping the situation, remarks, So they've started fighting, haven't they? Luo Yanyan nods in agreement. Yes, Prince, you're right. Her Majesty and Lord Luar were feeling a bit cranky this morning, so they decided to spar in the courtyard. During their heated confrontation, Her Majesty focused her strikes on Lord Luo's chest, avoiding the use of her cultivation. In a moment of desperation, Lord Luo seized Her Majesty's hand and pulled her closer, resulting in an accidental brush of their lips. Mistaking the encounter for a deliberate act, Her Majesty responded with a kiss fueled by anger. Meanwhile, Lord Luo, convinced that Her Majesty was being mischievous, reacted irritably and attempted to bite her cheek. In retaliation, Her Majesty bit Lord Luo's head. Just then, Yu General walked in and perhaps misinterpreted the scene. As Luo Yanyan explained what had happened, Zhong Li Shuang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Beside her, Zhong Ling couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Her Majesty was behaving like a child, creating quite the commotion. Surprisingly, this might turn out to be a good thing, even if they aren't the best of friends. At least Her Majesty has found a playmate, Zhong Yangming thinks, relief washing over his face. Upon hearing the word friends, Xiao Tian begins to pack his belongings into his system space, quietly muttering, I used to have friends too. Unfortunately, they were all killed due to the schemes of my adoptive father. His sudden remark sends a chill down the spines of Zhang Yangming and Zhang Ling, who sit beside him, their expressions shifting from casual to concerned. Prince, what kind of schemes did your adoptive father employ? Zhang Ling asks cautiously. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian finally responds. My adoptive father, in his twisted way of teaching me not to trust easily, coerced others into attempting to kill me. It took me far too long to uncover the truth. I misjudged them for so long. No wonder they kept crying and apologizing. The one who truly owes an apology is me. Xiao Tian gazes up at the distant sky, laughing softly as if lost in a fond memory. But we're friends too, aren't we? Zhong Ling suddenly interjects. When we were young, the late emperor said that friends always share little secrets. I was friends with the late emperor, and now I'm friends with the prince, she said with a playful smirk. You cheeky girl, getting ahead of yourself. Are you trying to be my equal? Zhang Yangming's eyes widened in disbelief. You're mixing up generations here. In response, Zhongling stuck out her tongue at him. It's just a metaphor. Why are you getting so worked up? You're not even worthy to be friends with the prince, Zhongling taunted, a smirk playing on her lips. You little brat, don't make me discipline you. Zhang Yangming shot back, his frustration boiling over. Zhongling merely shrugged, leaving her father fuming and utterly powerless. Suddenly, Zhong Li Shuang let out a fierce roar, akin to a lioness, as she slammed her hand on the table. Are you ignoring me? She demanded, her voice echoing with authority. Who gave you permission to eat only the filling of the bun and leave the skin behind? If you lack discipline for just 3 days, the roof tiles will come off. With that, she seized Zhongling and began to spank her, a mix of frustration and determination in her actions. My dear wife, you're being too harsh, Zhang Yangming says, his anger from moments ago replaced by concern. He rushes over, only to be met with a sharp reprimand from his wife. How dare you speak? This girl's behavior is entirely your fault for spoiling her. Xiao Tian sits quietly, observing the family drama unfold before him. After a moment, he finally decides to chime in. It's wonderful, Lu Yan says, a smile gracing her lips as she glances at Xiao Tian. Do you know why my cooking skills are just as good as Zhang Yangming's? Yet, I still prefer to eat his dishes. Xiao Tian meets her gaze, intrigued. Is it for the same reason you cook noodles for Her Majesty and the others? Exactly, Lu Yan replies, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Xiao Tian stands up, propping himself on his knees as he gazes at the family of 3 in the distance, lost in thought. The food Zhang Yangming prepares isn't just for me, it's also for his family. Dishes crafted with love and purpose for one's loved ones are simply irresistible. Now let's return to the palace. I have a feeling our Empress and the Demon Emperor are likely starving by now. With that, Xiao Tian strolls toward the estate's exit, his hands casually tucked behind his back. Lu Yan nods silently, casting a sympathetic glance at Xiao Tian as he walks away. Meanwhile, Si Ruyan, fueled by frustration, delivers a sharp smack to Luo Fengyuan's head with the edge of her hand. Are you an idiot? How did you become the Demon Empress? She scolds. Rubbing his head, Luo Fengyuan replies nonchalantly, I fought my way up. Si Ruyan lets out a weary sigh, exasperation etched across her face. It's a miracle your family hasn't brought ruin to the primordial demon kingdom, she remarks, gesturing toward the contents of the book. Different strokes for different folks. Yet, as she shares these profound insights, Luo Fengyuan's confusion deepens. Not one to coddle her, he delivers another swift chop to her head. Pay attention, he insists. I really am paying attention, she retorts, rubbing her head. The Luo Fengyuan groans, pressing his hands against his temples. Meanwhile, Shi Ruyan sifts through the information about the primordial demon kingdom, emphasizing that many aspects can't be generalized and require deeper understanding. Yet, Luo Fengyuan is captivated, his gaze fixed on her face, wondering how she can be so remarkable. When Shi Ruyan catches his stare, she is taken aback, realizing that his thoughts are consumed solely by Xiao Tian and the thrill of battle. Despite her lack of knowledge and governance, she reigns as an empress. Perhaps her ample chest has overshadowed her intellect. However, with Shi Ruoyan's guidance, Luo Fengyuan utilizes her avatar to issue a series of commands in the primordial demon kingdom. The officials, overwhelmed with joy, find themselves in tears. At last, our demon empress has chosen to engage her mind. She had stopped cutting people down at a moment's notice, but her avatar appeared perplexed. Why can't we just take them out? It seems like such a hassle. Can't I just do it later? Why do we have to think about it? Meanwhile, Jie Ruyuan's mini classroom session, led by the Empress, came to a temporary close. Luo Fengyuan lay dizzily across the desk, lost in a haze. Why is being an empress so complicated? She mused, frustration evident in her voice. My former subjects never consulted me like this. From a nearby reclining chair, Xiao Tian interjected with a smirk, probably because they were afraid you'd cut them down. She sighed, realizing the truth in his words. Being an empress is hard and technical work. There's so much for me to learn. As soon as Xiao Tian finishes speaking, Shi Ruyan sets a hefty stack of memoranda in front of Luo Fengyuan. These are summaries from your personal guards about the current state of affairs in the primordial demon kingdom, he says. Review them carefully. I'll be checking them later. For the sake of your people, give it your all. Xiu Wuyan's expression reveals a blend of frustration and hopeful anticipation, as if she yearns for her own success. Luo Fenyuan glances at her bodyguard, silently pleading for assistance. Her guard, feeling the weight of her desperation, lets out a resigned sigh before offering some comfort. Demon Empress, my lady, he begins gently. The great flame Empress speaks wisely. Empress Shi is willing to teach you patiently. You should truly cherish this opportunity. Work hard and stop running away, Xiao Tian said, taking a big sip of his drink. Exactly. If you don't govern the country well, your family's fortune will eventually dwindle. Luo Fengduan slammed her fist on the table, her expression fierce. We can't let the family fortune run out. Otherwise, how will we support Xiao Tian? At that moment, Xiao Tian lounged in a chair, sipping a drink. To Shi Ruyan and Luo Fengyan, he appeared irresistibly adorable and strikingly handsome. After a while, Luo Fengyuan glanced back at Shi Ruyan, who was intently reviewing a stack of petitions. It was truly impressive. How could she manage to sift through so many documents without losing her focus? Meanwhile, outside the palace, the wind shifted and the clouds darkened, as if heralding a momentous event. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, a figure cloaked in black delivered urgent news to Luo Aojian. The Eastern Flame Kingdom had responded. The Emperor was in agreement with the proposed plan, but a grave concern lingered. If they proceeded, lives would be lost. Luo Aojian remained unfazed, his expression betraying little of the weight of the decision ahead. Touch my face, Luo Yen commanded. The man in black hesitated, a mix of confusion and disbelief crossing his features. Are you insane? He retorted. Yet, as he took in Luo Yen's serious expression, he stepped forward, extending a finger toward him. Just as he was about to make contact, Luo Yen transformed into a shadow of light, vanishing before his eyes. The man in black's realization hit him like a wave. He should have known that Luo Qin's advanced dodging technique was unparalleled in their generation. You were dominant because of this, Luo Ying declared, waving his hand dismissively. A true hero never boasts about past bravery. Zhou Jitian has towered over me for years. At this, the man in black chuckled darkly. But Zhou Jiqian doesn't even have a head anymore. The Astral Pavilion's branch has been destroyed. They've lost their chance. The Emperor has approved your plan and vowed to handle the Luo family. Luo Aoqin accepted the imperial edict, letting out a long sigh of relief. Good. The positions of those who perished at Green Flame Mountain will soon be filled by newcomers from the Eastern Flame Kingdom. From this moment on, the highest command in this region will be entrusted to you. Don't let me down. All for Eastern Flame. The man in black seemed a bit too eager as he repeated the phrase, his eyes gleaming with fervor. But in an unexpected turn, he suddenly burst into tears. Big brother, Luo Yin stood frozen, momentarily doubting his own ears. After a long pause, he sighed softly. It's been many years since I've heard you call me that. Go! The man in black nodded and swiftly departed. Luo Aoqin settled at his desk, pen in hand, and began to compose a letter. Prince Yao, or should I call you King of Hell? It's merely a guess, but I suspect it's quite accurate. As you read this, King of Hell, I urge you don't act rashly. There's no need to rush over and end my life just yet. Otherwise, nearly 70% of the imperial city's populace will be buried with me. After reading the letter, Xiao Laoqian felt a weight settle on his shoulders. Please come to Number 1 Sky in the east of the imperial city to meet at the Empress and Prince's love-filled and emotional Sunshine Welfare Institute. He couldn't help but think, this is really a bit much. With a heavy heart, he stared at the letter, the gravity of its message sinking in. Lu Yan, sitting beside him, couldn't help but ask, Prince, what happened? Xiao Tian nodded gravely. It's very serious, more complicated than I anticipated. Commander Lu, I need to ask you something. He rubbed his forehead, frustration evident on his face. Is the name Empress and Prince's love-filled Sunshine Welfare Institute really that problematic? Changing it now would be a complicated process, very tricky indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan was completely stunned. So, you're worried about this? She thought, but she quickly turned to comfort Xiao Tian. Don't overthink it. Prince's is a lovely name. Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. That's good to hear. Then, it's just a matter of Lu Yan's personal taste. By the way, the Welfare Institute, which has recently received significant funding from Luo Fengyuan, is nearing completion. What do you think of the name? Wholehearted Prince and loving Lady Luo's sincere contribution to a beautiful and happy welfare institute? Lu Yan immediately gave a big thumbs up. The name you came up with is fantastic. It's very thematic and perfectly embodies the positive energy you've instilled in us. Xiao Tian was equally excited. Commander Lu has excellent taste, he remarked, contrasting it with Lu Aojian, on the other hand, has terrible taste. With that, Xiao Tian slowly rose to his feet. It's time for me to have a word with Lu Aojian. Lu Yan looked puzzled. Prince, what does Lu Aojian want with you? Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I won't die. Suddenly, a wave of concern washed over Liu Yan. Prince, could there be an ambush? He asked, his voice laced with apprehension. But then, a memory flickered in his mind of the time he had used the toxic swamp as a facial mask. He chuckled softly to himself. Never mind, he thought. With the prince's strength, it would be more likely for him to ambush a group led by Liu Aotian. After reading Prime Minister Liu's threatening letter, Xiao Tian rushed to the scene. There, a little girl with a missing arm looked up at him. Her eyes filled with hope as she wished for him to be her father. Wow, he thought. I considered you my little sister, and now you want me to take on the role of your dad? Dream on. How could this prince possibly afford to raise you? With a mix of disbelief and tenderness, Xiao Tian gently picked up the little girl. I will always be your big brother, Xiao. Let's make that clear. The little girl wrapped her small hand tightly around Xiao Tian's neck. Once a pitiable beggar under the control of others, her life had changed dramatically. If it weren't for the prince capturing the beggar boss, she would still be kneeling on the cold street, struggling to beg for scraps. Now she wore new clothes, could read and write, and was even learning cultivation from her teachers. As Xiao Tian gazed at the group of children before him, his previously gloomy mood lifted significantly. Don't push! Be careful not to fall. Take it easy. There's no need to rush, he called out, his voice filled with mock authority. Which little rascal touched my butt again? He added, feigning anger. The children erupted into laughter, their joy infectious. With their playful energy surrounding him, Xiao Tian stepped into the Welfare Institute, his heart lighter than before. As the elderly in the yard watched with warm smiles, they saw the great flame prince being escorted by a group of children. Thanks to his generosity, he had provided housing for them and enabled the children to receive an education. Even the older residents found ways to contribute, sharing their skills for the benefit of the community. Meanwhile, inside the Welfare Institute, Liu Aotian, the Prime Minister of Great Flame, was busy preparing tea. The title of Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity fits Prince Xiao perfectly. He is cherished by the people, especially adored by the children. As Liu Aotian poured tea, he glanced at Xiao Tian. Noticing Xiao Tian's silence, Liu Aotian playfully tugged at his robe, revealing the area over his heart. Now we can sit down and talk over tea, he said with a smile. If I suffer even a minor injury, this trap void turbulence room will detonate. I can't speak for others, but this welfare institute will collapse instantly. Those poor children, those unfortunate souls, they will all perish. As Liao Gan's words hung in the air, he delicately set a jade cup down on the table. Please, Lord Prince. Observing the scene before him, Xiao Tian let out a deep sigh. He gently set the little girl down and urged everyone to step back. This was adult business, and children had no place here. With that, he strode confidently to the opposite side of Liu Aotian, taking a seat and downing the entire pot of tea in one swift motion. Now that we're finished, let's discuss business, Liu Aotian said, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his irritation. Damn it, this Xiao Tian is as infuriating as ever. Xiao Tian flexed his hands, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he turned to Liu Aotian. What do you think would happen if I killed you right now? In response, Liu Aotian pointed to his heart and began to explain. The Trap Void Turbulence Room formation is a deadly weapon, merging both formation and rune magic. The primary rune is intricately linked to my life. 8 sub-runes are positioned at cardinal points around the Imperial City. If I perish, these sub-runes will detonate, triggering a catastrophic spatial collapse and temporal turbulence. It would result in the certain death of 70% of the city's inhabitants. Just as I finished speaking, a rune materialized in the sky above the Welfare Institute. In an instant, the space around them sealed off, startling Xiao Tian. What is happening? He exclaimed, his gaze drawn to the rune hovering above them. Liu Aotian chuckled softly. The rune is activating. Once it's fully charged, we'll be trapped within this formation created by the 8 sub-runes. Once the trapping formation is fully established, the main rune on my chest will activate. At that moment, the space within the formation will shatter and collapse, drawing both of us into a turbulent time vortex. Now, considering your strength, you might think that killing me now would leave you unscathed. But make no mistake, the Welfare Institute and the people of the Imperial City would endure unimaginable suffering. Lu Aotian's excitement grew as he spoke, his voice tinged with urgency. If I die, the rune on my chest will detonate. 70% of the population would be affected, with the most devastating impact hitting those closest to us here in this welfare institute. With that, he leaned forward over the table, inching closer to Xiao Tian. So tell me, Xiao Tian, would you strike me down? Xiao Tian turned to gaze at the children in the Welfare Institute, a resolute expression settling on his face. At least for now, I won't, he replied seriously. Lu Aotian felt a surge of triumph at those words, unable to contain his laughter. Moments later, he bowed to Xiao Tian, saying, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. On behalf of the people of the Imperial City, I extend my gratitude to the prince for his benevolence. With that, Liu Aotian settled into his seat, his hands spreading in a commanding gesture. Rest assured, Prince Xiao, our Emperor of the Eastern Flame Kingdom has already given his consent. Once this matter is resolved, all the citizens of Great Flame will relocate to Eastern Flame, where they will live in peace and prosperity. Xiao Tian smiled, a hint of mockery in his expression. Sounds interesting. So you're actually someone who cares for the people? Lu Aotian responded earnestly. It's simply a matter of differing perspectives. I have no choice. My duty is to ensure the survival of the people of Great Flame, while also safeguarding the interests of the Eastern Flame Kingdom. Xiao Tian paused, contemplating the gravity of the situation. You truly are relentless. Whether I intervene or not, you're destined for death. Is it really worth it? Lu Aotian's expression was resolute, a man prepared to sacrifice everything for the people of Eastern Flame. Of course it's worth it. Xiao Tian felt a surge of annoyance at his unwavering conviction. I can respect you, but that doesn't stop me from wanting to kill you. You dare to use the Welfare Institute to threaten me? If I weren't worried about the chaos my actions might unleash, I would gladly beat you and your son until even your mother wouldn't recognize you. At that moment, a thought struck Xiao Tian. By the way, how did you uncover my true identity? I should have been more careful, meticulously covering my tracks, cleaning the scene, and managing witnesses. Even the sharp-eyed Empress failed to notice. So how did you, of all people, uncover the truth? As the question hung in the air, a confident smile spread across Liu Aotian's face. He chuckled, a hint of arrogance in his tone. Zero Yuan, you may not realize it, but there exists a realm known as body cultivation in the lower realms. In that realm, spiritual energy is scarce, resources are limited, and cultivators lack true realms of power. They must rely solely on lightning to refine their bodies, striving for the sanctification of flesh. However, this comes at a cost. They cannot advance beyond the 10th level. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been summoned by Her Majesty from such a body cultivation realm. Xiao Tian was puzzled by Liu Aotian's words. Liu continued to speak, seemingly to himself. The space here is unstable, and the rules are in disarray. This allows your power to be fully unleashed. You often feign listlessness and act lazy, creating the illusion of a supreme powerhouse who is simply exhausted. Xiao Tian took a moment to reflect on this revelation. So, there's something called the body cultivation realm, is there? If I didn't know I hailed from another dimension, I might almost buy into that nonsense. Just as Xiao Tian was about to clarify that there might be a misunderstanding, Liu Aotian cut him off. Those from the body cultivation realm, fully aware of their bleak prospects, are quick to dismiss any hope. But Prince Xiao, don't you possess even a hint of grace? He sighed, continuing with a hint of disappointment. To others, you may seem like a brute, relying solely on strength with no future in sight. Yet, I hold a deep respect for your benevolence. Xiao Tian's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Fine, fine. If it brings you joy, let's just say I'm a futureless waste. As Xiao Tian listened in confusion, Liao Tian began to clarify the situation. Ever since Her Majesty the Emperor summoned you, the King of Hell has made his presence known. And ever since the destruction of the Blood Cloud Tower, Zhongling has been behaving like an obedient little mirror in your presence. It raised my suspicions. Soon after, Lu Yan began to show you immense respect, which only deepened my suspicions. The backlash from that ancient book seemed to have no effect on you, likely due to your remarkably strong physique. When Zhong Yangming was abducted but later rescued by the King of Hell, one couldn't help but wonder, why would the King of Hell intervene? What if Zhong Yangming was actually the King of Hell's chef? That would certainly explain a lot, wouldn't it? Everyone in the Imperial City is well aware of your relationship with Zhang Yangming. What truly solidified my belief that you are the King of Hell was when you pinched my face right in the middle of the street and I couldn't escape your grasp. It's clear, you must be the King of Hell. With excitement in his voice, Liu Aotian observed as the surrounding trap void turbulence formation finally completed, sealing them both inside. He turned to Xiao Tian and said, Xiao, King of Hell, while body cultivation may seem like a dead end here, your invincibility at the 10th level is truly terrifying. The Eastern Flame Kingdom cannot afford to lose you. The greatest respect I can offer is to drag you down with my life, Lu Tian declared, rising to his feet as the runes surrounding him flickered with a golden light. Prince Xiao, please, don't even consider killing me. Before we enter the spatial turbulence, your attacks will only activate the runes. He gestured toward the children nearby, his voice firm yet pleading. For their sake, I urge you to think carefully before acting rashly. Zhao Tian remained silent, turning inward to consult Puppy. What's the outcome? He thought. Puppy quickly calculated the results. The risk of impacting the orphanage is at 12%. The best course of action is to hold off for now. Even if we become trapped in the spatial turbulence, you won't be harmed. In fact, your presence can help stabilize the space. Zhao Tian's mind raced as he sought to minimize the damage. Can I just tear open the space and toss him into the rift? He wondered aloud. That won't work, Master, Puppy replied, pausing for a moment. Doing that would still trigger the runes and affect the surroundings. Zhao Tian furrowed his brow, puzzled. Why is that? Isn't that a bit excessive? It's because he's too weak. He can't handle the impact of you tearing through space. Xiao Tian's anger flared, and he began to curse at Lu Tian. You waste of space! Lu Tian was taken aback, confusion washing over him. Why was Xiao Tian suddenly calling him useless? What had he done to deserve this? Just then, Xiao Tian's eyes widened in realization. He knew he had to protect Lu Tian, but the situation was about to take an unexpected turn. In a shocking turn of events, Lu Shimnei had drawn his sword, aiming to backstab Lu Tian. But before he could act, blood sprayed across the runes and Lu Shimnei's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Tian had pierced his son's stomach with his bare hands, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Ah, my son, you're still too young, he remarked. The knife slipped from Lu Shimnei's grasp, clattering to the ground as he slowly crumpled to the floor. The blood from his stomach seemed to reach out to him, almost sentient, as it frantically converged toward the runes. With a grim determination, he managed to pull the knife free. Liu Yin smiled, his expression chilling. The trap void turbulence rune formation requires a blood sacrifice, he explained. The moment you chose to conspire against your father, you became the perfect candidate. Meanwhile, the strange runes, having absorbed Lu Shimnei's blood, began to emit an eerie red glow, as if poised to consume everything in their path. On the brink of eruption, the nearby children were not afraid. Instead, they were filled with deep concern for Xiao Tian. They shouted, "Brother Xiao Tian," as they rushed toward him. Xiao Tian, still reeling from the shock of Lu Yin's horrific act of killing his own son, struggled to regain his composure. As the children drew nearer, he shouted urgently, "Don't come any closer. Are you all not listening?" The children halted in their tracks, confusion etched on their faces. Liu Ying shook his head mockingly. "How touching, Prince." Just then, Lu Yan rushed in, eager to approach, but Xiao Tian raised a hand to stop him. "Don't come any closer. Help me keep an eye on those children." At this command, Lu Yan concentrated his spiritual energy, forming a protective shield that held back the eager children. Observing this, Xiao Tian turned his gaze to Liu Yan. "You truly are ruthless, Prime Minister." Lu Yan met his gaze with confidence. "The Astral Pavilion conceals its true intentions, and we cannot underestimate its hidden agendas. The Holy Demon Sect enjoys the backing of the Primordial Demon Kingdom, leaving my Eastern Flame Kingdom at a significant disadvantage." Lu Yan's expression shifted to one of grave concern. This generation's Emperor of the Eastern Flame Kingdom is fixated on militarization, he said. "Our nation's fate is in decline, and the people are suffering. We must urgently enhance our national fate. For the Eastern Flame Kingdom and its people, this is a necessary sacrifice." Lu Yin sighed, the weight of his words heavy upon him. After all, who would willingly choose death if given the choice? Yet, he quickly reaffirmed his resolve. "For Eastern Flame, my life is but a trivial sacrifice." As Liu Yan's voice echoed through the air, the surroundings erupted with a cacophony of bloody thunder. The very fabric of space appeared to be collapsing around them. Above the sealed area where the two stood, a powerful force swirled like a tornado, transforming the sky and unleashing a tempest. Lu Yan spread his hands and warned Xiao Tian that when the space crumbled into chaos, the ruins would ignite in a catastrophic explosion. "Here, no civilians will be harmed," he declared. "King of Hell Xiao, I admire your bravery, but I can see the desire to end my life burning in your eyes. Unfortunately, you won't be able to act before we're swept up in the chaos." Xiao Tian maintained a calm demeanor, but the cries of the orphanage children pierced the air as they pleaded for the villain to release their brother Xiao. Seeing their distress, Xiao Tian's voice turned sharp as he called out to the children, urging them to be quiet. Don't cry. Have you forgotten what I told you? From now on, you can only rely on yourselves. You must learn to be strong. As these words hung in the air, the children bit their lips, determined to hold back their tears. We're good kids. We'll listen to Brother Shail, they silently vowed. Seeing their resolute yet fragile expressions, Xiaotian finally spoke, his voice softening. Your brother Xiao is incredibly strong. Don't worry about me. For now, I need to take a little detour to deal with this big villain. While I'm unable to watch over you, make sure to study hard, eat on time, dress warmly, and take good care of the dogs you've adopted. Do you understand? The children, dressed in blue and white, all raised their hands in unison, eager to show their agreement. We understand. To boost their confidence, Xiaotian playfully cupped his hand to his ear. I can't hear you. Say it again. The children, their faces flushed with excitement, shouted in unison, We understand. Xiaotian erupted into hearty laughter. It's a deal then. Wait for my return. As his laughter echoed, the space around them suddenly warped and collapsed, enveloping Liu Haoxian and everything within the sealed area. In an instant, they transformed into a black dot and vanished without a trace. Lu Yan gazed intently into the distance. The little girl beside her hesitated before asking, Auntie Lu, will Brother Xiahou come back? Lu Yan let out a soft sigh, then turned to gently ruffle the girl's hair. Don't worry, she reassured her. Prince will definitely return. He could never bear to leave such adorable kids like you. As she spoke, she playfully pinched the girl's nose before turning her gaze back to the spot where they had vanished. In her heart, she mused, Liu Aotian, your greatest mistake was using these children and innocent civilians to blackmail the prince. You fool. You have no idea just how terrifying he can be. The Eastern Flame Kingdom. Ha! Your fate is sealed. Heaven and earth, no one can save you now. In the chaotic expanse at the edge of the Void Realm, a brilliant streak of light suddenly sliced through the fabric of space, plunging into a mysterious location. Moments later, Liu Qian crashed to the ground with a thud, and Xiao Qian found himself perched on his lower back. Liu Qian blinked in confusion. We're actually not dead? Xiao Tian surveyed the area, his expression one of clear displeasure. What's going on here? It's a mess. Who's been littering? Absolutely no manners. As he continued to scan the surroundings, a nagging thought crossed his mind. Why did these pieces of trash look so familiar? Just then, System Puppy chimed in awkwardly. Master, it seems that the trash you usually discard when tearing open space for convenience has all ended up here. Xiao Tian examined the items more closely. Is this really the stuff I've thrown away? The puppy chimed in with a system analysis. According to ancient divine tribe scriptures, this seems to be a targeted setting for the southern wilderness realm. Any spatial tearing or traversal that occurs there will be redirected to this location. Xiao Tian quickly grasped the implications of the esteemed Purple Emperor's words. So, you're saying that the Great Flame Dynasty is protected by a unique realm barrier? To enter, one must navigate a special channel and seal their cultivation. Those who are more powerful and attempt to breach the space will be forcibly redirected here. That's why, whenever I tear through space to dispose of trash, it ends up here. At that moment, Liu Aoyin suddenly burst into laughter. This is the Holy Dragon Relic from the Sea Clan. Ha! The Holy Dragon Relic truly exists. Legend has it that in ancient times, humanity was led by three great figures: the Human Emperor, the Human Sovereign, and the Human Venerable. The Sea Clan's Holy Dragon lineage once served the command of the Human Emperor lineage. Sadly, that era has long since passed, leaving us only with remnants of humanity's former glory scattered among these ruins. As Liu Aoyin spoke, a hint of nostalgia crept into his voice. It's a pity, he lamented. The Holy Dragon Relic remains sealed, accessible only to those of the Human Emperor bloodline. People like us with ordinary bloodlines find ourselves here reduced to mere servants, laboring to uphold these crumbling ruins. As we toil away, death looms in this desolate place. Suddenly, Liu Aoyin turned to face Xiao Tian, but at least my plan succeeded in the end. Without you as an extra variable, the agreement can proceed as intended. I've successfully dragged you down with me, Prince Xiao. Just then, the door to the ruin swung open. A regal-looking man emerged, flanked by a man and a woman, and shouted, "This is the Holy Dragon Relic. Who dares to cause a disturbance here?" Upon seeing the figures on the stage, Liu Aoyin's expression shifted dramatically, his face paling in shock. Bai Qinglian, is that really you? And Li Yang and Li Chunhua from the Black Soul Hall? What brings you three here? Bai Qinglian covered her mouth, stifling a chuckle. Liu Aoyin, I never expected to see you here. She opened her mouth to say more, but was swiftly interrupted by Li Yang. What's going on? Why did you cut me off? Bai Qinglian turned to scold the two, only to find their faces drained of color. They trembled, staring wide-eyed in a particular direction. Following their gaze, Bai Qinglian spotted Xiaotian, who was excitedly waving and greeting him with warmth. A chill ran down Bai Qinglian's spine, as if he had just encountered a lifelong nightmare. After a brief moment of shock, the three of them turned and fled, regretting their decision to venture out in the first place. Xiao Tian's expression hardened. "You think you can escape after seeing me?" In an instant, he teleported, materializing right in front of the gate. Xiao Tian effectively blocked Bai Qinglian's path, scratching his head as he prepared to speak. However, Bai Qinglian and her companions were so startled that they nearly fainted. In their confusion, the three instinctively stepped back, only to lose their footing and tumble down the stairs. Xiao Tian followed them at a leisurely pace, extending his hand toward them with a calm demeanor. "Pay up. You three still owe me 5 million spirit stones." Bai Jinglian and the others exchanged puzzled glances. 5 million? When did we owe you money? Noticing their silence, Xiao Tian's expression hardened. "You really forgot?" The three shook their heads, feigning innocence, their confusion evident. Xiao Tian extended his fingers, a smirk playing on his lips. "How could you forget? I assumed that surviving a near-death experience would have made you a bit wiser. Let's recap. The last time you kidnapped Zhong Yangming, I journeyed across mountains and rivers to rescue him. That's quite the labor cost, you know. I initially considered letting you off easy and even tried to advise you to behave. That's the tuition for the life lesson," Xiao Tian said, spreading his hands with a smirk. "After sending you into the space-time rift, I also helped transport your treasury. Those are moving costs. So, you see, you actually owe me 5 million spirit stones." Liu Outyan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can really tally it up like that? Is this a calculation that any ordinary person could manage? And why did Bai Qinglian become so frightened that she lost her wits? Even if Xiao Tian is unbeatable at this level, there's no reason to be that terrified of him. How did they even manage to pass through the space-time rift to arrive here?" Just then, an angry voice thundered through the relic, demanding, "Who dares to cause a commotion here?" Liu Outyan spun around, his heart racing as he witnessed the spiritual energy within the relic coalesce, gradually taking shape as an illusion of a holy dragon. The majestic aura radiating from the dragon filled the air, overwhelming him with emotion. This was the spirit of the holy dragon, a manifestation from the holy dragon relic itself. Legend spoke of the spirit, born from a dormant holy dragon, and now it stood before him, a breathtaking testament to its ancient power. It truly exists. This trip was absolutely worth it. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian pondered how this creature closely resembled the Dragon King and the Dragon Ball. As it transformed into a human, he silently hoped it wouldn't take on the form of a dragon-headed figure. Meanwhile, Bai Qinglian and the others exchanged knowing glances and gestures at the spirit of the Holy Dragon, trying to signal him not to emerge, but it was already too late. A venerable elder emerged, exuding an imposing presence, his dragon horns glinting ominously in the light. Overwhelmed by her protective instincts, Bai Qinglian sprinted toward him, her voice rising in panic. "Lord Dragon Spirit, don't come here! Run!" Liu Outyan stood frozen, bewildered. Run? She was urging such a powerful being as the Dragon Spirit to flee. Had she lost her mind? The elder dragon spirit glared at Bai Qinglian, its voice dripping with fury. "You, a lowly servant, dare to command me to run? Kneel before me." With that, the elder dragon spirit unleashed its formidable aura, a wave of draconic might washing over the scene. Bai Qinglian and his companions dropped to their knees, though their expressions betrayed a hint of confusion. To their astonishment, the elder dragon spirit suddenly knelt as well, doing so with a proud and unwavering demeanor. Xiao Tian was left utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. In contrast, the elder dragon spirit wore a serious expression, a blend of innocence and reverence etched across his face. He knelt on the ground, gazing intently at Xiao Tian, creating an undeniably awkward atmosphere that lingered in the air. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Tian finally broke the silence, asking, "Elder, why do you show me such great respect?" The elder's confusion was palpable. Hadn't he wielded the power of his soul and the might of dragons to force them into submission? So why was he the one kneeling now? Bai Qinglian and his companions concealed their faces, silently thinking, "I knew it. Even here at the Holy Dragon Relic, serving the guardian dragon spirit, we can't escape Xiao Tian's grasp." Liu Outyan stood frozen, equally bewildered by the turn of events. What's happening here? Is the guardian dragon spirit of the holy dragon relic struggling with mobility due to old age? The elder sprang to his feet, his anger palpable as he declared, I am Long Zhou Dao, the last appointed master of the holy dragon by the human emperor, a renowned dragon lord across multiple realms. How could I ever be humiliated by a mere human like you? With that, Long Zhou Dao unleashed the holy dragon power within the relic. In an instant, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the sky, accompanied by the deep rumble of thunder. Winds howled and clouds swirled as all of the holy dragon's energy converged upon him. In the next moment, a magnificent holy dragon took shape above Long Zhou Dao, soaring majestically into the heavens. From a lofty position, a sense of superiority radiated from Xiao Tian, filling the entire relic with an overwhelming dragon's might. Bai Qinglian and his companions, serving as dragon attendants, trembled in fear. Meanwhile, Lu Ao Yin knelt on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. At that moment, Long Zhou Dao shone with a brilliant, radiant light. His expression grave, he floated high above, facing the ethereal form of the holy dragon. Lu Aoyin cast another glance at Xiao Tian, who remained unfazed. Could this dragon lord of the holy dragon relic truly be real? If so, how was Xiao Tian unharmed? Yet, it seemed Xiao Tian's misfortune lay in being misled by his anger when the elder had knelt out of sheer infirmity. Just then, Long Zhou Dao broke the tension with a solemn expression. Now, kneel before me. Before he could finish, the entire relic space began to tremble violently. A brilliant golden light erupted from behind Xiao Tian, illuminating the surroundings. Long Zhou Dao was left utterly stunned. How could this be? This was none other than the legendary primordial dragon god. At that moment, behind Xiao Tian, 9 divine dragon illusions materialized. One of them slowly opened its eyes, radiating an air of disdain. In the blink of an eye, it unleashed a powerful breath toward Long Zhou Dao. The impact shattered the holy dragon illusion that loomed behind him, sending Long Zhou Dao crashing to the ground with a thud. Confusion washed over his face as his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The blessing once bestowed upon me by the human emperor has been utterly erased. How could such a fearsome illusion of a real dragon materialize behind this young man? Lu Aoyin stared at Xiao Tian for a long moment, bewildered. What had just appeared behind him? Did the dragons of a sea clam truly look like that? In comparison, the figure behind the elder resembled a mudfish. Moments later, Long Zhou Dao finally broke the silence, his voice laced with alarm. Who exactly are you? Xiao Tian patted his chest, a grin spreading across his face. I may just be an ordinary person, but even I can appreciate the thrill of being protected. I don't even have to lift a finger, and yet my opponent is already kneeling in defeat. Long Zhou Dao stared blankly at Xiao Tian, completely lost in thought. After a long silence, he suddenly broke down in tears. Am I really this pathetic? He wondered. It's just a conversation. A little noise shouldn't matter. Why did I feel the need to assert my authority? Bai Qinglian confided in Miran. Why couldn't I do the same? Why didn't Bai Qinglian explain things clearly to me, just telling Miran without any details? Of course I wouldn't understand. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Long Zhou Dao pointed accusingly at the trembling trio. This is all your fault. You're the one screaming and disturbing this distinguished person, and meddling no less, sowing discord right in front of us. You are nothing but disposable trash. With those words, Long Zhou Dao raised his hand, channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strike at the three. Bai Qinglian's eyes widened in shock, and he opened his mouth to unleash an angry curse. But before he could finish, he was obliterated, leaving no hope of survival. After this display of power, Long Zhou Dao turned to Xiao Tian and bowed respectfully. Lowly Long Zhou Dao bowed respectfully to the distinguished figure before him. Are you satisfied with the small assistance I provided earlier? He asked, trying to maintain his composure. Suddenly, Xiao Qian clenched his fists and shouted, Why did you kill those 3? A chill ran down Long Zhou Dao's spine as he realized the gravity of the situation. Could it be that Xiao Tian disapproved of killing? Before he could gather his thoughts, Xiao Tian seized him by the neck, his voice laced with fury. Explain yourself. They still owe me 5 million spirit stones. At that moment, Long Zhou Dao was taken aback by Xiao Tian's probing question, rendered speechless. Just a handful of spirit stones. Did this esteemed figure truly care so deeply? Noticing his silence, Xiao Tian pressed on. You mentioned it was noisy at the entrance, and yet you are the guardian spirit of this place. You must have overheard our conversation, Xiao Tian said, his voice steady but laced with disappointment. If you truly cared for me, why didn't you wait for me to retrieve the 5 million spirit stones before taking action against them? Long Dao found himself at a loss for words, his excuses evaporating. Xiao Tian's suspicions solidified. So that's it, he realized. You gathered information about me from those three. So, you were plotting against me in secret. As the saying goes, the older, the craftier. When you spoke earlier, I noticed your expression, your eyes darting left and right. In that moment, you must have been brimming with countless tricks and schemes. Had I not reacted swiftly, I might have stumbled into an irredeemable trap. With that, Xiao Tian concentrated, channeling energy into his hand as he reached out to grasp Long Dao. To his surprise, his hand closed around nothing but air. Long Dao erupted into laughter. You can't touch me! At that moment, a voice echoed in Xiao Tian's mind. It was Puppy. Master, he's in a soul form. A direct attack won't reach him, and you can't actively mobilize your soul power right now. I recommend shattering the space around him. Use the turbulence of the void to wash him away. Xiao Tian smiled slightly. That's easy enough. With that, he suddenly clenched his fist, and a sharp shattering noise echoed through the air. Luo Yin, quietly observing from the sidelines, gasped in disbelief, rubbing his eyes as if to clear a mirage. What had just happened? Was he imagining things? Had Xiao Tian truly crushed the very space within his palm, all while staring down the smug Long Dao before him? Did Long Dao really think that if he couldn't touch him, he was out of options? Long Dao's smile remained unwavering. It's useless, he taunted. You don't even know how to wield soul power. How could you possibly defeat me with just your fists? In that moment, Xiao Tian's figure seemed to vanish, leaving Long Dao feeling a flicker of unease. Before he could react, Xiao Tian reappeared right in front of him, whispering, "Power control." 1/10,000. A surge of wild energy instantly concentrated in his palm. Long Dao was bewildered. What do you mean, control the power to 1/10,000? Are you joking? How much strength could that possibly have? Enough to defeat an earthworm? But in the next moment, an earth-shattering force erupted, engulfing them both. With a single punch from Xiao Tian, the air crackled ominously as the fabric of space began to fracture. Ferocious turbulence erupted, violently sweeping through the shattered void. Long Dao's heart raced as he realized escape was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? You didn't even use spiritual energy. How could you shatter space with just one punch?" This is the realm of the Holy Dragon Relic, a place of extraordinary durability, and you, fool, will be swept away by the spatial turbulence. Is it truly worth risking your life to kill me? As Long Dao spoke, he suddenly halted. In that moment, Xiao Tian, standing amidst the chaos of the turbulence, appeared to be surrounded by a mysterious force field, leaving his robe untouched and pristine. Xiao Tian crossed his arms, observing the chaotic spatial turbulence before him. "This is taking too long," he muttered. With a decisive gesture, he pointed once more. The collapsing space became even more unstable, erupting into a frenzy of violent distortion. The turbulence intensified, and Long Dao's obliteration quickened, as if he had resigned himself to his inevitable fate. He had one final question. "Who are you?" Xiao Tian tilted his head, pondering the inquiry. "You're asking who I am?" A moment later, a bright smile spread across his face. "I won't tell you. For someone as wicked as you, it's better to die in ignorance." As Long Dao met his fate in the chaotic turbulence of space, his expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed 3 pounds of flies. Off to the side, Luo Yin, who had witnessed the entire scene unfold, watched in disbelief as Xiao Tian effortlessly sealed the shattered space with a mere tug. Tears streamed down Luo Yin's face as he lamented, I really am foolish. Why did I provoke something like this?" At that moment, Lu Yin watched helplessly as Xiao Tian was swept away into the temporal turbulence, his face a mask of sorrow as he melted before Ziruyuan. Beside her, Zhong Li Xuan wore a worried expression, fearing that the Empress might act recklessly. Meanwhile, Demon Clan Empress Luo Fengyuan clenched her fist, cursing Lu Yin under her breath, her anger directed at that scoundrel from the Eastern Flame Kingdom. "I should have killed him when I had the chance," Lu Yin thought, regret gnawing at him. Just then, the Empress stepped forward to assist him, her presence both reassuring and commanding. "The blame does not lie with you, and I am pleased with your actions. Lord Chao's choice only confirms that I have chosen wisely," she declared. Lu Yin turned to Ziruyuan, eager to voice his thoughts. But before he could speak, she interrupted him through the slave ring of the summoning charm. I can't pinpoint his location, but at least I know he's still alive. Perhaps an accident caused by the spatial turbulence has granted him a sliver of hope. Luo Fengyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, maybe the turbulence didn't tear him apart, but instead transported him to a safer place. Suddenly, Zhongli Xian's thoughts shifted. What on earth is Lu Outyin planning? Why did he suddenly attack Xiao Tian? Ruoyuan spoke calmly yet astonishingly, suggesting that perhaps he had discovered Lord Xiao's true identity as the King of Hell. At this revelation, Zhong Yangming's Hong Ling and Lu Yin both widened their eyes in disbelief, staring intently at Ruoyuan. What was happening? How did your majesty know? Only Zhongli Xuan appeared utterly shocked, exclaiming in disbelief. King of Hell? Luo Fengyuan furrowed her brows, glancing at Ruoyuan with confusion. Is Xiao brother really that King of Hell? His strength is undeniably impressive, but he certainly lacks a realm. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Xiao likely hails from the body cultivation realm. Can't you see that? It seems quite obvious. Luo Fengyuan was utterly bewildered, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Is it really that obvious? She thought. Ruoyuan observed her silently, a knowing look in her eyes. It seemed that Luo Fengyuan had traded her intellect for her stature. The memory of Green Flame Mountain flashed in her mind, where Xiao Tian had effortlessly dismantled the ancient formation with nothing but his bare hands. In the realm of body cultivation, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken truths. If it weren't for the reminder, I might have almost forgotten this world's peculiarities. It made sense then why Xiao brother lacked a defined realm yet possessed such formidable strength in his physical form. Beside me, Lu Yin swallowed hard, addressing me with a hint of reverence. Your Majesty. But before I could respond, Ruoyuan interjected once more. Why was I not surprised? After all, it seemed that Lord Xiao had a knack for foolishness. His flaw is glaring. The moment you, young lady, began to obey him, I sensed something was amiss in your character. If Lord Xiao lacked any real abilities, why would you choose to follow him so willingly? Zhongling could only chuckle awkwardly from the sidelines. Moreover, the events that unfolded afterward felt far too coincidental, especially following the destruction of the Black Soul Hall. The message we discovered in the valley was that suggestion from Uncle Zhong. Zhong Yangming quickly replied, Your Majesty is astute. Indeed, it was my suggestion. Finally, Ruoyuan concluded, that message from the King of Hell poses no threat to Great Flame. If the sender were an enemy plotting against us, such an action would be unnecessary. If the King of Hell is indeed Lord Xiao, then everything falls into place. Yet Zhongling remained puzzled. Your Majesty, if you were aware of the prince's formidable nature all along, why did you feign ignorance? Ruoyuan regarded her with a gentle gaze and replied, My mother used to tell me stories about this. In the world of body cultivation, conflict is inevitable due to the harsh environment and scarce resources. Lord Xiao must be weary of the endless killings, which is why he adopts the relaxed demeanor of a prince. I nurtured him into that idle role, fully aware that he would gladly assist me with my troubles. Yet I choose to feign ignorance. Sometimes it's nice to embrace a little confusion, to dwell in a world of happiness and dreams. Waking up from a perfect nap felt like emerging from a dream, surrounded by cheers and celebration. What could he have experienced to cherish a simple nap so deeply? As she pondered this, a flicker of heartache appeared in Ruoyuan's eyes. Finally grasping the situation, Luo Fengyan added, If Brother Xiao practices this type of body cultivation, then he truly is an unbeatable figure at the 10th level. In the special realm of the Great Flame Dynasty, he stands defiantly against the heavens. It's no surprise that Luo Wan sought to take him away. This also suggests something significant. The Eastern Flame Kingdom is preparing for action, aiming to eliminate its greatest threat before it can rise. A fierce battle seems all but inevitable. Luo Fengyuan's golden pupils ignited with fighting spirit, only to be taken aback by Ruoyuan's teasing remark. Why does your brain light up all at once when it comes to fighting? Luo Fengyuan's mouth twitched in irritation. She shot a glare at Ruoyuan and retorted, I've been putting up with you for far too long, all for Brother Xiao's sake. Can you stop bringing up brains? Ruoyuan shot back defiantly. Did I say something wrong? Sometimes I really think you should change your title. Instead of the Holy Demon Empress, maybe you should call yourself the Holy Demon Dumb Emperor instead. At that moment, Luo Fengyuan straightened her back, radiating an air of grandeur. You arrogant woman, she spat. Don't think I don't see through you. You're just jealous of me. Perhaps you should change your title from Great Flame Empress to Little Empress. Ziru Yang's words struck a nerve, causing her opponent to grit her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead. What are you so smug about? She snapped, fury simmering just beneath the surface. Lord Xiao doesn't even like it, Luo Fengyan remarked with a dismissive curl of her lip. If a female hooligan like you can appreciate it, then certainly not Brother Xiao. The two women locked eyes, their silent confrontation palpable. Those nearby sensed the tension in the air and couldn't help but murmur, "Here we go again. How many times has this been? Lord Prince, please return soon. This family will fall apart without you." Just then, the latest clash between the two empresses concluded, with Luo Fenyuan claiming victory. Ziru Yang could only offer his praise. Well fought. When we return, I'll reward you with an extra 3 small governance lessons. However, Luo Fengyan sensed that something was off during the battle. Your aura is growing more mature, he remarked. The National Seal Jade Stamp may soon be able to successfully condense the national fate. Ziru Yang nodded gently. I know, I can feel it. With that, she retrieved the National Seal Jade Stamp from her storage ring. At that moment, the National Seal Jade Stamp began to radiate bursts of golden light. Luo Fengyuan observed the stamp's reaction intently. If this was any indication, it should be completed within a month. That would mark the time for the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion to make their move. Hearing this, Zai Ruoyang's expression turned serious. She set aside the National Seal Jade Stamp and began issuing orders. Minister Zhang, effective immediately. You will take over Lu Outyin's position as the Great Flame Prime Minister. Address all the ministers aligned with Lu Outyin and replace them with our chosen candidates. Additionally, the Intelligence Department must begin monitoring everything happening around us. We must remain vigilant for any movements. The Great Flame Dynasty is on the brink of war. I will take on the role of Grand Marshal, with General Zhang as my deputy, to confront the impending threats. Upon hearing Ziru Yang's command, both Zhang Yangming and his wife, Zhongli Shuang, nodded in agreement. As you command, Your Majesty. Luo Fengyuan then turned his gaze towards Ziru Yang, awaiting further instructions. My primordial demon kingdom is currently under surveillance, so we can't call in external reinforcements. It's just me and my 3 personal guards. If it truly comes to war, will you be afraid? Ziru Yang smiled, her expression radiating determination. Afraid? Not a chance. I will protect the Great Flame Dynasty, not just to honor the foundation laid by my father or to safeguard the empire for which my 2 elder brothers sacrificed so much, but also for the people of the Great Flame. Even if it's a flawed empire, it remains my Great Flame. It's still home. Once I ensure its safety, I can then seek out Lord Xiaohorn and bring him back. No matter where he is, I will bring him home. Luo Fengyuan locked eyes with her, determination etched on her face. Don't worry, I will be with you and we will definitely bring Lord Xiao back. Meanwhile, deep within the Holy Dragon Relic in the space-time rift, Lu Outyin knelt before Xiao Tian, trembling and drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Tian could only stare in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. I'm just asking for directions to the Eastern Flame Kingdom. Why are you trembling? Lu Outyin swallowed hard, lifting his shaky head to meet Xiao Tian's gaze. Lord Prince, what are you planning to do in the Eastern Flame Kingdom? Xiao Tian smiled reassuringly. Don't be afraid. I'm a very kind and reasonable person. As Xiao Tian reached out to help him up, he suddenly yanked on Lu Outyin's clothing, tearing off a piece. With a mischievous grin, he used it like a rag to wipe the sweat from Lu Outyin's brow. Look at you, scaring yourself and sweating so much, he teased. Lu Outyin stood frozen, too stunned to move or speak, overwhelmed by a mix of confusion and fear. A moment later, Xiao Tian casually tossed the torn cloth aside and said, You know, when you first threatened me, I felt a surge of anger. But after reflecting on it, I realized you were acting for the people of the Eastern Flame Kingdom, striving for a better life. We're simply on opposite sides of this conflict. There's no clear right or wrong. So I began to wonder, could there be a more peaceful way to resolve this? That wouldn't lead to more deaths, he stated firmly. As he spoke, Xiao Tian leaned in with an air of mystery. I'd just come up with a brilliant idea. Can you guess what it is? Lu Outyin shook his head, bewildered. I can't even begin to guess. At that, Xiao Tian erupted into triumphant laughter, clearly pleased with himself. Such a brilliant plan. I knew you wouldn't see it coming. But what if I were to travel to the Eastern Flame Kingdom and eliminate your Empress? Wouldn't that solve everything? Lu Outyin stared at Xiao Tian in disbelief, her mind racing. What the hell? Did he really just say that? No way. Never mind. I can't beat him. As Lu Aoyin fell silent, Xiao Qian couldn't help but grin smugly. Look at you, so stunned you can't even speak. With a bewildered expression, Lu Aoyin replied, "What's so brilliant about this?" Xiao Qian frowned, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. Seriously, you're supposed to be smart. Can't you figure it out? Think about it. You're doing all this so that people can live better lives, right? Seeing Lu Aoyin nod seriously, Xiao Tian pressed on. So, what if I were to kill the emperor of your Eastern Flame Kingdom and place Zhuru Yuan on the throne? Wouldn't the people of the Eastern Flame Kingdom immediately benefit from a legitimate ruler and prosper? The citizens of the Southern Wilderness Realm's Great Flame Dynasty could also relocate there and continue to thrive. Doesn't that sound great? Lu Aoyin mused, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. It all seemed to make sense, yet the implications weighed heavily on him. Wouldn't that mean the end of the Eastern Flame Kingdom? Xiao Tian shook his head, a knowing smile playing on his lips. You're thinking too small, he said, tapping his temple. Names are just labels. If you're so attached to that, why not give the Great Flame Dynasty a new nickname like Eastern Flame later on? You strike me as a broad-minded and ambitious individual. Surely you can grasp this simple logic. The decline of the Eastern Flame Kingdom's fortunes reveals that your emperor is a tyrant. Removing a tyrant serves the greater good, benefiting millions. All I ask is for you to guide me to the Eastern Flame Kingdom. In doing so, you would make a monumental contribution and secure your place in history. With that, Xiao Tian gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. For Eastern Flame, for the people, he urged. As Lu Aoyin listened to Xiao Tian's compelling words, a spark ignited in his eyes. After a moment of reflection, he recognized the truth in what Xiao Tian said. With newfound resolve, Lu Aoyin declared, "Yes, everything is for Eastern Flame, for the people." Lu Aoyin swiftly outlined the methods and specific routes to reach the Eastern Flame Kingdom. Xiao Tian nodded, instructing Puppy to record the information. Once Puppy gave him a slight nod of acknowledgement, Xiao Tian smiled with satisfaction. But in an unexpected twist, he suddenly reached out, grabbing Lu Aoyin by the neck and lifting him off the ground. It was only then that Lu Aoyin snapped back to reality, cursing inwardly at the abrupt turn of events. What was I thinking? Why did I ever trust that lying bastard Xiao Tian? But what prompted his sudden attack? Sensing Lu Aoyin's confusion, Xiao Tian's expression turned icy as he spoke. Throughout history, those who leave a lasting mark are often the deceased. You're too cowardly to face death, so let me assist you. Look how kind I am, Xiao Tian said, a smirk playing on his lips. Even after you threaten me with innocent lives, I'm still helping you secure a place in history. I must truly have the heart of a saint. Lu Aotian's anger was palpable. He shook with rage, his words tumbling out in a jumbled mess. Watching him, Xiao Tian simply placed a finger to his lips, a gesture that only fueled Lu Aotian's fury further. No need to speak. I know you're grateful. Keep it in your heart. I understand you. Xiao Tian's smile radiated innocence, causing Lu Aoyin's eyes to widen in a mix of resentment and disbelief. But it was all over in an instant, marked by a sharp snap. Xiao Tian released his grip, allowing Lu Aoyin's lifeless body to crumple to the ground. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tian glanced at the corpse and pondered, wouldn't it be too inhumane to leave him out in the open like this? Resolute in his decision to remain virtuous until the very end, golden light radiated from the tips of Xiao Tian's fingers. He clenched his fists tightly, and with a surge of power, Lu Aoyin's body crumbled into dust. Once the deed was done, Xiao Tian took a deep breath, reflecting on another day spent doing good. Puppy, initiate navigation. We're heading to the Eastern Flame Kingdom to see if we can arrange a meeting, the master instructed. However, Puppy replied, Master, the information provided by Lu Aoyin outlines a method to reach the Eastern Flame Kingdom from the Southern Wilderness Realm. Unfortunately, we are currently within the Holy Dragon Relic and lack a means to get there. At this moment, our location remains uncertain. Glancing at Puppy's somewhat apologetic expression, Xiao Tian's face hardened. Damn it, I was ready to set off, and now you're telling me we can't go, we're lost? This is infuriating. In frustration, Xiao Tian stomped his foot, causing the entire Holy Dragon Relic to tremble beneath him. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. Ah, Master Xiao, please be gentler. If you apply any more force, you might shatter the Holy Dragon Relic and get lost in the spatial turbulence. Xiao Tian's expression hardened as he recognized the voice of Long Chu Dao. Yet, as he scanned the area, he couldn't spot him anywhere. How peculiar! I'd clearly sent him away, using spatial turbulence. Is he still alive? Xiao Ting pondered, then dismissed the thought. It doesn't matter if he's dead or alive. It's his fault for playing tricks. With that, he clenched his fist, channeling his power as he muttered to himself. You want to play games? I'll just smash this relic to pieces. Let's see if you can keep up your charade then. At that moment, Long Chudao's voice took on a note of panic. Master Sha, you seem to be mistaken. While I am Long Chudao, I am not the same person you encountered earlier. Please, I urge you not to destroy this relic. I can sense the aura of the old human emperor within you. You must have a close connection to the emperor's descendant. If you bring others here next time, you could uncover the treasures hidden within this holy dragon relic. Xiao Tian hesitated, abruptly halting his actions. The descendant of the old human emperor he was referring to. Could it be Zero Yuan? If so, that would mean the holy dragon relic technically belonged to his wife, making it his money at stake. I really shouldn't destroy it, he thought. With that realization, Xiao Tian called out into the surrounding space. If that's the case, why don't you show yourself? I'm a reasonable person who keeps my word. Just come out. I won't harm you. Meanwhile, within the holy dragon relic, an elderly man bound by dark fog and chains pondered these words. He had witnessed everything that had transpired outside. Could this young man named Xiao Tian truly be trusted to keep his promise? I'm a reasonable person who keeps my word. Just come out. I won't harm you. Meanwhile, within the holy dragon relic, an elderly man bound by dark fog and chains pondered these words. He had witnessed everything that had transpired outside. Could this young man named Xiao Tian truly be trusted to keep his promise? He somewhat keeps his word, but not entirely. Killing people based on his own twisted logic, does that truly count? It seems so. That man may have etched his name into history, but now he's gone. At this point, it's not about whether I dare to confront Xiao Tian. It's that I simply can't, even if I wanted to. With that thought, the elder continued. Master Shao, I am currently restricted in my movements and sealed within the inner sanctum of the holy dragon relic. I really can't come to see you in person, the elder said, his voice tinged with urgency. Xiao Tian looked puzzled. What do you mean? Weren't you just? The elder hurriedly clarified. The one who died earlier was my corpse heart demon. I have a way to leave, but I never revealed it to him. You have a way out? Xiao Tian asked, hope flickering in his eyes. Yes, master. If I weren't sealed, I could certainly help you escape. But as it stands, I'm trapped within the inner sanctum and unable to assist you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian remained silent and strode confidently toward the main door. The elder quickly attempted to intervene. Master, please don't act recklessly. If you force your way in to lift my seal, the holy dragon relic will self-destruct. But Xiao Tian dismissed the warning with a wave of his hand. No worries. Your so-called rules don't apply to me. From the very beginning, Puppy had declared that I could disregard any rules or laws. I possess the power to suppress any lineage or constitution. Now, as Xiao Tian pushed open the doors of the Holy Dragon Relic and stepped into its antechamber, he surveyed the narrow corridor and the few small rooms. A sneer crept across his face. Was this it? Such a tiny space. Does it even need servants to maintain it? He wondered. But as he pushed open another door, Xiao Tian's eyes widened in amazement. He couldn't help but murmur in awe. No wonder it requires upkeep. This place is truly a hidden universe. It wasn't just a chamber. It was a vast landscape of mountains and rivers stretching endlessly before him. Countless cranes soared above the clouds, while a continuous mountain range in the distance stretched out like a slumbering dragon. Xiao Tian couldn't shake the feeling that this mountain range looked familiar. It resembled Green Flame Mountain. Could this be what Long Chuodao referred to as his abandoned body? From the outside, it appeared to be a grand hall, but within, it held an entire world of its own. Is this the inner sanctum of the Holy Dragon Relic? The vastness of the chamber felt even larger than the territory of the Great Flame Dynasty. Suddenly, Puppy pointed toward a distant mountain peak. Master, based on my analysis, that mountain is the heart of the entire Holy Dragon Relic's formation. This chamber must be the true inner sanctum. Xiao Tian smiled faintly. Let's go. With that, he began to float, and in an instant, he vanished. Moments later, he reappeared before the door to the inner sanctum. Inside, the bound Long Chuodao looked horrified, his voice trembling as he pleaded. Master Xiao, please, don't act rashly. Calm down. As Xiao Tian remained unfazed and reached for the door, Long Chuodao felt a wave of despair wash over him. Despite this man's extraordinary nature and disregard for the Emperor's rules, he knew that the self-preservation mechanism of the Holy Dragon Relic would detonate once triggered. What was the point of guarding this relic if it was all about to end? To his astonishment, a dull creak filled the air as the door swung open. Long Cho Dao, sealed away for countless years, suddenly found himself bathed in light. He had long since lost track of how much time had passed since he last saw the sun. Despite his constant murmurs of despair, the rules of the human emperor still held sway. The emperor's will, radiant and golden, flowed through the chamber like a fish gliding effortlessly through water. Long Zhou Dao was taken aback to discover that the will of the human emperor did not reject Xiao Tian. Despite not being a descendant of the human emperor, Xiao Tian strode in as if the place were deserted, casually remarking, "This inner sanctum looks quite plain and ordinary." Puppy chimed in, "Master, according to ancient records of the God clan, while this inner sanctum may appear simple in style, it is in fact priceless." Xiao Tian paused, considering the implications. "Is that so?" he mused. It appeared that this so-called human emperor was quite pragmatic. Meanwhile, Long Cho Dao was less concerned with style and more focused on a pressing question. Why was Xiao Tian an intruder, not being rejected by the emperor's rules? Had those rules lost their potency with time? It didn't make sense. The corpse heart demon had trapped me here solely because of the emperor's rules. Then, Xiao Tian approached Long Chodao. In comparison to the corpse heart demon, Xiao Tian felt like the genuine article. The weight of his presence was palpable. Long Chodao felt an overwhelming pressure facing Xiao Tian more intense than when he had confronted the human emperor himself. After a brief pause, Xiao Tian suddenly asked, "If I free you, can you help me escape this place?" Long Chaodao quickly replied, "If I'm released, Master Xiao, I can indeed assist you in leaving. My word is my bond." As he spoke, Xiao Tian tightened his grip on the chains binding him. Just as Long Chodao was about to give him instructions, Xiao Tian summoned his strength and shattered the chains with a decisive force. Long Cho Dao's eyes widened in terror. "Master Xiao, please! Doing this will kill me!" As if in response, the swirling golden energy around him began to coalesce, forming a magnificent golden dragon. Its fierce fangs glinted menacingly, poised to strike. Long Cho Dao felt a wave of resignation wash over him. He had no desire to fight back. All he could think was, "It's over. It's truly over." The emperor's rules were backfiring, and despair washed over him. He felt as if his life was over. Resigned, he closed his eyes, quietly awaiting his fate. But in the next moment, Xiao Tian struck out with a swift motion, transforming the golden dragon into a shimmering pool of liquid gold. Xiao Tian scoffed, "What is this nonsense?" Just then, the shattered spirit of the rule reformed behind him, morphing into a massive golden fish that lunged at him with ferocity. Startled, Long Chodao shouted, "Master, watch your back!" But Xiao Tian didn't even glance over his shoulder. Instead, he effortlessly backhanded the fish, grabbing its fin. Even the fish seemed taken aback by his unexpected strength. In an instant, Xiao Tian's aura shifted to something truly terrifying, causing the very air around him to grow ominously cold. With a chilling voice, he demanded, "I spared you once, and now you dare to defy me?" Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he paused. Wait, can this thing be eaten?" The fish quivered in fear, while Long Cho Dao looked on, equally stunned by the absurdity of it all. Frightened, he quickly urged, "Master Xiahao, please don't act impulsively." This spirit was formed by the ancient human emperor's rules. Consuming it would be a tremendous waste. Yet, Xiao Tian remained unfazed. His mind drifted to the red-cooked carp Zhong Yanming had prepared, and he muttered to himself, "Whether it's a waste or not is beside the point. I mainly want to taste it." The big fish internally wailed, "Help, this person is insane." At that moment, Long Cho Dao appeared to have a revelation. "Master Xiao, may I ask if there are any descendants of the human emperor nearby? The spirit of this rule holds significant benefits for them." Xiao Tian pondered thoughtfully, weighing the implications of the question. As a descendant of the human emperor, Shi Ruyan carries a significant legacy. However, she now finds herself entangled in a perilous situation within the Great Flame Dynasty. The Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion have conspired to fabricate a false empire, aiming to usurp her destiny. Upon hearing this, Long Chol Dao's expression darkened with fury. The purity of her bloodline is paramount, and such treachery cannot go unchallenged. What is this false empire? Xiao Tian pondered, his thoughts racing. The Eastern Flame Kingdom, the Astral Pavilion, they're all nothing but beasts. The original human emperor's lineage shed blood and made tremendous sacrifices for the human race. How dare they betray us? They deserve to perish. As he observed Long Ju Dao, who now appeared utterly transformed, a sense of determination surged within him. Compared to that corpse heart demon, this guy seems quite righteous. Even his demeanor has shifted. Xiao Tian has always appreciated positive people, so he offered some comfort. Mr. Old Dragon, there's no need to get so worked up. Long Chodao gently corrected him. Master Xiao, my last name isn't Dragon. We of the Holy Dragon lineage are known as the Dragon Mound. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian immediately wrapped his arms around his neck. So, Mr. Dragon Mound, this spirit of the rules is incredibly beneficial to Shi Ruyan, he exclaimed. Long Chodao continued. The ancient human emperor originally established these rules within the Holy Dragon relic, reinforcing them with his dragon aura for protection. When a descendant of the human emperor comes into contact with this spirit, their supreme imperial physique will gradually awaken. They can inherit the true legacy of the ancient human emperor. What you hold in your hand is the essence of this rule. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was determined not to let go of the big fish. If the rewards are this substantial, what's the harm in taking a bite? Long Chodao was left speechless. You really intend to take that bite, don't you? Xiao Tian was already drooling at the thought. After all, this was a golden fish that could transform into a dragon. The taste must be extraordinary, right? Just one tiny bite shouldn't have much of an impact. Even if Shi Ruyan found out, she wouldn't blame me. Just then, the big fish suddenly spoke. Daddy, please show mercy. Xiao Tian stood frozen, scanning the area for the source of the voice, but found no one. Meanwhile, Long Chodao stared at the large fish with a mix of shock and disbelief. You've not only become sentient, but you've also gained intelligence. Xiao Tian pointed at the fish, seeking confirmation. You mean this fish? Long Chodao nodded emphatically. Yes, Master Xiao, I am indeed referring to it. He pressed the big fish. Now that you've gained intelligence, freeing me should be a piece of cake. But if you're so clever, how did you fall for the corpse heart demon's trick and end up trapping me here? The big fish, sweating profusely, replied honestly, well, I was bored. It's just so dull here, so at this revelation, Long Chodao felt his heart skip a beat. What kind of reason is that? You've kept me here for over 100 years simply because you were bored and found it amusing. But now, with someone as formidable as you around, the human emperor's descendant likely won't miss this rule spirit much. Since I'm a decent cook, may I ask, Master Xiao, should this chubby-headed fish be steamed or braised? With a broad smile, Xiao Qin mused to himself. This old man truly lives up to his reputation. He's quite agreeable. He then suggested, why not cut it in half? One half can be braised and the other half steamed. And we could chop off the head and prepare it separately with some chopped peppers. Long Chodao immediately gave a thumbs up. Master Xia, that's an excellent idea. Meanwhile, the big fish quivered in fear, silently lamenting its unfortunate fate. I may not be human, but you all are truly savage. Can humans even say such things? Just then, the big fish began to thrash violently, radiating a brilliant golden light. Xiao Tian stared in astonishment. What on earth is happening? In an instant, the fish transformed into a cute, adorable little girl, now cradled in Xiao Tian's hands. The little girl looked up with tear-filled eyes, trembling as she spoke. Daddy, how could you eat little Yuer when I'm so cute? Long Chodao's fury ignited at her words. This creature can transform. It must have possessed sentience for at least 1,000 years. No wonder there have been so many incidents over the past millennium. You were the one causing all the trouble, the girl said, her voice tinged with desperation. I've only just awakened, and there was no one to play with me. Please, have pity on me. Little Yuer understood she had made a mistake. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, lost in her own thoughts, felt a wave of regret wash over her. Had she really turned into a human? That's really troublesome. Now I've lost my appetite, Xiao Tian sighed, reluctantly setting the girl down. You can't just go around claiming people as your father. But the little girl clasped her hands together, gazing up at him with innocent wide eyes. But I want you to be my daddy. I'm an orphan, alone and miserable, Xiao Tian said, crossing his arms. The girl quickly replied, but why did you attack me earlier? That was just my instinct, she explained. I am the imperial dragon energy of the old human emperor, and I've gained sentience. My consciousness was dormant until now, but your power awakened it. Daddy, you even erased the will of the old human emperor. Now I can be free, but I'm scared someone might take me away. So, will you be my daddy? As she spoke, the girl wrapped her arms around Xiao Tian's leg, looking up at him with wide, pleading eyes. Just as the elder of Dragon Mount said, she could be a great help to her mother. I could become the artifact spirit of the national seal, the jade stamp. Xiao Tian paused, lost in thought. She was just like him, an orphan, alone and struggling. Perhaps she could be of help to Ziruian. Sensing his hesitation, the girl pressed on, her voice filled with urgency. Please be my daddy. Otherwise, every time I wake up, I'll be all alone in this dark room. Reflecting on his own childhood, Xiao Tian couldn't shake the memories of dark rooms, loneliness, and the suffocating silence that surrounded him, always alone in the confined space where danger lurked at every turn. Those feelings were etched into his mind. With that in his heart, he crouched down and gently patted the little girl's head. All right, he thought, having one more daughter won't hurt. The girl beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "I have a daddy now." In the next moment, she launched herself off the ground, hurtling toward Long Cho Dao with an unstoppable force. Taken by surprise, he was struck hard, nearly losing his last meal. As he knelt on the ground, trembling in pain, she pointed at him and declared, "Daddy, he wanted to stew me and steam me. Is it really so wrong for me to bump into him a little?" Xiao Tian was taken aback. "But he's an elder." Before he could finish his thought, the girl interjected, "Whether it's stewing or steaming, I could have died. I've already forgiven him for 90% of it. Isn't it fair to punish him just a bit for that last 10%? Xiao Tian scratched his head, feeling an odd sense of familiarity wash over him. There was something about this bratty demeanor that tugged at his memory. Where had he encountered someone like this before? He sighed, trying to explain himself earnestly, even though a part of him wanted to cook up a storm in retaliation. "You were the one who set this up, weren't you?" he accused. The girl pouted, her little finger jabbing in his direction as if to defend herself. "I did hang him up as a joke, but it was for his own protection. If I hadn't sealed him away, the corpse heart demon would have devoured his spirit charm long ago. He wouldn't even have had the chance to discuss stewing or steaming me." Little Ewer pointed an accusatory finger at Long Shoudao, her fury palpable. Long Shoudao paused, contemplating her words, and slowly came to the realization that she was indeed correct. After the corpse heart demon had grown stronger and attempted to seize him, Long Shoudao found himself protected by a seal. It dawned on him that it was all thanks to Little Ewer's efforts to safeguard him. With this realization, he composed himself and bowed respectfully to her. "I misunderstood you. Thank you." In response, Little Ewer turned her head and hummed nonchalantly. But in the next moment, she dashed toward Xiao Tian, wrapping her arms around his leg, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Daddy feels so comforting. His presence alone can stabilize my will. Choosing him as my father was truly a win." Xiao Tian glanced down at the little darling at his feet and smiled. "Little Ewer, how about we change your name?" Little Ewer looked up, curious. "Change it to what?" Xiao Tian pondered for a moment, the name Little Ewer lingering in his mind, and suddenly, inspiration struck. "What about Sha Ewer?" The little girl in front of him beamed with excitement, nodding vigorously. "From now on, I have a name." Xiao Tian turned his gaze toward the horizon. "We should leave this place soon." 2 hours later, the trio advanced through the void. Xiao Ewer floated at Xiao Tian's shoulder, her eyes wide with wonder, while Long Shoudao carefully balanced a tray in his hands. Xiao Ewer would occasionally drift over to pluck a fruit, holding it out to Xiao Tian. "Daddy, eat the fruit," she urged. Obediently, Xiao Tian took a bite, savoring the sweetness. "It somehow tastes even sweeter when you give it to me," he said with a smile. "You should eat too, Xiao Ewer." With that, he affectionately brushed his fingers against her cheek before turning his gaze toward the horizon. "I never expected the Holy Dragon Relic to look like this from the outside. The scenery is breathtaking, though it would be even more enjoyable if we hadn't gotten lost." Speaking of which, Xiao Tian shot a disapproving glance at Long Shoudao. "You're pretty useless. They say an elder in the house is like a treasure, but right now, you're more of a burden. The only time you're useful now is for carrying trays and cooling things down," Xiao Ewer remarked from the side. Exactly. Long Shoudao replied with a wry smile. "How could I know? It's only been a few hundred years, and I can't even recognize where I am anymore." Xiao Tian surveyed their surroundings. "Well, there's not much we can do right now." Though their search would be slow, urgency hung in the air. With determination, Xiao Tian began to channel a new skill he had developed with the help of his daughter and a puppy, named Biological Field. This ability allowed him to sense life forms nearby. Without hesitation, he guided the two of them in their island relic, propelling them swiftly toward a distant planet. A satisfied smile graced his face as he embraced his King of Hell strides. "We should be able to reach the Eastern Flame Kingdom quickly," Long Shoudao said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "The Emperor of the Eastern Flame Kingdom is in danger. Even the King of Hell is after you now. There's no escape." Xiao Wei clung to Xiao Tian's shoulder, her eyes wide with admiration. "Daddy, you're so strong." As the space around them began to collapse, Long Shoudao couldn't shake the thought, "I've underestimated him." His body was incredibly strong. Xiao Tian chuckled. Xiao Yuer, I could increase our speed to 0.05% of full throttle. Just let me know if it gets uncomfortable for you. Xiao Yuer beamed with excitement. It's fine, Daddy. I think we can go even faster. This is so much fun. In an instant, Xiao Tian accelerated once more, tearing through the space around them. We're currently at 0.08% of full throttle. How does that feel? No problem, came the reply. Then let's push it to 0.01%. Just as Xiao Tian began to accelerate, a system alert chimed in, warning him that they had reached their limit. Any increase in speed could jeopardize their bodies. With a hint of reluctance, Xiao Tian sighed, already at the limit. Then let's just keep it this way, he said, unaware that Long Zhou Dao was already pale with fear. This is just 0.01%? You're joking, right? He thought. You're only 20 years old. How can your physical strength be so monstrous? I didn't advance this quickly, even if I had started training in the womb. Meanwhile, Shi Ruyan stood atop the city wall, observing the throngs of people migrating from the north. High above in the sky, several figures floated, their gazes fixed on the imperial city below. Zhong Yangming approached Shi Ruyan and reported, Your Majesty, these are the last of the people from the north. Shi Ruyan nodded slightly, her expression thoughtful. I understand, she replied, her eyes drifting toward the distant figures. It seems the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion can hardly contain their impatience. They weren't even trying to conceal their intentions anymore. Luo Fingyuan approached Qi Ruyan, his voice low and urgent. In just 3 days, the National Seal Jade Stamp will fully mature, and the national fate will coalesce completely. There's no need for pretense any longer. Qi Ruyan retrieved the National Seal Jade Stamp from her storage ring. Its golden light shimmered even more brilliantly now, radiating an unmistakable imperial aura. Shi Ruyan understood that this was exactly what the enemies desired. She could safeguard the Jade Stamp, but where was Lord Xiao? A month had already slipped by. Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan's eldest guard pointed to the sky, his voice filled with astonishment. Eastern Flame Emperor, he exclaimed, as they spotted a horse, engulfed in flames, pulling a golden throne that floated majestically through the air. Seated upon the throne was a regal figure, Luo Fengyuan, who wore a look of disdain. The emperor of the Eastern Flame Kingdom, that Eastern Gaoshan? How intriguing! As an emperor, he chooses to wander rather than rule from his own land. What a pitiful excuse for a leader. As she spoke, Luo Fengyuan sensed a sudden hush fall over the room. Shi Ruyan and the others were staring at her, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. Luo Fengyuan finally recognized her mistake and turned her head with an air of arrogance. I am a demon empress, not an emperor, she declared. Shi Ruyan shook her head in exasperation at Luo Fengyuan's antics. As an empress, she was likely the least dependable one around. Yet, there was a silver lining. Luo Fengyuan was eager to learn. Even when faced with strict methods to guide her studies, she seemed surprisingly content. Suddenly, a humming sound filled the air, drawing everyone's gaze upward. It was Zhou Tianji, the master of the Astral Pavilion, making his entrance. He strolled over to Eastern Gaoxian with an air of nonchalance. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. You haven't changed. Still as flamboyant as ever, he remarked. Xu Ruyan shot them both a furious glare. It's these two who fabricated a false dynasty, murdered my brother, and attempted to control the fate of our family. Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan touched her chin, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Something feels off, she murmured. Shi Ruyan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What do you mean? It's only natural for Eastern Gaoshan and Zhou Tianji to come here in person. After nearly 100 years of planning, wouldn't it make sense for them to oversee everything at the last moment? Luo Fengyuan shook her head. We're outside the southern wilderness realm, and we won't be sealed off here. There's only one entrance and exit in that special area. We should be guarding the door, not entering it. Going inside could seal off our powers and introduce unnecessary risks. Shi Ruyan paused, deep in thought. She understood that Luo Fengyuan possessed extensive knowledge of combat, making her analysis all the more credible. At that moment, Zhong Yangming hesitated briefly before speaking up. If we take Her Majesty Luo's words to heart, it stands to reason that Eastern Gaoshan and Zhou Tianji must have ulterior motives. I suspect their scheme isn't solely focused on your nation's fate. Shi Ruyan felt her heart race, instinctively clenching her fists in response. Not just the fate of the nation, the eldest interjected, but based on the information we currently possess, this plot is indeed aimed at the legitimate imperial lineage. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yangming suddenly had a thought. Your Majesty, can you sense the prince now? Shi Ruyan closed her eyes, concentrating deeply, but after a moment, she shook her head. I can't, she replied, her voice tinged with frustration. The slave ring is still active, which means Lord Shaho is alive, but I can't pinpoint his location. He must be too far away. Luo Finyuan gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. It's okay. As long as he's safe, that's what truly matters. Once we take care of things here, I'll harness the power of the primordial demon kingdom to find Xiaoao. At that moment, Shi Ruyon noticed the disheartened expression on Zhong Yangming's face. She let out a quiet sigh and offered him reassurance. I didn't realize your bond was so strong. You don't need to worry. He has good luck on his side. Nothing will happen to him. Internally, Zhong Yangming grumbled to himself. I'm not worried about the prince encountering trouble. I imagine that if the prince were to arrive, neither the Eastern Flame Emperor nor the most powerful master of the Astral Pavilion would stand the chance. With just a single punch from the prince, all crises would be resolved. At that moment, Xiao Tian, accompanied by Xiao Yor and Wang Chu Dao, was navigating the path to the Eastern Flame Kingdom. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Yor, perched on Xiao Tian's shoulder, suddenly pointed toward a rift in space ahead. Daddy, did we loop back again? She asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Wang Qiudao's heart raced with anxiety. Surrounded by the oppressive darkness of the void, he wondered how they would ever find their way. What could they possibly do? After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Lord Shaho and asked cautiously, could we consider taking a different route? I think I might recognize this part of the void and relate it to some of the paths I remember. Xiao Tian was taken aback. This place is pitch black. How can you possibly remember the way? Wang Qiudao quickly reassured him. It's just a little skill of mine. The old human emperor kept me close because of my strong spatial awareness and reliable sense of direction. At this revelation, Xiao Tian suddenly shouted at Wang Qiudao, his surprise palpable. How dare you insult the old human emperor? Wang Qiudao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. But as he caught sight of Xiao Tian's expression, he hesitated. When did I insult? Just then, Xiao Yor, perched on Xiao Yor's shoulder, swung her little feet and chimed in. Your words just now basically implied that the old human emperor is directionally challenged. That's why he kept you close, right? Xiao Tian affectionately ruffled Xiao Yor's hair. My clever daughter figured it out in an instant. How can you be so slow? You're not even on par with a little girl. Feeling proud of her father's praise, Xiao Yor turned to Long Zhou Dao and made a cheeky face, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Is this Xiao Yor really the embodiment of the Imperial Dragon energy? Are you sure she's not Lord Zhao's illegitimate daughter? Xiao Qian found himself taking Long Zhou Dao on a few more detours. As he navigated this realm, he noticed something intriguing. The power here flowed in two distinct types. One was violent, while the other was gentle. It was akin to chewing gum with two different flavors blended together, a unique taste that piqued his curiosity. If he weren't in such a hurry to return, Xiao Tian would have relished the opportunity to explore it further. I wonder how things are on the Great Flame side. I need to come up with a cool entrance, Xiao Tian muttered, a mask suddenly materializing in his hand. Gazing at the black demonic face he had crafted, he decided, I'll call you the King of Hell mask from now on. Just then, an idea struck him, and he immediately issued a command within his sea of consciousness. Puppy, pull up the cool entrance scenes from previous hosts, the master commanded. All right, master, please wait, Puppy replied, though a hint of worry crept into its circuits. In the vast sea of consciousness, Puppy pondered, where do I even find the previous hosts? All my data is constructed from information gathered from other system seniors. Then a spark of inspiration flickered in Puppy's mind. Why not draw inspiration from the master's impressive moments on Earth and blend them with other senior experiences? Puppy felt a surge of confidence. Yes, that could work. Soon, a variety of striking entrance poses were showcased before Xiao Tian. He watched with keen interest, thinking, wow, these poses are really impressive. They do seem a bit familiar, though. Never mind, this one works well. Let's keep it as an option. Why am I so drawn to all these poses? In the vast sea of consciousness, Puppy stood quietly to one side, observing the soul of Xiao Tian, who sat cross-legged with a satisfied smile. Puppy couldn't help but smile in return. As long as you're happy, that's all that truly matters. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Palace, a furious shout reverberated through the halls. What on earth are the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion plotting? Establishing a base in the northern part of the Imperial City is one thing, but the Astral Pavilion has gone so far as to create a floating island, while the Eastern Flame Kingdom has brought in an entire small city as their palace. What is happening here? Have they moved everyone over here or what? Luo Fengyuan glared at the memorial report, her face a mask of anger. Shi Ruyan slammed her hand on the table, snorting coldly. It seems they want to relish our most desperate moments, don't they? At this, Luo Fengyan couldn't help but smile. With so many people gathered, it was clear they were eager for some sort of spectacle. Their actions are undeniably peculiar, but regardless of their plans, we will inevitably have to confront them. We could simply eliminate these scoundrels and be done with it. Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan stood up, fists clenched in determination. In a direct fight, they won't stand a chance against us. Shi Ruyan could only stare at her in disbelief. You truly are a reckless empress, Luo Fengyuan remarked with a smile, unaware of Shi Ruyan's inner turmoil. Don't worry, I'll ensure we have a good fight. Shi Ruyan could only manage a bitter smile in response, was fighting all that occupied her thoughts. Just then, a humming sound filled the air as the national seal, the jade stamp, began to levitate from the table. In the next moment, the jade stamp unleashed a thunderous roar, echoing like a dragon's cry. A golden light radiated so brilliantly that it seemed almost tangible. This was it. The national fate was on the verge of complete convergence. Luo Fengyuan understood that when the sun rose in the east, it would signal the full maturation of the innate embryo jade, solidifying the nation's destiny. It seems events are unfolding more rapidly than we anticipated. As she spoke, she suddenly turned her gaze, locking eyes with Shi Ruyan in a silent challenge. Are you prepared for a big battle? You're not afraid, are you? Shi Ruyan approached Luo Fengyuan, a confident smirk on his face. Who said I'm scared? Together they gazed out the window, the weight of the impending confrontation hanging in the air. At that moment, above the royal city of Great Flame, a brilliant golden light erupted, morphing into a majestic divine dragon that soared gracefully over the city. Citizens rushed to the welfare temple, lighting incense and praying fervently to the supreme benevolent deity, hoping for his protection over Great Flame. Suddenly, a chilling streak of golden light swept through the main hall of the royal palace, appearing ominously above the northern gate of the city. As she emerged, the golden dragon that had been swirling around began to encircle her protectively. Shi Ruyan stood resplendent in golden armor, wielding a massive sword. The brilliant golden light gradually faded, coiling behind her like a loyal companion. With a commanding presence, Shi Ruyan addressed the citizens below. You may have heard many rumors lately and gathered a wealth of information. I can now tell you that it's all true. I cannot promise that you will all be safe, nor can I guarantee that Great Flame will prevail. As these words hung in the air, the citizens below lifted their heads, worry etched across their faces as they gazed at their empress. Is it true that your majesty may not return this time? Their fists clenched tightly, longing to share the weight of their empress's burden. Shi Ruyan spoke once more, her voice steady and resolute. But there's one thing I can guarantee. If anyone is to die, it will be me first. She paused, her gaze piercing. Your beloved prince once told me that the emperor guards the nation's gate, and that a monarch dies for the state. With a thunderous shout, Shi Ruyan rallied the crowd, igniting their spirits. Countless citizens, their faces flushed with fervor, joined her in a powerful chant, "Long live the Empress! Long live the sugar baby deity." Just moments later, the first rays of the morning sun pierced the horizon in the east. The earth trembled, and with a mighty roar, the golden dragon dove into the national seal jade stamp. In that instant, the fate of the nation solidified, and the innate embryo jade reached its full maturity. The national seal jade stamp seamlessly fused with Shi Ruyan's body. Brilliant golden ice crystals, reminiscent of dragon scales, began to ascend onto Shi Ruyan's golden armor. The Empress, enveloped in a chilling golden aura, parted her red lips slightly. Her breath froze the air before her, creating a shimmering frost. In the next moment, Shi Ruyan radiated a brilliant golden light. She raised her hand and declared solemnly, "This is my great flame, and these are my people. If anyone dares to harm them, they will have to step over my dead body," Shi Ruyan declared, raising her massive sword and directing it menacingly at the enemies outside the city. Below, the citizens knelt in unison, fervently chanting for their empress, their prayers echoing in the air as they sought strength to endure this crisis. Nearby, Luo Fengyuan observed Shi Ruyan from a distance, a mocking smile spreading across his face as he turned to his personal guard. "See, truly worthy of capturing my attention." The two women exchanged a speechless glance. "My Empress, what do you have to be so proud of? Your romantic rival is not only beautiful, but also intelligent, outshining you in mere moments." With a spark of excitement, Luo Fengyuan grasped the black scythe in her hand and eagerly addressed her guard. As always, the plan remained unchanged. Shibun would draw the enemy out into the open, providing them with the perfect opportunity to strike. Outside the city walls, warriors from the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion hovered in midair, their gazes fixed on Shi Ruyan within the city. A great battle loomed on the horizon. Yet in this charged atmosphere, a full 15 minutes ticked by without either side issuing the command to attack. The citizens of the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the disciples of the Astral Pavilion exchanged curious glances at their Empress and Pavilion Master. Why hadn't they given the order to attack? Weren't they here to seize the national fate? The national seal jade stamp was nearly fully integrated into Shi Ruyuan's body, yet neither Eastern Gaoxian nor Zhou Tianji made a move. They barely glanced at Shi Ruanyan, their attention locked on the distant green flame mountain. A single thought consumed them. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Suddenly, a sharp, shattering sound echoed across the sky of the bipolar realm. The barrier of this domain had been breached. A figure resembling a falling meteor streaked through the sky. It was Zhou Tian, who had been adrift in the void for what felt like an eternity. As he absorbed the energy surrounding him, he marveled. This place is truly different from the southern wilderness realm. The power of heaven and earth here flows freely. I don't even need to suppress my aura. How refreshing! Rubbing his shoulders, Zhou Tian turned to Long Shu Dao. Your navigation skills are impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Long Zhou Dao replied, quickly downplaying his abilities. It's an honor for Little Dragon to assist you. Just then, Zhou Yor, perched on Zhou Tian's shoulder, suddenly floated up. Daddy, what should we do next? Zhu Tian offered a faint smile. Let's head to the Eastern Flame Kingdom and have a heart-to-heart with that emperor. As he spoke, he gazed ahead, a unique rhythm resonating within him. Determined to navigate correctly, he decided to open up his senses, ensuring he wouldn't end up in the wrong place or, worse, face the wrong person, an embarrassing situation he wanted to avoid at all costs. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Tian was taken aback. The expansive imperial city lay before him, utterly deserted. With Zhou Yor and Long Zhou Dao by his side, he soared into the sky, making their way toward the imperial city of the Eastern Flame Kingdom. The once bustling streets now resembled a ghost town, hauntingly silent and stripped of life. Objects lay abandoned on the ground, yet not a soul was in sight. Noticing the fresh scratch marks on the walls, they concluded that the inhabitants of the Eastern Flame Kingdom's imperial city had been taken by something from above. In their panic, the citizens must have desperately reached for anything to hold on to, but ultimately, nothing could save them. Long Zhou Dao closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding energies. As the guardian of the Holy Dragon Relic, he was well acquainted with its defensive array. After a moment of probing, he revealed, the protective formation of the Imperial City remains intact. It hasn't been damaged. Rather, it has been deliberately deactivated. Upon hearing Long Zhou Dao's analysis, Zhou Tian abruptly halted in his tracks. He bent down to pick up a candied hawthorn from the ground, noticing the tiny bite marks on its surface. Let's check other places, he suggested. With that, the trio soared into the sky, surveying the vast expanse of the Eastern Flame Kingdom from above. Even Xiao Yor couldn't help but ask, Daddy, this place is so strange. Why have so many people disappeared? It's as if they've all been taken away. Tuan Qian chuckled softly, finding irony in the situation. Liu Aiyan would never have imagined that the very people he was willing to sacrifice his life to protect would all be gone. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhu Tian. He abruptly changed direction. Let's head to the Astral Pavilion and see what's going on. Before long, the three of them arrived at the headquarters of the Astral Pavilion. Majestic palaces crowned the mountain peaks, yet, much like the Eastern Flame Kingdom, the place was eerily deserted. The signs of abduction and the intentionally disabled formation were unmistakably similar. Xiao Ting clenched his fist, confusion swirling within him. What could the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion possibly be plotting? Meanwhile, in the southern wilderness realm, Ziruan furrowed her brow as she observed the two figures before her. What were they waiting for? Why hadn't they made a move yet? Ziruan followed their gaze to Green Flame Mountain, sensing something unusual. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, and the distant mountain began to crack open. It was as if something powerful was fighting to break free. Fractured earth was intertwined with golden threads, and a palpable aura of desolate battle intent surged skyward. An ancient city ruin began to rise from the ground, its majestic form slowly emerging. Liu Aiyin gazed at it, puzzled. Is this a palace-type spiritual tool? She wondered aloud. Beside her, Old Three, her bodyguard, spoke in astonishment. No, it's a fortress-type city meant for warfare. Look at the flame emblem. It must be a remnant of the fallen Great Flame Empire. At that moment, the second pointed toward the ancient city ruins and exclaimed, Look! There's a massive furnace in the center of the city. Indeed, a gigantic furnace, towering above the city walls, stood prominently in the heart of the ruins. An intense aura of battle intent radiated from it. Suddenly, Eastern Gaoxian, who had been quiet for some time, burst out with excitement. The war furnace is truly here. It's a success. It truly is. The ancient records and legends are all true. Eastern Gaussian began to speak slowly, his voice filled with wonder. The southern wilderness realm is a fascinating place. I've uncovered stories from ancient times here. Abruptly, he turned to Zeruian, a smile spreading across his face. Zeruian, your ancestor was one of the 4 emperors under the human emperor, the Great Flame Emperor, renowned for his mastery in the art of refining tools. This war furnace is the greatest masterpiece of your ancestors from that era. Only those with the pure bloodline of the human emperor can awaken it. As Eastern Gaussian admired the artistic furnace, he continued, "Look, the remnants of the Great Flame Empire, the masterpiece of the Great Flame Emperor, have re-emerged because of you." At that moment, Lu Ioin's brother, Luoshi, suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, your sacrifice has brought forth such a magnificent reward." The vice president of Astral Pavilion furrowed his brow as he addressed Zhou Tianji. It's great that the plan was successful, but why does the emperor of the Eastern Flame Kingdom know about all this? Zhou Tianji stood casually, hands clasped behind his back, and replied with a hint of nonchalance. I personally informed him, so of course he knows. At first glance, everything appeared to be in order. However, the vice president's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the news. Our plan was to awaken Zeruian's human emperor aura, to uncover the ruins of the Great Flame Empire hidden in the southern wilderness realm. We aimed to harness the resources and wealth from these ruins to bolster the Astral Pavilion. So why would you share this information with Eastern Gaussian? Doesn't this hinder our ability to act in secret? Luo Fengyuan remarked, his surprise evident. The war furnace and the 4 great emperors under the human emperor? I know about the human emperor, but who are these 4 great emperors and the great flame emperor? I'm still in the dark. Meanwhile, Zeruian gazed at the ruins rising from the ground, beginning to piece together the unfolding situation. So, they intend to use my aura to activate these ruins, Zeruian mused, her voice quivering slightly. The Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion have invested so much time and effort to fabricate a false Great Flame dynasty. All for this furnace? A mere furnace? Eastern Gaussian shook his head, a hint of disdain in his expression. Zeruian, don't you ever wonder why the descendants of the 4 great emperors who served under the human emperor can only exert their influence in a lower-level world? Ancient records tell of the Great Flame Emperor, who fathered 100 extraordinary sons, each a remarkable talent in their own right. During a time of dire crisis, the Great Flame Emperor forged a war furnace to aid the human emperor in a counterattack. Once the furnace was complete, the Great Flame Emperor willingly stepped into its fiery depths, followed by his 99 sons, all choosing to join their father in this ultimate sacrifice. 100 souls, fathers and sons alike, sacrificed themselves to refine this furnace, granting your ancestor, the human emperor, the power to triumph. As Eastern Gaussian's words echoed in the air, Zeruian fought to suppress the shock rising within her. What exactly do you intend to do? She demanded. Eastern Gaussian let out a cold snort and waved his hand, causing another furnace to materialize, identical to the war furnace before them. He then spoke, while I've managed to replicate the war furnace, I can't activate it. Clearly, only the original holds any real power. Furthermore, we need not just the genuine article, but also an exceptionally noble bloodline to ignite it. Whether it's the spark to set the furnace ablaze or the primary material needed, it must come from you, the true imperial bloodline of humanity, the descendant of the human emperor. At that moment, Zhou Tianji, who had been standing in silence, raised a finger in the air. With his gesture, the war furnace began to tremble. Eastern Gaussian skillfully maneuvered the replicated furnace to hover above it. As the lid of the replicated furnace swung open, it tilted slightly toward the war furnace. To everyone's astonishment, countless commoners resembling whalers cascaded from the replicated furnace and poured into the war furnace below. Not far away, Luoshi seethed with rage. Are those people commoners and officials? He roared incredulously at Eastern Gaussian. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Those are the citizens and officials of our empire. Nearby, the vice president of Astral Pavilion shared his shock, turning to Zhou Tianji. Can't you see? Among those being thrown into the war furnace are many of our own Astral Pavilion disciples. Zhou Tianji nodded calmly. Indeed, aside from our disciples, we also have the commoners of the Astral Pavilion. He then turned his cold gaze toward his vice president. Would you prefer to throw yourself into the furnace, or shall I do it for you? His words left the vice president frozen, his mind a blank slate. Eastern Gaussian no longer bothered to maintain any pretense of decorum. He spread his arms wide and shouted with excitement. At this point, there's no need to hide anything from you all. Plundering fate may offer a temporary salvation for the Eastern Flame Kingdom, but what if we merge with fate, becoming one with it? His expression shifted to one of fierce determination. With the war furnace, what's to stop my brother Zhou Tianji and me from forging a new Eastern Flame Kingdom, one that is recognized and accepted by heaven and earth? What's the loss if we sacrifice a few commoners? In that moment, Zhou Yixin, the vice president of the Astral Pavilion, finally grasped their sinister plot. He rushed toward Empress Duruan, the Great Flame Empress, urgency propelling him forward. I am Zhou Yixin, vice president of the Astral Pavilion, he announced breathless. Ziru Yuan cast a quick glance at him. We'll address our past grievances later. Right now, we must unite to confront these two beasts. Prime Minister Lu Oshi of the Eastern Flame Kingdom clenched his fists, shouting at those behind him. Even if it means rebelling against this wretched empress, we must stand our ground. In an instant, the majority rallied behind Zerua Yuan. Zerua Yuan cast a glance at Zhou Tianji on the opposite side and declared, anyone who wishes to survive must join me in standing against these foes. Eastern Gashuan surveyed the gathering with a mix of curiosity and disdain. To him, they were merely a ragtag bunch. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he taunted, you really think joining forces will protect you? Almost instantly, 10 uniformly dressed figures materialized around him, ready to act on his command. Zhou Yixin and the others sprang into action, charging forward with determination. Only 10 of you dare to challenge us, Zhou Yixin scoffed, gripping his longsword tightly as he charged at a burly man clad in black. But just as he closed the distance, the man swiftly extended his arm and delivered a powerful punch to Zhou Yixin's chest. The impact sent him soaring through the air. Not only that, but Lu Oshi, who had also charged forward, experienced a dramatic shift in his expression. He was sent flying backward, colliding mid-air with another individual. Both of them knocked off course almost simultaneously. It was Lu Oshi who first sensed something was amiss. These were all practitioners from the body cultivation realm. Could they even stand a chance against them? In a southern wilderness realm, where everyone's strength is constrained to a single level, body cultivators reign supreme, virtually unbeatable within their domain. Amidst this chaos, a disoriented Lu Oshi remained oblivious to the fact that one of these formidable body cultivators was charging toward him, hand outstretched to seize him. Just in the nick of time, a brilliant flash of golden light erupted, illuminating the scene. The body cultivator was sent flying by the golden great sword, leaving Lu Oshi in shock. As he looked up, he was surprised to see that his savior was none other than Shi Ruyan. She gazed down at him, her expression a mix of disdain and challenge. Is this all the spirit you have, Eastern Flame Prime Minister? You've caused my father countless troubles. Meanwhile, your 4 great Vidras, who are pretending to be dead under your command, are still fighting desperately. Don't let me look down on you, people of Eastern Flame. Lu Oshi's bitter smile faded as he grasped his long sword. Moments ago, he had been chastised by a young girl for his perceived regression, but now his eyes narrowed with determination. The final wish entrusted to him by his brother was clear: protect the people of Eastern Flame. Brothers, attack, he commanded, rallying his comrades for the fight ahead. For our lives, we must fight to the death. In an instant, the air above the royal city transformed into a battlefield. Shi Ruyan faced 3 opponents at once, and astonishingly, she gained the upper hand. With her chilling aura, she nearly froze the 3 body cultivators in their tracks. A cold laugh escaped her lips. So-called body cultivators, she thought, clearly underestimating her power. That's all you are. Yet, the body cultivators stood both shocked and furious. What skill is this woman using? Why can't I tap into my speed and strength? Unbeknownst to Shi Ruyan, someone had stealthily approached from behind, their hand outstretched to seize her. Shi Ruyan, watch out! A sharp shout pierced the tension in the air. A blaze of purple flame surged past, and a sharp scythe cleanly severed the outstretched hand. Clad in black armor, Lu Ofeng Yuan materialized behind Shi Ruyan in an instant. With a swift high kick, she sent the body cultivator flying, muttering under her breath. These body cultivators are truly infuriating. How are they still standing after all this? Turning back, her face twisted in disdain, she exclaimed, "Unbelievable! Can you be more careful? How did you not notice such an ambush?" Shi Ruyan exclaimed, her golden greatsword slicing through the air as she struck down 3 body cultivators, sending them flying and leaving them gasping for breath. With a faint smile, she added, "Well, I still have you, don't I?" Lu Ofeng Yuan glanced at the advancing body cultivators, her expression tense as she began to retreat. It's amusing that you're not concerned I might intentionally hold back, just to keep Shad brother all to myself once you're gone, she said with a smirk. Standing side by side with Lu Ofengwan, Se Ruyan surveyed the advancing figures. But I trust you, you won't. As her words hung in the air, the clash of golden battle armor against black echoed around them. Both warriors fixed their gaze ahead, ready to confront the enemy that awaited them. Very well, let this Empress teach you the true art of battle and war, she declared, her voice resonating with authority. Shi Ruyan glimmered with golden light, her presence radiating a chilling aura. If it's a fight you seek, then let us engage. In that moment, as they faced the body cultivators unmatched within their realm, everyone knew they had no choice but to unleash their full strength in a fierce and relentless battle. Under the leadership of Shi Ruyan, with Lu Ofeng from the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Zhou Yi Sen from the Astral Pavilion lending their support, they struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught of the enemy. Lu Ofeng's face was etched with concern, reflecting the gravity of their situation. All three hailed from a lower-tier world, each a body cultivator of the Tyrant Body Realm. Zhou Yi Sen shared a similarly somber expression. The body cultivators from the Overlord Body Sect were known for their brute strength and stubbornness, often refusing to heed reason. Meanwhile, not far behind Eastern Gaussian and Zhou Tianji, a towering figure loomed an elder standing over 5 meters tall, unnoticed by anyone around. With a buzz cut and flowing white hair, he had his arms crossed, his physique a testament to sheer muscle. This imposing man was none other than Yuan Ba, the sect leader of the Overlord Body Sect. Luo Shi's eyes widened in surprise. Is that really Yuan Ba, the sect leader of the Overlord Body Sect? Why hasn't he made his move yet? Zhou Yi Sen could only reassure himself. Don't worry, we have a formidable fighting force on our side. Meanwhile, Lu Ofeng Yuan was laughing maniacally. Haha, you think you're so tough? Keep it up, you scrubs. With a swing of her scythe, wreathed in purple flames, she unleashed chaos among the body cultivators surrounding her, leaving them in utter disarray. Ha, 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 is that all you got? Luo Fenyuan laughed uproariously, her voice dripping with dominance, despite the injuries marring her face. The three body cultivators beside her exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of admiration and concern. This woman is even more twisted than we are. Meanwhile, Shi Ruyan stood nearby, exuding an intimidating chill as she effortlessly cleaved a body cultivator in half with her sword. She turned to Luo Fengyan, confusion etched on her face. We had been fighting side by side without issue, so why did she suddenly charge into the crowd like a wild woman? Her ferocity was escalating, and even the surrounding body cultivators were beginning to fear her. But how long could she maintain this relentless pace? I could see her movement starting to slow. She must be getting tired. Noticing the stalemate, Yuanba uncrossed his arms and rubbed his fists together. It seemed the time had come for this old man to take action. Turning to Zhou Tianji, he said, "Don't forget your promise." Zhou Tianji smiled confidently. "The contract is set. There's no turning back now. Rest assured, sect leader Yuan, if this succeeds, it will benefit us both." With those words hanging in the air, Yuan Ba wasted no time. He charged straight at Shi Ruyan, the ground trembling beneath his feet as he propelled himself forward with explosive force. The booming sound echoed around them, and just as Shi Ruyan turned her head to investigate, she found Yuan Ba had already closed the distance. His imposing physique radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure, leaving her momentarily breathless. "Young lady, I'm doing this for my sect. Now, prepare to die," Yuan Ba growled, his veins bulging as he lifted his arms to strike down on Shi Ruyan. Fortunately, her chilling aura momentarily stalled his movement, giving her just enough time to dodge. She glanced at the old man, a smirk playing on her lips. "If you want my life, let's see if you have the skill to take it." With that declaration, Shi Ruyan unleashed her imperial spiritual energy, sending a wave of freezing chill through the air that crystallized into countless ice spikes. When they struck Yuan Ba, they only left minor scratches, barely phasing him. Seizing the moment, Shi Ruyan raised her massive sword, its blade radiating an aura reminiscent of a dragon. "Ultimate technique, ice formation," she shouted, her voice echoing with determination. In an instant, a chilling wave of sword intent, laden with frost, surged toward Yuan Ba. He chuckled softly, recognizing the strike's potential. "A commendable effort, young lady," he mused, "but you're still too inexperienced, and your foundation is too weak." Without flinching, he delivered a powerful punch, meeting the icy dragon of sword energy head-on. The dragon shattered upon impact, and Shi Ruyan let out a cry as the backlash struck her. Seizing the moment, Yuan Ba lunged at the descending Shi Ruyan, his fist poised to deliver another devastating blow. In an instant, Luo Fengyan appeared, intercepting the powerful strike. The force sent her spiraling back, where she collided with Shi Ruyan but quickly regained her balance, catching her as she fell. Shi Ruyan helped Luo Fengyan to her feet, a hint of irritation in his voice as he asked, "Why did you block his attack? You could have attacked him from behind. Why take that hit?" Luo Fengyan replied, "This old man has been refining his physique for far too long. If you took that punch, you'd either be crippled or dead. It had to be blocked. Besides, he's a body saint, someone who has shattered the limits of 10th level body cultivation. In the outside world, I could easily snap his neck. Unfortunately, we're trapped in this special domain which complicates things." Hearing this, Shi Ruyan took a deep breath, contemplating her options. If things become too difficult, she would need to find the way to escape. Once outside this domain, they would be powerless against her. Luo Fengyan, however, shook her head, unwilling to accept defeat just yet. There was no chance of escape now. The exits were likely sealed, but running away was the last thing on my mind. I yearned to crush this old man's bones. In that moment, two figures, one clad in gold and the other in purple, engaged in a fierce battle against the body cultivation boss, Yuan Ba, high in the air. Yuan Ba's excitement grew with each clash. "Do you two really want to crush my bones? Since you clearly don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yuan Ba gathered his energy, unleashing a wave of terrifying power. With a fierce punch, the sky erupted with two explosive sounds. Shi Ruyan and Luo Fengyan were sent hurtling through the air. Moments later, Shi Ruyan struggled to her feet, her hand trembling so violently that she could barely grip her sword. Luo Fengyan leaned on her massive black scythe, muttering in frustration, "This old man just won't die. It's infuriating." Yuan Ba smirked at her. "You, the holy demon Empress, really are full of yourself." Eastern Gao Xian, who had been observing the battle with his arms crossed, shook his head and added, "Did you really think no one noticed when you sneaked into the southern wilderness realm? Do you have any idea how thrilled I was when I discovered you had secretly entered this special domain? I had been trying to figure out how to lure you in, and you walked right into my trap." Luo Fengyan looked confused. "So you knew all along?" Zhou Tianji, who had maintained his calm demeanor until now, finally smiled. "If both you and Shi Ruyan are thrown into the furnace of war for refinement, the rewards could be extraordinary, perhaps even doubled. Just accept your fate. Your resistance is futile." Yuan Ba sighed, his voice heavy with resignation. "In this special domain that suppresses your power, you stand no chance against me. Struggling is pointless. Your fates have already been sealed." A flicker of bitterness crossed Yuan Ba's eyes. "It feels as if we body cultivators are shackled by the very laws of this world, destined to live our lives as nothing more than mindless brutes." Shi Ruyan let out a cold snort. In an instant, a red cloth materialized in her hand, the bridal veil she had once placed on Zhou Tian's head during their wedding. With determination, she tied the cloth around the hilt of her sword, even using her teeth to secure it tighter. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "You may believe in fate, but I do not. If you want to throw me into that furnace, you'll have to kill me first." Luo Fengyan declared, his laughter ringing with defiance. "You really think I would willingly jump into the flames? What a joke! Today, it's either you die or I do." Just then, the gates of the imperial city swung open with a thunderous crash. Zhongli Shuang, who was meant to be guarding the city, led a fierce charge alongside her daughter Zhongling and Commander Lu Yan, accompanied by a contingent of guards. Zhang Lishuang stepped forward with determination. "Your Majesty, let us take up arms once more. For the glory of our great flame nation, we shall face death without regret. Soldiers, citizens, charge!" As her words echoed through the air, a surge of people, officials, soldiers, and even the powerless commoners rushed forward, united in purpose. "Your Majesty, do not fear. We're all here," Shi Ruyan declared, her voice trembling with emotion. "We're all going to die anyway. We can't let these beasts look down on us." As she surveyed the scene, tears welled in her eyes, but she fought to hold them back. "You all," Zhang Lishuang interjected, steely determination in her gaze. "Your Majesty, this might be our final battle. Lead us in the charge. If we are to die, let us die standing." Shi Ruyan gazed up at the sky, his eyes locked on to the three distant figures smirking down at them. "Even if we die, we must take a piece of their flesh with us," he declared fiercely. Luo Fengyan chuckled softly beside him. "I'll grind their bones to dust and swallow them whole. But it's a shame, really. I never got the chance to learn how to be a good empress from you, and I still need to say goodbye to Brother Shah." Shi Ruyang let out a soft sigh as she retrieved a token from her storage ring. In a way, this was a positive development. It meant he could continue to live a good life. With that thought, she tucked away her last hint of vulnerability, secured the token at her waist, and positioned herself back to back with Luo Fengyuan. In unison, they declared, "Let's prepare," their faces twisted in disdain. Such nauseating sentimentality only breeds self-pity. Ultimately, death is inescapable. Shil Tianji, standing beside him, let out a soft exclamation. Yuan Ba, continue, but be careful not to mangle them too much. It will make the refining process difficult. Yuan Ba murmured softly, "I'm truly sorry. I have my reasons for this. Everyone, take action." Just then, a sudden voice cut through the tension. A body cultivation disciple shouted, "Sect Master, the 7th Elder's supporters are falling one by one. Someone has breached our defenses. The 7th Elder is dead." What's happening? The 8th and 9th elders at the second line of defense are dead, along with all their disciples. Yuan Ba quickly grabbed the communication token. Calm down. What exactly is going on? Are you certain? Those 3 elders were on the verge of breaking their limits. How could they possibly be killed in an area where powers are suppressed? Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from afar, swiftly drawing near and resonating above everyone's heads. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, a rogue figure named Shu Tian burst onto the battlefield, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He had arrived. Hovering in midair, he tilted his head slightly upward, his entire being radiating a brilliant golden light. Everyone below was puzzled. Who is this guy? Why does he make such a grand entrance? Shu Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gradually retracting the golden light that surrounded him, yet remaining still and maintaining an air of mystery. In truth, he was silently urging his system puppy to quickly assess the crowd's reactions. Are they all stunned by my handsomeness? Puppy let out a reluctant chuckle, and everyone around him looked taken aback. But those special flame effects you conjured, drawing on the power of heaven and earth, have already skyrocketed to 1,000,000,000 points on the handsomeness scale. At this, Shu Tian cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. All right, let's not get too sidetracked. According to the plot, they're definitely going to demand to know who I am. Determined to make a memorable entrance, Shu Tian spread his arms wide, ready to bask in the attention he craved. Come on, ask me who I am, he thought, excitement bubbling within him. But to his surprise, it was Shi Ruyang who broke the silence first. You've returned at just the right moment, Lord Shaho. Shu Tian was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the unexpected greeting. What did I just hear? How could she recognize me looking like this? Shu Tian nervously turned his head, his heart racing. Shi Ruyang's expression was sincere as he spoke. I thought I'd never get the chance to see you again. Luo Fengyuan chimed in, a smile lighting up his face. Brother Xiao, you really do look good like this. Shu Tian swallowed hard, his gaze shifting to Zhongling and the others, silently questioning them. Did you guys betray me? The 3 of them quickly shook their heads and widened their eyes, feigning innocence as if they were the ones being framed. Observing this, Prince Shu Tian reassured himself internally. It must be a coincidence. They're definitely trying to deceive me. If I change my voice, they surely won't recognize me. With that thought in mind, he finally spoke up. What are you two discussing? The King of Hell inquired, his voice dripping with a seductive, husky tone. To his surprise, the soldiers and citizens below suddenly raised their arms, chanting in unison, Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity. Their enthusiastic cheers echoed throughout the realm. Nearby, Lu Shi and Zhou Yishan stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they took in the bizarre spectacle. Is Shu Tian truly beloved by the people, or do they harbor resentment towards him? Can relying on someone else really spark such excitement? Shi Ruang fought to suppress a smile, while Lu Fenyuan shielded her face, struggling to contain her laughter. I can't let myself laugh. It might ruin Brother Xiao's mood. Meanwhile, Zhongling and Lu Yan had already doubled over in fits of laughter. Only Shu Tian remained frozen in shock. I thought I had concealed myself quite effectively. Sure, I can understand if Shi Royang and Fenyayan, who are closest to me, recognize me. But why is everyone else so perceptive? Have people's eyes become sharper? With this thought, Shu Tian let out a heavy sigh. And could you please refrain from shouting such an embarrassing title with such enthusiasm? Are you all having fun? He asked, annoyance creeping into his voice as he removed his mask. I even went to the trouble of refining this anew. What's the point of wearing it now? I envisioned so many cool ways to make my entrance. This is infuriating. With a resigned sigh, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than genuine and waved at the crowd. The shouts for the supreme benevolent sugar baby deity grew even louder, and Zhongling could barely contain her laughter, nearly brought to tears. Sister Lu Yan, why do you think the people recognize the prince so easily? She asked, her eyes sparkling with mirth. It's because the title isn't self-proclaimed or mere flattery from others. Lu Yan turned her head, her expression filled with emotion. It's truly what the people believe. Their love for the prince came from the heart, which is why they recognized him instantly. It wasn't that he failed to hide. His radiance was simply too dazzling to conceal, Lu Yan remarked. Zhongling turned to the cheering crowd, their fervent eyes shining with genuine adoration. In that moment, a realization washed over her. With newfound conviction, she clenched her fist and joined in the chorus, shouting, "Supreme benevolent sugar baby deity!" Everyone wore genuine smiles, radiating heartfelt loyalty. As Xiao Tian observed their expressions, he scratched his head and offered an awkward smile in return. This is the place I must protect, he thought, and these are the people I must defend. With me here, no one will dare to bully them. Just then, Eastern Gaussian and Zhou Tianji turned their gazes toward Xiao Tian, their eyes filled with expectation. Is this the so-called useless individual Zai Ruoyan summoned from the body cultivation realm? Zhou Tianji remarked with a slight smile. It appears this person from the body cultivation realm is not lacking compared to your overlord body sect. Even the trap void turbulence room formation couldn't contain him, could it? Eastern Gaussian remained unfazed. Perhaps there's been an unexpected turn of events, but it's just him alone. He can't stir up much trouble. Yuanba, tell me you can handle this, Zhu Tianji said, his tone laced with urgency. Yuanba, however, wore an unexpectedly serious expression. He should be striving like I am, breaking through limits to attain the title of a body saint. Taking him down won't be easy. Without missing a beat, Zhu Tianji raised a finger. Double the resources from our original agreement. Seal the pact. In an instant, a blood-red mark materialized on both of their wrists, a sign that the blood pact had been established. Heaven confirmed its binding. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian beckoned Zhongling to approach. As she walked over, she waved her hands playfully. Prince, my lady has known about you from the very beginning. You can't hold that against me. Annoyed, Xiao Tian pinched her cheek. I know. Now, gather your thoughts about everything that's been happening lately and share them with me. Zhongling obediently followed Xiao Tian's instruction, sifting through her memories of recent events. In no time, she brought him up to speed. This is insane, he thought, processing the whirlwind of information. The people of Eastern Flame, hailing from the Astral Pavilion, had all been summoned here by their emperors and leaders. Lu Outyan, you are truly absurd. One voice echoed, dripping with disdain. The emperor you vowed to protect has forsaken the very kingdom you pledged to defend. It's a tragic irony. Just then, a voice pierced the air from above. Xiao Tian, great flame prince, from which realm of body cultivation do you hail? Xiao Tian glanced up to see an old man with white hair soaring through the sky, flanked by a group of fierce-eyed individuals. Their glares pierced through him like daggers. Beside the old man, Eastern Gaussian smirked, his voice dripping with disdain. Don't even think about speaking. Are you embarrassed? It's understandable. You must already be aware of Ziruyan's bloodline, right? Do you really think you're unworthy of her? You're just a body cultivator with no future. Ziruyan abruptly interrupted him, her voice rising in anger. Shut your mouth. To me, he is simply Xiao Tian. Luo Fengyan's expression was equally cold, her eyes blazing with fury. And who are you? An emperor of the minor Eastern Flame Kingdom. Xiao Tian turned his head in surprise, taken aback by the reactions of his two wives. Wait, a body cultivation with no future? He thought, realizing just how strong their protective instincts were. How had he not seen that before? As he watched the anger rise in the two women, Eastern Gaussian couldn't help but chuckle, mocking their fierce loyalty with a laugh. Haha, you both look anxious, Xiao Tianji interjected coldly. If you're so angry, why not come and kill me? But I doubt you can. You don't even have the qualifications to make us lift a finger. In this arena, facing a body cultivator known as the Body Saint, along with 100 rank 10 body cultivators, even a formidable figure like Prince Xiahou seems destined for defeat. So, let's make a wager. How many rank 10 cultivators from the Overlord body sect can he take down before his inevitable demise? Xiao Tianji confidently bets on 10. Meanwhile, Eastern Gaussian chuckles. I'll take 5. Yuan Ba chuckled as he rubbed his wrists. We body cultivators are built for battle. Anger won't win fights. It only clouds your judgment. It's far better to brutalize the weak and take them down. With a fierce roar, he surged ahead, his muscles swelling with power as he charged forward. Shi Ruyan, gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, radiated a golden light as she stood protectively in front of Xiao Tian. Her expression was tense, urging him to retreat. You just arrived, and you've broken through the spatial rift. You can't confront this body cultivation sect elder now. Beside her, Luo Fengyuan, also struggling against her own agony, chimed in. Brother Xiao, take a moment to rest and regain your strength, then come back to help us. As they spoke, Yuanba's fist descended from a distance, shattering the air with a force that felt like a mountain crashing down. It was aimed directly at the three of them. Luo Wuxi, not far away, jumped in alarm. The leader of the body cultivation sect had yet to unleash his full strength until this moment. Suddenly, Shi Ruyan and Luo Fenjian let out a simultaneous cry. Xiao Tian quickly wrapped his arms around their faces and lifted them away from the danger. Their cheeks flushed slightly as they softly called out, Brother Xiao. He responded with a warm smile. It's tea time in the afternoon. You should take a break. Leave the rest to me. Already unsteady on their feet, Empresses Shi Ruyan and Luo Fenyan were gently carried back to the city wall by Xiao Tian. Zhang Ling and Lu Yan swiftly moved to support the two empresses, their eyes brimming with concern. Turning sharply to confront the culprits, Xiao Tian mentally reached out to his daughter, Xiao Ye. Sweetheart, are you ready? In the depths of their shared consciousness, Xiao Ye responded with a confident gesture. Dad, don't worry. Everything is prepared. Puppy, what about you? Xiao Tian asked. Puppy responded, Respected master, everything is ready according to your instructions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian let out a fierce roar. Activate special effects. With that, he donned his mask once more, unleashing a rank 10 aura that radiated power before everyone. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed in golden flames, illuminating the scene with an otherworldly glow. With unwavering determination, Xiao Tian declared, Today, I will protect my empresses. As his voice echoed, invisible waves of energy radiated outward in successive rings. In an instant, the ground beneath him shattered, propelling him into the sky at an astonishing speed. It was as if he had unleashed the full force of his strength, delivering a devastating punch straight into Yuanba's chest. A deafening roar echoed through the air. The body cultivation saint who appeared invincible was sent flying by a single punch from Xiao Tian. Suspended in midair and panting heavily, Xiao Tian fixed his gaze on the direction where Yuanba had been launched. To the onlookers, it seemed he had unleashed his ultimate move, but in reality, he was thinking, I'm breathing so hard right now, they better not accuse me of slacking off. As anticipated, down below, Zeruyan clenched her fists. Lord Xia had put so much force into that punch. It was clear he had unleashed his trump card. She knew that Luo Fengyuan and she would need to protect him later. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Tian was silently grumbling at that very moment. Poppy, what are you doing? Thank goodness I didn't heed your advice and set the power to just 0.005%. This 0.00 sent him flying. Wouldn't 0.00 cent 5% have been lethal? Poppy quickly interjected. I apologize, Master. The enhancement from Shaohuan's special effects contributed to a slight increase in power that I failed to detect. Meanwhile, from a distance, Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji exchanged puzzled glances. What is this thing? Super Earthling? What kind of world is Earth? Eastern Gaussian pondered aloud, a serious expression crossing his face. I've never heard the Lord mention it. Be careful. Something about this guy doesn't feel right. Zhou Tianji studied Xia Tian closely, noting how he was already panting after just a single punch. It seemed clear that Xiao Tian was using some special secret technique to surpass his physical cultivation and combat power. Let him savor this moment before despair sets in. Yuanba, still on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but maintained a calm gaze fixed on Xiao Tian. Unexpectedly, he thought, I never expected to encounter a body cultivation practitioner this powerful. But is it truly worth harming yourself like this? Just as his thoughts concluded, disciples from the Overlord Body Sept began to gather around, all eyes locked on Xiao Tian, who was engulfed in golden flames, radiating an intense combat spirit. Xiao Tian feigned a sigh of helplessness, striking a pose of compassion. Then, with a determined fist clenched as if making a final resolution, he proclaimed, For the people of the Great Flame, for the innocent citizens of the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion, and for my two empresses, who have always stood by me, no matter the cost, even if it means sacrificing my life, I must do this. After finishing, Xiao Tian let out a roar that echoed with the weight of immense pain. The features beneath his mask twisted in agony. In an instant, he materialized before a rank 10 practitioner from the Overlord Body Sect. The golden flames enveloping him blazed even brighter. King of Hell, claim a life, he shouted, swiftly extending his finger to press lightly against the practitioner's heart. The body cultivation practitioner's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his chest, pain coursing through him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood before plummeting lifelessly from the sky. Eastern Gao Shen and Zhou Tianji stood frozen, bewildered. What had just happened? Such a seemingly effortless attack had claimed a life in an instant. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian moved like a golden flame, swirling around him as he relentlessly targeted the surrounding body cultivation disciples. Yuan Bao was so furious he felt like he might shatter his teeth. "Fight me! What are you doing flying around? Don't touch my disciples, come at me!" he roared, pursuing Xiao Tian. But Xiao Tian paid him no mind. Instead, he deftly navigated through the ranks of the 10th level disciples from the Overlord body sect. One by one, hundreds of body cultivation disciples began plummeting from the sky, like dumplings dropped into boiling water. From afar, it appeared that Xiao Tian was employing a forbidden technique to obliterate the Overlord body sect before time slipped away. As disciples of the sect plummeted from the sky like dumplings, Sect Master Yuan Bao was thrown into a frenzy. He shouted desperately for Xiao Tian to halt, but among the hundreds of body cultivation disciples, only 2 remained standing. One disciple gritted his teeth and swung his blade at Xiao Tian, but Xiao Tian remained unfazed as he calmly seized the disciple's wrist. With a sharp crack, both the wrist and the blade shattered under his grip. The searing pain surged through the disciple, urging him to cry out, but Xiao Tian quickly covered his mouth. "Don't scream," he whispered. "I promise to let you leave without pain. If you scream, wouldn't that make me a liar?" Even the body cultivation practitioners were taken aback by this brutal tactic. Yuan Bao watched helplessly as his disciple struggled in Xiao Tian's grip, roaring in anger but unable to intervene. With a swift motion, Xiao Tian shattered the disciple's brain. The young man's eyes rolled back, and he fell limp, lifeless. In an instant, Xiao Tian turned his gaze sharply to the only remaining disciple. In an instant, he materialized before the disciple and unleashed a powerful flying kick. Xiao Tian swiftly covered the disciple's mouth, stifling any chance of escape amidst his frantic struggles. One hand silenced him, while the other pressed firmly against his forehead. Just as Yuan Bao charged forward, Xiao Tian deftly twisted his hand, ending the last disciple's life in a heartbeat. Yuan Ba's anger boiled over, causing his entire body to tremble. "Xiao Tian, you're risking your own life just to torment my overlord body? That's beyond cruel." Unfazed, Xiao Tian simply brushed his hands together. "One of my wives injured her hand and the other her leg. I'm simply allowing them to endure the same injuries they've inflicted. Isn't that fair?" Xiao Tian surveyed the fallen bodies of the body cultivation disciples. "I offered them a chance to repent for their sins. Unfortunately, they chose not to." Yuan Ba's fury intensified as he pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Tian, shouting, "You didn't even give them a chance. How do you know they didn't repent?" Xiao Tian asked nonchalantly, wiping his hands on the clothing of an Overlord body sect disciple. "Do I even need to ask?" Yuan Ba's anger surged, smoke practically rising from his clenched fists. "You're insane! I'll risk my life to tear you apart. You will pay with your life for what you've done to my disciples." Yuan Ba's muscles bulged and his skin flushed red as he radiated a fierce heat. Xiao Tian raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, bemused. Some people are truly peculiar. They believe it's acceptable to harm others, yet when faced with retaliation, they play the victim. Yuan Ba, at a loss for words, lunged to grab Xiao Tian, but with a swift dodge, Xiao Tian quipped, "You old geezer, your brain must be getting fuzzy." With that, they transformed into 2 streaks of light, clashing in midair and creating deafening sounds with each collision. Nearby, Eastern Gaoshan and Zhu Tianji watched the battle unfold, their hearts heavy with concern. "Xiao Tian's forbidden technique is stronger than we anticipated," Eastern Gaoshan remarked, his brow furrowed. "The Overlord body sect is on the brink of annihilation." Zhu Tianji swiftly unsheathed his longsword, his gaze locked on the unfolding scene. "We need to find the right moment to confront Xiao Tian. We can't afford any mistakes." Eastern Gaoshan, feeling the tension, clenched his fists unconsciously. Memories of their previous plans flooded his mind. What a disappointment Lu Aoyan had been. Why couldn't he have just eliminated Xiao Tian? Below, Luo Fengyan anxiously observed the 2 fighters. Her leg injury had mostly healed, but concern still gnawed at her. Xiao Tian was even stronger than she had anticipated. What had he sacrificed to protect them all? Lost in thought, she attempted to rise, calling out, "Zeben, are you ready? It's our turn." As an empress, I refused to let my man shoulder all the burdens. However, Ziroyan shot her a look that conveyed disbelief. "Are you stupid? Sit down," he snapped. Luo Fengyuan was taken aback. Shouldn't we be doing something? After all, the pill that Xiao Tian had secretly given them had worked wonders. She couldn't shake the feeling that she might still be injured. Ziruyan, however, was left speechless. Didn't you see the message he sent? Didn't you check the communication jade token he gave us? Luo Fingyuan blinked, utterly perplexed. What message? Ziruan facepalmed in frustration. I can't even with you right now. While he was hugging us and giving us the pill, he also handed us a communication jade token. Just check what he wrote. Embarrassment washed over Luo Fingyuan as she stammered, I thought that was a love gift. Frustration simmered within Zeruwan, nearly pushing her to the brink of losing control. She clenched her fist and shouted, can you please use your brain instead of just your assets? Luo Fingyuan, whose thought process often lagged behind others, finally retrieved the communication jade token that Xiaotian had given her. After gently infusing it with spiritual energy, she began to read through the overview of the performance art, the subsequent script arrangements, and the feasibility of the selected research options. After reading the contents, Luo Fingyuan quickly tucked the jade token away, muttering to herself, so, I'm just supposed to pretend to be so beaten down that I can't take care of myself? I'm more than capable of playing the part of a seriously ill patient. In an instant, her expression shifted to one of grave determination. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, her eyes wide with shock as if an old injury had flared up. Women have a remarkable talent for disguise. Suddenly, she collapsed, landing against her eldest bodyguard. Her trembling fingers reached skyward as her vision blurred, softly calling out for Xiaotian. The eldest bodyguard stood in stunned silence. Your Majesty, perhaps you've gone a bit overboard with the performance. Just look at the Great Flames Prime Minister, Zhang Yangming. Luo Fingyuan turned to see Zhang Yangming standing tall, his expression serious and solemn. He silently observed Xiaotian's fierce battle in the sky, tears streaming down his face at just the right moments. Luo Fingyuan couldn't help but be taken aback. This was some impressive acting. As he watched Xiaotian risk his life to save others, Zhang Yangming couldn't help but feel that this moment surpassed even his own scripted performance. Observing Xiaotian's fighting style and daring demeanor, he recognized something all too familiar. The prince was undoubtedly up to something, fully immersed in his role, and Zhang Yangming sensed that this was no mere act. Zhang Yangming cast furtive glances at Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji beside him. The prince was clearly urging them to take action. You two better not disappoint the prince's expectations. Hurry up. I want to return and prepare something delicious for him. Just then, a thunderous sound reverberated through the sky. Xiaotian and Yuan Ba pulled apart once more after their fierce confrontation. Suspended in the air as they faced each other, Yuan Ba's colossal form began to shrink, his reddened skin slowly reverting to its natural hue, revealing a body marred by cracking wounds that oozed fresh blood. Despite his injuries, his gaze remained locked on Xiaotian. Meanwhile, Xiaotian was drenched in sweat, his own body smeared with the remnants of stolen blood. He gasped for breath, clearly exhausted. Zhou Tianji's eyes sparkled with excitement. He sensed the moment had arrived. Now was the time to strike. Eastern Gaoxian chuckled softly, a glint of confidence in his gaze. I've been prepared for this, he thought. I've been waiting for him to be worn down by Yuan Ba. With that, the two of them soared into the sky, their spiritual power surging as they charged toward Xiaotian. However, the moment they moved, a mocking smile crept onto Xiaotian's face. I've been waiting for you, he taunted. Swiftly, he turned around, his hands moving with precision to weave a spell, his eyes burning with a fierce determination that suggested he was prepared to face anything, even death. Explosive lobster, he shouted. In that instant, the golden flames surrounding him ignited into a deep crimson, crackling with newfound intensity. An overwhelming aura surged into the sky, causing Zhou Tianji's expression to shift dramatically. Not good, he shouted, realizing he still had some energy left. Eastern Gaoxian, visibly annoyed, thought to himself how difficult this beast truly was to handle. Yet, at this point, there was no turning back. With determination, he transformed the spear in his hand into a shadow of a red dragon, launching it fiercely toward Xiaotian. Yuan Ba raised his fist, summoning the last of his strength. Blood sprayed from his wounds as he roared, "Kill him!" The three factions united against Xiaotian, and when they clashed, a thunderous rumble echoed through the sky, as if the heavens themselves had shattered. In the aftermath of the explosion, all four combatants were sent sprawling backward, blood spilling from their mouths. Xiaotian landed gracefully on Ziruyuan and Luo Fingyuan. The moment he touched down, both women gasped in alarm. "Brother Shak!" they cried, their voices laced with concern. As they supported him, it seemed as though he might collapse at any moment. Yet, unbeknownst to them, his thoughts were quite different. These two wives of mine are really lacking. Why are they just holding me and not saying anything? Suddenly, a heart-wrenching voice pierced the air. "Prince, what has happened to you?" Lifting his head, Xiao Tian saw Zhong Yangming rushing toward him, his face etched with despair. The intensity of his emotions even caused him to amplify his voice with spiritual power. Xiao Tian managed a faint smile. "You truly grasped the gravity of the situation." In a desperate scramble, Zhong Yangming rolled and crawled closer, tears streaming down his face. "Prince, what has happened to you?" Xiao Tian coughed a few times, struggling to speak. I used that ancient secret technique from the scriptures of the god race." Zhong Yangming gasped in shock. "What? You mean the legendary technique that burns your lifespan and soul? The ultimate last-ditch effort?" Zhong Yangming's face turned pale, his body shaking with disbelief. As the reality sank in, despair washed over him. "Prince, this is madness. You've actually resorted to that technique? You're trading your life away. If you go, how will we survive?" Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed uncontrollably, the weight of his fear crushing him. One couldn't help but admire his loyalty. Xiao Tian beamed, winking at him. "My personal chef is incredibly reliable. With that performance, you must be a shoo-in for an Oscar this year." Luo Fenyuan and Ziru Yuan exchanged glances, their admiration for Zhong Yangming evident. Truly, he was worthy of being the prime minister. His quick thinking and stellar improvisation were a world apart from the script, remarkably high quality indeed. "Well done, well done." Just then, a violent coughing echoed through the air. Eastern Gaoxian, Zhou Tianji, and Yuan Ba were all gravely injured, barely able to keep their footing, witnessing their plight. Zhe Ruan's expression darkened with fury as she unleashed her aura, igniting a brilliant golden glow. "Brother Xiao, I will avenge you," she declared, raising a golden greatsword that radiated a chilling energy. She advanced step by step toward the trio. "Do you really think you can stop me now?" Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji were still reeling from the surprise of Zhuru Yan's sudden attack. For a brief moment, they were taken aback, but then determination set in as they gritted their teeth. How had it come to this when everything had been going so smoothly? Zhu Tianji's anger was palpable. "Ziru Yan, we may have failed this time, but you won't emerge victorious either." Ziru Yan met his gaze, slowly shaking her head. "I can't speak to victory, but I can assure you, you will fall beneath my sword." At that moment, a sharp female voice cut through the tension. "Little girl, you're quite arrogant, aren't you?" The space around them warped, and in an instant, a figure emerged as if stepping out of a mirror. She floated gracefully in midair. This woman was Zhe Xinlian, her golden hair mirroring that of Zhe Ruyuan. The moment she appeared, Eastern Gaoxian and the others, despite their injuries, immediately knelt and greeted her in unison. "Welcome, my lord," the woman said, her hand gesturing for them to rise, though her voice was laced with icy disdain. "You have disappointed the elders. A mere body cultivator, wielding the ancient god race's forbidden technique, has reduced you to this pitiful state." She then cast a mocking glance behind Zhe Ruoyuan, her expression dripping with sarcasm. "What a shame it is that this person is destined to die." The elderly woman was intrigued by this so-called super-earthling, but then her expression shifted to one of utter bewilderment. Where had that Xiao Tian, who was supposed to be waiting for death, disappeared to? Just then, Eastern Gaoxuan's face went pale as he trembled and pointed behind her. "My lord, behind you!" Startled, she turned around, only to be met with Xiao Tian's cheerful face. "Hello there, gotcha." The woman's hair bristled, and the air around her shimmered as she swiftly created distance between them. Turning her gaze, she noticed Xiao Tian had silently appeared beside her, seemingly unharmed. Her eyes widened in disbelief, filled with a whirlwind of questions and confusion. Xiao Tian wore a mocking smile. "So, there's a puppet master behind the scenes. You finally revealed yourself. Quite the secretive one, aren't you?" System Puppy chimed in with its analysis. "It appears she's practicing the Tao of space. She can manipulate spatial distortions to conceal herself within a hidden layer, allowing for covert observation. I have now locked onto her aura. She won't escape or go missing." Eastern Gaoxuan and Xiao Tianji stared at Xiao Tian in horror, their minds racing with confusion. Had they been deceived? Were they the only ones truly affected by that violent clash? As the woman regained her senses, she turned her head to look at Ziru Yan, who remained utterly composed. Meanwhile, the holy demon Empress Luo Fengyuan stood up calmly, showing no signs of serious injury whatsoever. I have now locked onto her aura. She won't escape or go missing. Eastern Gaoxuan and Xiao Tianji stared at Xiao Tian in horror, their minds racing with confusion. Had they been deceived? Were they the only ones truly affected by that violent clash? As the woman regained her senses, she turned her head to look at Ziru Yan, who remained utterly composed. Meanwhile, the holy demon Empress Luo Fengyuan stood up calmly, showing no signs of serious injury whatsoever. The most outrageous part is Zhong Yangming, who now acts as if nothing ever happened, as if he weren't the one weeping just moments ago. It was all a performance they orchestrated together. The woman clenched her fists, her eyes narrowing as she glared at Xiao Tian. "You deceived me? This is impossible!" Meanwhile, the elderly figure remained hidden within a spatial lair, watching the unfolding drama. "How could you have possibly found me?" Xiao Tian sneered. "You thought hiding in a spatial lair would make you invincible? Unfortunately for you, I see too many flaws." Zixinlian was taken aback. Isn't he just a nobody summoned by Ziru Yuan with a charm? What could he possibly uncover? Xiao Tian crossed his arms, shaking his head in regret. "At first, I had no suspicions that anyone else was behind this," he admitted. Suddenly, he pointed angrily at the war furnace above. "It was only when I noticed that the furnace was filled with commoners captured by the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion that the truth hit me." "You've been exploiting my kindness to manipulate me," Xiao Tian said, his voice steady with righteous indignation. "You clearly have your sights set on me, but be warned, you're playing with fire." Zixinlian, taken aback, furrowed her brow in confusion. "Where on earth did you get that idea? I never thought highly of you in the first place." Xiao Tian, oblivious to her expression, continued his analysis. "You must have gathered intelligence and recognized my strength. You wanted to study me, only to discover that I can't bear to see commoners suffer. So, you resorted to using their lives as leverage against me. Unfortunately for you, I turned the tables and lured you out with a masterful performance." At that moment, Xiao Tian spun around and pointed at her with excitement. "It's truly unfortunate that your sinister intentions have been revealed. My penetrating mind sees through all, leaving no darkness or evil with a place to hide." As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, the commoners nearby erupted into enthusiastic applause. Though they didn't fully grasp his words, witnessing him boldly accuse the wicked woman with such flair and charisma was more than enough to captivate them. Clapping was the appropriate response. Beside him, Zhong Yangming rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. He recognized that the prince's old habit had resurfaced once more. At last, Zixinlian could no longer hold back her frustration. Clenching her fists, she shouted, "Stop talking nonsense! I, an elder, have no interest in you." In her eyes, this man was clearly insane. Why would she waste her time on him? Yet, Xiao Tian couldn't resist shaking his head, wagging his index finger in a playful reprimand. "Don't try to dodge it. Just look at the angry twitch at the corner of your mouth. Can't you accept that your carefully laid plans have been exposed by me?" At that moment, Eastern Gaoxian, standing below, suddenly pointed at Xiao Tian and shouted furiously, "Xiao Tian, don't be delusional! You're nothing but a body cultivator with no future. An empress would never glance your way." Xiao Tian scoffed, believing Eastern Gaoxian was being utterly reckless. "You're an emperor, for heaven's sake. How can you lie so effortlessly?" Disappointment dripped from his words. Eastern Gaoxian trembled with rage, her mind racing, but she found herself at a loss for words to counter his insults. "Xiao Tian, do you even know what you are?" Xiao Tian turned his head away with disdain, cutting him off. "I don't want to talk to shameless people. Don't call me." Then, he suddenly glanced at Zhou Tianji beside him. "And you're quite ugly. Don't talk to me. I won't entertain you." Zhou Tianji was momentarily taken aback. His calm demeanor shifted in an instant, twisting into a mask of anger. "This guy is infuriating. I never even wanted to engage with him. And how dare he call me ugly?" Eastern Gaoxian clenched her teeth in frustration. If she could have taken him down, she would have done so already. Meanwhile, Yuan Ba, standing behind him, felt even more disheartened. Why is he only fixating on them? What about me? Does he look down on me? Do I have no presence at all? In that moment, Zixinlian waved her small hand, urging everyone to focus. "Stop wasting time with him. The Holy Dragon Relic is our priority. Elder, handle this Xiao Tian. The rest of you, move now." Luo Fengyuan's expression shifted, realization dawning on him. He hadn't anticipated that their true objective was the Holy Dragon Relic. How many more secrets lie behind all of this? Ziru Yian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What exactly was the Holy Dragon Relic, and why was it so important? Xiao Tian's reaction spoke volumes. He gasped sharply, his eyes widening as he pointed at Zixinlian. "What? The Holy Dragon Relic?" he exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the revelation. "Your scheming is truly terrifying," Luo Chen remarked. Zixinlian, on the verge of losing her composure, shot back. "What are you rambling about now? Making wild accusations without any proof?" Just then, Xiao Tian revealed a miniaturized Holy Dragon Relic from his system space, shifting the tension in the air. You want evidence? Here it is, the Holy Dragon Relic, right in front of you. This is the most compelling proof of your deceit. You manipulated Liu Aotian into leading me to the relic, then exploited my power to retrieve it and deliver it directly to you. Your malice knows no bounds. A woman's heart can be truly venomous. Zixinglian stood speechless and utterly bewildered. The greatest shock, however, came from the undeniable truth that the miniature object in Xiao Tian's hand was indeed the Holy Dragon. According to ancient records, a Holy Dragon relic was said to be hidden near the war furnace, personally crafted by the human emperor himself. Yet, the relic remained undiscovered, leaving her puzzled as to why Xiao Tian possessed one as well. Luo Fengyuan, standing nearby, couldn't contain his excitement. It's truly the Holy Dragon relic crafted by the human emperor himself. Zieru Yuan, still puzzled, asked, "What exactly is the Holy Dragon relic? Does it relate to your bloodline?" With a patient smile, Luo Fengyuan began to explain its profound significance to her. At that moment, as the Holy Dragon relic emerged from the system's space, Xiao Yuan materialized beside it, landing gracefully on Xiao Din's shoulder. "Daddy, is everything resolved?" he chirped eagerly. Meanwhile, Long Chu Dao's figure slowly came into view. He surveyed the surroundings, his expression tinged with melancholy. So this is the protective realm built by the human emperor, forged at the cost of his own life. However, when Luo Fengyuan heard Xiao Yuan call him daddy, he felt as if he had turned to stone. Could this little girl actually be a human form created by a spiritual entity? Only Zixinlian, upon seeing Xiao Yuan appear, began to look excited. This aura, it's truly the essence of the human emperor's Holy Dragon relic. "Xiao Tian, you've been an incredible help. You saved us so much effort." As Zixinlian spoke, she waved her hand dramatically, causing the space around her to ripple and distort. "Since the Holy Dragon relic is already in your possession, Xiao Tian, why remain in this protective realm? Come with me to the southern wilderness realm instead." With her words echoing through the shifting space, Xia Tian, Xia Shiyuan, and Long Chu Dao were all swept away by her power. Not only that, but Eastern Gaoxian, Zhou Tianji, and Yuanba Bail were also drawn into the mysterious space. The commoners gazed upward, bewildered by the spectacle unfolding before them. To them, the purple distortion in the air seemed like an otherworldly force. However, Luo Fengyuan's eldest personal guard, a seasoned warrior from the foreign realms, quickly grasped the hidden truth behind the phenomenon. He shouted urgently to Luo Fengyuan, "Prince Xiao is in danger. This woman is likely at the 17th level and possesses certain spatial powers. The prince and the others have probably been taken to the southern wilderness realm. Once they regain their abilities, I fear the odds will not be in the prince's favor." At that moment, Luo Fengyuan was still reeling from the shock of discovering that Xiao Tian had a daughter. He replied weakly, "I know. Stay here and help rescue the people from the war furnace. I'll go." As she spoke, Luo Fengyuan grasped the black scythe and turned to Shiru Yan. "What should we do, Shibun? We've been betrayed, haven't we?" Before she could respond, a loud thump echoed through the air. Frustration etched on her face. Shiru Yan smacked Luo Fengyuan on the head and exclaimed, "Could you please think for a moment? That little girl bears no trace of flesh and blood. She's likely some sort of spiritual entity. And have you noticed? She looks nothing like Lord Xiaoxi's probably adopted. Is that so?" Luo Fengyuan's spirit soared at the thought. Shi Ruoyang, caught between exasperation and amusement, sighed in resignation. "If you don't believe me, just ask him directly when you see him." "Don't make wild guesses like Lord Xiao," someone cautioned. "The more you speculate, the more absurd it becomes." Yet, Luo Fengyuan appeared puzzled once more. Was Brother Xiao truly just making wild guesses? His reasoning sounded quite logical. After a lengthy silence, Shi Ruoyang finally broke the tension. "I've been considering it, and perhaps Lord Xiao's speculation holds some truth after all. But right now, the most important thing is to go and assist him." With that, Shiru Yuan dashed toward the north. Luo Fengyuan hurried after her, desperate to stop her. "You can't go. You're not strong enough. You'll die." Unexpectedly, Shiru Yuan turned around, her expression unwavering. "Even if I die, I want to be by his side." In the end, the two women swiftly disappeared from view. Zhang Yangming watched them go, a sigh escaping his lips. His Majesty has truly matured. For Prince Xiao, she's even learned to weave white lies with her eyes wide open now. Beside him, Zhongling turned to Zhongdu. "Do you think the prince will be all right?" one of them asked, concern lacing her voice. "Yes, once he leaves the sealed realm, he'll be up against beings far beyond his level," the other remarked. Zhang Yangming gently patted his daughter's head, a light-hearted chuckle escaping his lips. "Don't worry, the prince will be just fine. I still remember when he was kidnapped by the Black Soul Hall. I've witnessed the lengths Prince Xiao can go to. Even the divine dragons, who upheld the laws of heaven and earth, personally attended to him. Levels and realms held no significance for him. After a brief pause, Zhong Yangming continued. In fact, if they were to be defeated by the prince here, they might have found a more peaceful end. Why? Zhang Ling asked, her expression one of confusion. Knowing the truth only to die in despair is a torment too great to bear, Zhong Yangming explained. Zhong Ling and Zhong Lishuan exchanged uneasy glances. Mess with their minds? Zhong Ling pondered, recalling the moment when the poisonous marsh elder was compelled to slap himself to death, all thanks to the prince's cruel manipulations. She couldn't help but silently mourn for Zixinlian and the others. In a remote corner of the southern wilderness realm, the desolate landscape was marred by tears and fissures, with countless bursts of earth fire illuminating the broken world. Suddenly, the space above began to distort, and in the next moment, several figures were expelled into the chaos. Eastern Gaussian and Zhou Tianji, having escaped the guardian domain, shouted in unison, "Cao Tian! They've clearly broken their seals." Having returned to their 14th level of cultivation, Zixian stands beside them, having ascended to the 17th level. She gazes intently at the sacred dragon that sacrificed its life to forge this guardian domain. Despite her own progress to the 17th level, she feels the weight of suppression within the domain, a bitter pill to swallow. With a sigh, Zixinlian spreads her hands and turns her gaze toward Xiao Tian, seeking understanding. "Hand over the relics of the sacred dragon," a voice demanded, echoing through the chaos. "Here, outside the protection of the sacred dragon's domain, you have lost all your advantages." Xiao Tian, brought to this tumultuous place by Zixinlian, opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. The thunderous roars and the crackling flames drowned out her voice, leaving him in a frustrating silence. Irritation bubbled within him as he struggled to make sense of the chaos around him. What is going on? It's so loud here. Even with my sensory restrictions lifted, all I can hear is the overwhelming roar. What is she trying to say? I can't make it out clearly. Eastern Gaussian, feeling his strength returning, is growing increasingly impatient to teach Xiao Tian a lesson. Why not just take action already? Little did he know, Zixinlian shot him a cold glance, her voice frosty as she rebuked him. "Do you have a say here?" Eastern Gaussian quickly lowered his head in apology. "I'm sorry, my lord, I didn't mean it that way." In Zixinlian's presence, he could only submit. Then she turned her attention to Xiao Tian, her expression shifting to one of triumph. "Face reality, Xiao Tian. A body cultivator is just a body cultivator. You won't make much of an impact. It's better to submit at my feet. I find you intriguing, and I'll allow you to serve me." Zixinlian's words left Zhou Tianji beside her utterly stunned. What the hell? This old woman has taken a liking to Xiao Tian? Such a bewitching yet insipid character. Even as they attempt to seduce our lord, Yuan Ba, another unfortunate soul caught in this web, wears a sympathetic expression. This is the fate we face as body cultivators. Xiao Tian, despite having a physical realm surpassing the 10th level, remains powerless against them. Little do they realize, however, that Xiao Tian is seething with irritation at this very moment. The noise was overwhelming. Although he had mastered his powers, managing his senses in such a cacophony was a different challenge altogether. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's expression twisted into a fierce scowl as he shouted, "Can you all just be quiet?" In a fit of rage, he unleashed a punch that shattered the chaotic space around him. Instantly, the world fell silent, as if time itself had paused. Both Zhou Tianji and Eastern Gaoshuan's jaws nearly hit the floor. What on earth is happening? Is this truly a body cultivator? Floating beside him, Xiao Yuan quickly begins to massage Xiao Yan's shoulders, her voice trembling slightly. "Daddy, please don't be angry. Let Xiao Yuan help you relax." Long Chu Dao, who had been admiring the scenery, quickly retrieved tea and snacks from the holy dragon relic. Approaching Xiao Tian with a respectful demeanor, he said, "Sir Xiao, I must apologize for my negligence. In abandoning my physical form and losing track of time, I forgot to prepare refreshments." Xiao Yuan and Long Chu Dao exchanged awkward glances, attempting to console him, and slowly, a sense of relief washed over Xiao Tian. They exchanged furtive glances, each recognizing the fear reflected in the other's eyes. "Daddy Xiao Tian, this is truly terrifying," Yuan Ba thought, feeling a stark contrast to his earlier sense of camaraderie. The aura radiating from Xiao Tian felt overwhelming, like that of a mighty dragon, making Yuan Ba feel as insignificant as an ant. Completely bewildered, he struggled to comprehend his own words. What had he just said? What awaited the body cultivators? What exactly is a body cultivator compared to the man before him, who relies entirely on physical strength without a hint of spiritual energy? This is a man who has practically stripped the southern wilderness realm bare. Eastern Gaoshuan and Zhou Tianji tremble uncontrollably, experiencing a profound sense of terror that is entirely new to them. At that moment, Xiao Tian savored the tea brewed by Long Chu Dao, relishing the soothing shoulder massage from his daughter. With the noise of the surroundings finally subsiding, his irritable mood began to lift. He turned to the woman beside him, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "It was too noisy earlier. I couldn't catch what you said. Could you repeat that?" Zixinlian stares in horror at the devastation left by Xiao Tian's punch, but quickly masks her fear with a charming smile as he begins to speak. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zixinlian," she says, her voice smooth and inviting. "I was wondering if you might need a maid to serve tea. I assure you, my tea skills are quite impressive." Xiao Tian gestures for Long Chu Dao to refill his cup, a hint of surprise flickering across his face at Qing Dian's unexpected offer. Why are women flocking to him? Little does he realize the stir he's causing. Zixinlian smiles on the outside, but inside, she's seething at Ziruan's mother, the fortunate Shuruian. How can she be so lucky? She escapes her marriage to this secluded place, only to find a husband with an awakened lineage of imperial blood, and now a son-in-law who wields terrifying power. Xiao Tian furrows his brow, glancing around in confusion. The earlier noise of fireworks had drowned out the conversation, leaving him uncertain. "Could you repeat that?" he asks, his voice laced with curiosity. Beside him, Xiao Ye frowns, clearly annoyed. "Daddy, don't listen to her nonsense. I heard everything she said." Zixinlian, poised to speak, is abruptly interrupted by Xiao Ye, her expression shifting to one of confusion and fear. With a dramatic flourish, Xiao Ye points at her and declares, "Daddy, this woman is after you." Turning to the elderly Long Chu Dao, who had been meticulously pouring tea, the old man is taken aback by the outburst. He looks up, his face a portrait of resignation, as he lets out a heavy sigh. "My little ancestor, I would much rather be invisible at this moment. Why must you drag me into this?" Long Chu Dao sighed, the weight of being a dragon heavy on his shoulders. Yet, since he had been named by Xiao Ye, he felt compelled to speak the truth, even if it was against his will. "To put it simply, sir, Xiao Ye is correct. This woman truly desires you." As those words hung in the air, Xiao Tian turned his gaze to Zixinlian, his expression deep in thought. "This woman is determined to study me, isn't she? She's intrigued by my invincible abilities." As Zixinlian listens to Xiao Ye and Long Chu Dao, a mix of anger and anxiety swells within her. This audacious girl is threatening to derail my plans. Yet, I can't deny that I've noticed the affection he holds for those two women, and theirs for him in return. It seems Xiao Tian is quite the lecherous character after all. With this thought in mind, Zixinlian suddenly resolves to act. In a sweet tone, she says, "Mr. Xiao, your precious daughter is absolutely right. For an exceptional man like you, what woman wouldn't be captivated?" She carries a confidence in her own looks and figure. Xiao Tian lets out a sigh, adopting a playful expression that says, "I'm so handsome, what can I do?" "What you're saying does make some sense. Excellence is hard to conceal." Observing his reaction, Zixinlian secretly rebels in the moment, believing she has captured Xiao Tian's interest. Serving as a concubine to a powerful man like him wouldn't be so bad, she muses, licking her lips in anticipation. Just then, Xiao Tian leans in closer and slowly asks, "I do have something I want to ask you. Your surname matches Ziruan's. What's your background?" Zixinlian lowers her head, a faint smile gracing her lips, tinged with a hint of helplessness. "I come from the Z family, a descendant of the human emperor. So I suppose you could say I'm related to Ziruan." Xiao Tian studies her closely, pressing for confirmation. "Is that really the case? What brings you to this southern wilderness realm?" Zixinlian hesitates, caught off guard. She contemplates fabricating an excuse, especially given her strained relationship with Ziruan's mother. Noticing her uncertainty, Xiao Tian steps closer, his gaze piercing. "Now tell the truth." At this moment, Xiao Tian effortlessly captures Zixinlian's heart. Her emotions are in turmoil, yet she repeatedly tells herself, "No, I can't let myself fall for him." Realizing that deception won't help, she resolves to speak candidly, determined to win his favor. "I refuse to believe I can't enchant him." With this thought in mind, Zixinlian slightly parts her red lips, exhaling softly as she lifts her skirt, adopting a shy yet charming demeanor. "Mr. Xiao, this mistress will tell you everything." In this moment, Zixinlian radiates confidence. How could she not captivate him with such allure? After all, her family, the Z family, had once enjoyed a strong bond with the Shui family, the family of Ziruan's mother. Zixinlian shared a close bond with Ziruan's mother, which led to her being summoned to the southern wilderness realm to look after Ziruan. However, upon her arrival, she stumbled upon a conspiracy involving Eastern Gaxian and Zhu Tianji. As she learned about the heavenly furnace and the holy dragon relic, her greed took over, and she eagerly stepped into the scheme. As Zixinlian speaks, she suddenly covers her face and breaks down in tears. It's all my fault, she sobs. Zhou Tian watches her, his expression unchanged, but a flicker of understanding shines in his eyes. So that's how it is, he murmurs. You're my mother-in-law's good friend. Now, tell me, how are my in-laws doing? Why didn't they come themselves? Zixinlian sighs softly at the thought. It turns out that Ziralan's mother, Surian, and her family hold a low status within the Shui family. If it weren't for the esteemed Purple Emperor awakening the true bloodline of humanity, they would still be exiled in the southern wilderness realm. Moreover, her children, due to their innate defects, are forbidden from returning home. Zhou Tian's curiosity piqued at the mention of innate defects. Zixinlian nodded slightly, explaining, yes, this barren realm is governed by incomplete rules, leaving its inhabitants unable to perceive the laws of heaven and earth. Zuerlian found herself powerless against the head of the Shui family, which is why she sought my assistance. As the weight of her words sank in, Zhou Tian experienced a sudden epiphany. It's no surprise that Zhongling and the others struggle with their foundations. Born in the southern wilderness realm, they are unable to sense the rules of heaven and earth, leaving them at a distinct disadvantage. Even Zirawan's two older brothers failed to awaken their bloodlines. But then, a thought strikes him. How did Zirawan manage to awaken hers? He decides to unravel this mystery one step at a time. Zhou Tian wipes the puzzled expression from his face, fixing Zixian with a cold stare. Your willingness to confess shows you've come to a clear understanding of your mistakes. Zixinlian's worried demeanor shifts to one of excitement. She believes she's finally escaped the clutches of death. But Zhou Tian's next words shatter her hope. Then you can go ahead and end it yourself now. Zixinlian's expression freezes, as if struck by lightning, her mind momentarily shutting down. After a long pause, she cautiously asks Zhou Tian, Mr. Xiao, are you joking with this mistress? Zhou Tian coldly shakes his head, his tone unwavering. I'm not joking. Desperate to appease him, Zixinlian quickly adds, Mr. Xiao, this mistress can serve you tea, pour you water, and attend to your every need. Enough, he interrupts sharply. Zhou Tian abruptly interrupts Zixinlian, pointing at her with a hint of anger. Just now, I sacrificed my attractiveness and positioned myself at a flattering angle to please you. And yet, you're still speaking like this? You're truly a greedy woman, he says, leaving her stunned and momentarily speechless. She desperately wants to ask, what do you mean I'm greedy? And you sacrificed your attractiveness. Did you get it backward? But Zhou Tian pays no mind to her shock, delivering his explanation with a hint of disappointment. My mother-in-law trusted you and sought your help, but your greed led to the deaths of my two uncles. Now, all I'm asking is for you to end your life as an apology, and yet you still insist on pushing your luck. What has the world come to? Malice abounds, morals have decayed, and oppression lurks in every corner. Zixinlian stands speechless, desperate to voice her thoughts, but unsure where to begin. Instead, she resorts to silent self-soothing. Don't get angry. Don't jeopardize your health. Just then, Xiao Ye suddenly points at her and declares, Dad, she probably has even more malicious intentions. Xiao Tian turns to Xiao Yue, his expression serious. What do you mean? He asks. Dad, think about it, she replies earnestly. She's been trying to seduce you from the start, always wanting to be by your side. Her behavior is quite flirtatious. If our mothers found out, wouldn't they get jealous? Just imagine, when they start bickering and giving you a headache, she'll be there, using her charm to ensnare you. How would you explain this to grandmother? Xiao Yue asked, concern etched on his face. Xiao Tian gasped in astonishment, a chill of fear creeping over him. It's no wonder they say women are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Only a woman can truly understand another woman. Xiao Tian glares at Zixinlian, his finger jabbing in her direction as he shouts indignantly. My daughter isn't even a full-fledged woman, she's barely 1/6 of one, so one can only imagine your true intentions, which are likely even more sinister. You leave me no choice. His eyes turn icy as he raises his hand, poised to strike. Zixinlian's face is a mix of disbelief and resentment. Can you two get any more ridiculous? I'm just trying to save my own life here. Who taught you to have such wild imaginations? If someone claimed you weren't actually father and daughter, I wouldn't believe it even if I were a ghost. Unbelievably, Zixinlian refuses to accept her fate without a fight. She employs spatial magic to shroud her figure, slipping seamlessly into the folds of space. System Puppy swiftly materializes as Xiao Tian. Master, Zixinlian is now concealed within a spatial layer. I've locked onto her for you. She can't escape. Following Puppy's guidance, Xiao Tian quickly pinpoints Jinglian's location. His attack instinctively locks onto her. Xiao Tian smiled faintly, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Today, I'll take on the role of the benevolent once more. I'm giving you a chance to repent and be reborn. Go and reincarnate in peace. With those words, he intensified the force of his palm strike, directing it toward the pinpointed location. In the space where Zixinlian was concealed, layers began to shatter one after another, unleashing chaos. With the final scream, Zixinlian is utterly vanquished. Xia Yue smirks at her, a look of satisfaction on his face. Serves you right, evil woman. Beside him, Long Zhou Dao suddenly remembers his own corpse heart demon. Before its demise, it must have felt just as frustrated as Zixinlian, right? Lord Xiao is truly a force to be reckoned with. Now only the trembling Yuanba, Zhou Tianji, and Eastern Gao Jian remain on the scene, their fear palpable in the air. Cao Tian turns his head to face Yuan Ba, who immediately asks, is the upper limit for us body cultivators truly this powerful, or are you just a special case? Xiao Tian sizes him up for a moment before breaking into a smile. I have a method for you to shatter your limits, to reach even greater heights, becoming 1,000 times stronger than you are now. Yuan Ba, overwhelmed with excitement, finds himself at a loss for words. Really? Is it truly possible? Can you show it to me? Even if I die right after, I'm okay with that. Xiao Tian shakes his head, his expression serious. No, you can't. Panic washes over Yuan Ba. This is his life's obsession. He gazes at Xiao Tian, disheartened. Why? I just want to glimpse the future for us body cultivators, before I die. Xiao Tian's face darkens with anger as he retorts, what does the future of body cultivators have to do with you? You're not a body cultivator. You're just a bully who preys on the weak. You've been aiding Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Tianji in their oppression, all while pretending to break through the limits of this world. What kind of body cultivator do you think you are? Xiao Tian's words struck Yuan Ba like a hammer, resonating deep within his heart. Gritting his teeth, he trembled slightly. I, too, am striving for the future of body cultivators, yet no matter how hard I try, I can't seem to break through that limit. As he spoke, emotion surged within him. In a sudden burst of fervor, he tore off his outer garment, revealing his wounds and shouted, body cultivators must keep pushing beyond their limits. You, who hail from a higher realm, likely have no idea what I've endured to achieve these breakthroughs. Suddenly, Yuan Ba's voice falters, cutting off mid-sentence. Beside him, Xiao Yue gasps, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes wide with sympathy as she whispers, Daddy. It's as if Yuan Ba's words have been choked back. Behind him, Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Tianji exchange sharp breaths, their expressions mirroring the tension in the air. Before them stood Xiao Tian, his upper garment discarded, revealing a muscular chest marred by countless scars. The sight was both striking and gruesome. He regarded Yuan Ba with a calm, indifferent expression. You always say this is the fate of body cultivators, he remarked. Yet when faced with challenges, you chose to flee instead of rising to the occasion. You've chosen to forsake your own potential, opting instead to oppress the powerless commoners. That's the mark of a coward. With that, Xiao Tian began to put his clothes back on. I know a young girl who lost both her parents and had her arms severed. Despite being forced to beg, she never lost hope in life. And you're not even worthy of comparison to that little girl. Yuan Ba remains silent for what feels like an eternity, finally breaking into a smile as tears stream down his face. He shakes his head, murmuring, You're right, I'm not worthy. In a sudden, desperate motion, he raises his hand, a terrifying power coalescing in his palm. In the blink of an eye, he drives his fist into his own chest, shattering his heart. In that moment, he chooses to atone with his own life. Xiao Tian gazes at the lifeless Yuan Ba sprawled on the ground, lost in thought for what feels like an eternity. In many ways, he sees a reflection of himself in Yuan Ba, both devoted to the path of martial arts. After a long pause, Xiao Tian exhales slowly, then turns to Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji, a signature smile breaking across his face. Why the long faces? Lighten up. After all, I'm not a bad guy. You don't need to be so scared, Xiao Tian said, his voice dripping with a mix of charm and menace. Zhou Tianji and Eastern Gaoxian trembled, their faces slick with cold sweat. As they heard Xiao Tian's words, they could only manage a smile that was more grotesque than reassuring, muttering to themselves, Yes, you're a good person. Just never encountered a good person quite as terrifying as you. Xiao Tian chuckled, wrapping his arms around their shoulders, the gesture both friendly and foreboding. There's no need to be so tense. The main culprit, Zixian Lian, has already been brought to justice. You two are merely accomplices at best. Heaven is merciful, and I've decided to offer you both a valuable opportunity. Zhou Tianji and Eastern Gaoxian exchanged uneasy glances, each forcing a strained smile. Could this guy really be kind-hearted? Let's take a closer look. He is known as the Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity. With a glimmer of hope, Zhou Tianji cautiously asks, Lord Xiao, do you think we still have a chance? Xiao Tian smiles warmly and replies, everyone has the opportunity to turn over a new leaf, especially the two of you. What Zixin Lian truly desired was the Holy Dragon Relic. Meanwhile, you two sought to plunder the nation's fate and exploit the common people with such grave mistakes. How could you not strive for everyone's forgiveness? As these words sink in, both men suddenly sense that something is amiss. Cold sweat beads on their foreheads. This doesn't bode well. What does he mean by gaining everyone's forgiveness? Xiao Tian muses, brushing aside their thoughts. Suddenly, he turns to Long Zhou Dao. Is there a way to make them unable to resist? Long Zhou Dao nods quickly, his expression grave and devoid of any flattery. Just as his words hang in the air, a golden rope materializes in his hand. With a swift wave of Long Zhou Dao's hand, the binding rope springs to life, shooting out like a coiling snake. Before they can react, it envelopes and restrains them completely. In that instant, Xiao Tian swiftly points his finger, striking directly at the two men's dantian. Their energy centers shatter, and their cultivation levels plummet, receding like the tide. Xiao Tian nods in satisfaction, pleased with the response. Very good. Excellent. He then turns to Long Zhou Dao, his curiosity piqued. If an ordinary person were to stab them with a sword, is there a way for them to heal quickly and recover? Long Zhou Dao contemplates the question seriously. It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, it's just a stab. Xiao Tian reflects on this, considering the implications. What if they were to be used at intervals? Can they be maintained in optimal condition? Long Zhou Dao ponders this deeply. If the healing elixir were transformed into a liquid and the weapon dipped in it before each strike, it might just be feasible. Xiao Tianji and Eastern Gaoxian exchange glances, their expressions a mix of fear and disbelief. Whatever happened to being supreme and benevolent? How can you discuss such horrifying matters so calmly with this old man? Upon hearing that the method is indeed feasible, Xiao Tian turns to address the two men. If this can be done, then you have your chance to repent. For your own selfish reasons, you've taken so many innocent lives. Now, let them take matters into their own hands. We will spare your lives. The weight of his words hits them hard, and the two men feel dizzy and disoriented, collapsing to the ground in sheer horror. What does he mean by letting the common people take matters into their own hands? The Great Flame Dynasty alone boasts over 3 billion inhabitants, and when you factor in the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion, that number swells to at least 20 billion. If each person were to take a turn, even if the old man could somehow protect us from death, our souls would surely wither away. Long Zhou Dao understands this all too well. This could take a considerable amount of time, perhaps even years, one of the men kneeling on the ground said, his voice tinged with concern. The other quickly chimed in, yes, our lives are not important. Please, don't trouble yourselves on our account. Xiao Tian raised a hand, signaling them to calm down. It's all right, he reassured them. Take your time. Redemption and turning over a new leaf is a journey, not a race. He then turns to Long Zhou Dao, saying, for the next few years, you'll need to work extra hard to ensure they don't meet an untimely end. Long Zhou Dao's lips twitch as he gazes at the two with a look of pity. You've really brought this upon yourselves, he seems to say without words. Under his gaze, the two men's emotional defenses crumble completely, and they beg Xiao Tian to end their suffering and put them out of their misery. Xiao Tian offers a gentle smile. Really, you've been refining living beings, yet you've never granted them a swift end. How can you have the audacity to ask for a quick death? What you need to do now is live on and atone for your sins. This is all for your own good. The two men tremble, consumed by despair. The cruelest words echo in their minds. This is for your own good. How infuriating that such a phrase could be twisted into something so painful. Xu Tianji and Eastern Gaoxian find themselves tucked under Long Zhou Dao's arms, closely trailing behind Xiao Tian, who strides ahead, determined to return them to the Great Flame Dynasty. Suddenly, a surprised voice calls out from up ahead, breaking the tense atmosphere. Brother Xiao, Xiao Tian exclaims, looking up just in time to be confronted by the striking figure of Luo Fengyuan, the Empress of the Demon Clan. With a commanding presence, she crashes into him, pulling him into her embrace. Caught off guard, Xiao Tian flails his arms in a futile attempt to regain his balance. He can't believe it, this woman just body-checked him. Xiao Tian fights desperately against the suffocating restraint, panic rising within him as he silently screams for help, convinced he's on the brink of death. Just then, Shi Ruyan bursts onto the scene, seizing the collar of Luo Fengyuan's dress and yanking her away. "Are you trying to suffocate him?" she demands. Freed at last, Xiao Tian gasps for air, his face a portrait of relief as if he has narrowly escaped a disaster. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life. If you had arrived just a moment later, I wouldn't have fallen to the enemy's blade, but rather to my own demoness here." Shi Ruyan glances at the unscathed Xiao Tian, her worry easing significantly. She gently reassures him. "All right, enough talking. As long as you're all right." With that, she shoots a sharp glare at Luo Fengyuan, her frustration evident at his habitual carelessness. "And you want to act like an empress?" Luo Fengyuan scratches her head, feeling a bit awkward. Had she really been that anxious? But then, her expression shifts to one of excitement as she clenches her fist. "Brother Xiao, where is that old blonde? This concubine is ready to help you blow her up." Before she can finish, Shi Ruyan suddenly delivers a sharp chop to her head, her face a mask of anger. Luo Fengyuan quickly clarifies, "I'm not referring to you. I'm talking about that old woman." However, Shi Ruyan, with a playful smile, points to Long Dao standing behind her. "Do I sense you did that on purpose? Did you not notice these two unconscious individuals? Doesn't that mean the situation has been resolved?" Luo Fengyuan responds with a slight smile, her eyes narrowing in a nonchalant manner. "You're quite peculiar, Your Majesty. Why would you tarnish someone's reputation without warning?" As the crisis subsides, the two empresses, who had been united in battle, now find themselves at odds once more. Suddenly, Xiao Tian begins to cough violently. "Both of you, hold on a moment," he gasps. But before he can finish, he collapses backward. Shi Ruyan and Luo Fengyuan exchange alarmed glances, rushing to support him from either side, their faces etched with fear. Xiao Tian waves a hand dismissively, his voice strained. "I'm fine. It's just overexertion. I didn't use the ancient god clan's forbidden technique earlier, but it was still a significant burst of power. There's nothing to worry about, though I will need a few days to rest and recover." "Sorry for making you worry," Shi Ruyan quickly replies, shaking her head, her face brimming with emotion. "You've already done wonderfully. You gave me a great surprise." Xiao Tian, the king of hell, feels a blush creep across his cheeks, eager to move past this embarrassing moment. Meanwhile, Luo Fengyuan gazes at Xiao Tian with deep admiration, captivated by his unexpected vulnerability. Exactly. I never imagined Brother Xiaoho could be this incredible. Can a body cultivator truly be this strong?" Xiao Tian quickly adopts a humble demeanor, scratching his head awkwardly. "Well, I just got lucky and discovered a small trick to break through the 10th tier limit." Suddenly, Shi Ruyan's gaze shifts to the desolate scenery surrounding them. "Let's not discuss this here. It's not the right place for a conversation. We'll continue at home." Luo Fengyuan nods eagerly, her face beaming with joy. "Yes, let's continue at home." Xiao Tian glances at both of them, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and can't help but echo their sentiments. "Go home?" He stands momentarily stunned, as these words are a first for him. His heart races with an unfamiliar excitement. The notion of having a home feels incredibly wonderful. At that moment, Xiao Tian guides everyone back to the Guardian Domain, leading them to the Great Flame Dynasty. The citizens erupt in enthusiastic applause and cheers, their voices ringing out in gratitude. Xiao Tian flashes a broad grin, waves at them, and calls out, "You're welcome." Meanwhile, deep within the sea of consciousness, his soul reveals a subtle smile. Beside him, System Puppy floats, gazing at him with curiosity in the otherwise dull expanse. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light breaks through, illuminating the dark space just a bit. The puppy gazes at the light illuminating Xiao Tian's soul, a faint smile gracing its face. "It may be a mere glimmer, but isn't it enough to bring warmth, Master?" Suddenly, the walls and fortresses built to shield against nightmare shards and negative emotions swelled to twice their size. As if everything were finally falling into place, Xiao Tian returned to the palace. He sank into his custom-made spirit stone chair, closing his eyes in blissful relaxation. Just then, Zhongling rushed in, carrying a platter of fruit prints. Everything was prepared. Without opening his eyes, Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you may go. Practice your skills on the side," he admonished. "It's likely your lack of diligence that left you unable to contribute during this crisis. You all need to reflect on this." Zhongling stepped aside, letting out a helpless sigh. "It's not our fault. The enemy was simply too strong." Just then, Long Dao appeared, offering a cup of tea with perfect timing. Lord Xiao. Xiao Tian takes a sip of tea, his eyes closed in pure bliss. The flavor is indescribable, utterly perfect. Long Chudao quickly responds with humility. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's expression shifts as a thought crosses his mind. Ah, Long Chudao, you served alongside the human emperor in your past life, didn't you? Did he encounter any trouble? Long Chudao shook his head. It's been far too long. As you know, I've abandoned my physical body, leaving behind only this incomplete and damaged spiritual form. My memories are hazy, but I recall a great catastrophe that nearly annihilated all the races. Yet, with Lord Xiao's abilities, when the catastrophe strikes, self-preservation will be instinctual. Xiao Tian remembers the moment he ended an antagonist's life, a man who had warned him of the impending doom. The great horror that once forced a generation's emperor to sacrifice himself is about to return. We must enhance our abilities at all costs to survive, the man had pleaded. Please don't kill me. Xiao Tian fiddles with his cup. Deep in thought, I have a lot to share, he begins. Before her death, Zixinlian mentioned that a great catastrophe is on the horizon. What a coincidence, isn't it? Do you think this disaster is aimed at me? Long Chudao is taken aback, his hand trembling as he grips the teapot, nearly dropping it. Struggling to find the right words, he finally says to Xiao Tian, Lord Xiao, you are so kind and righteous. I can't imagine anyone would harm you without cause. Xiao Tian shakes his head, a hint of wariness in his eyes. That's hard to say. Since my arrival here, I've already been schemed against multiple times and faced countless dangers. If it weren't for my sheer brute strength, I would have been long gone by now. But where is Xiao Yue? Xiao Tian glances around, searching for her. Long Chudao quickly interjects. She went to find the two empresses. Ever since she became the artifact spirit of the National Seal Jade Stamp, she prefers to stay close to them. Just then, as if summoned by fate, Xiao Yue bursts in and halts abruptly in front of Xiao Tian. Daddy, they're fighting again, she exclaims. Xiao Tian, unfazed, calmly inquires about the cause this time. With a serious expression, Xiao Yue replies, they're arguing over who should be the chief wife. The Zi Empress insists it should be the one who's smarter, while the Luo Empress argues it should be the one who's bigger. Xiao Yu's little face reflects a hint of confusion. Curious, Xiao Chen asks, what are you thinking about? She shakes her head, still puzzled. Daddy, why did Luo Empress say something about her being big? Caught off guard by her question, Xiao Tian suddenly chokes on his tea. After a moment, he can only laugh and reply, well, you're still young. You'll understand when you're older, she says, and Xiao Yu obediently nods in agreement. Suddenly, she turns her head toward the door. Her mother is approaching, and as the artifact spirit of the National Seal Jade Stamp, she can sense the Ruang's presence long before anyone else. The two women enter side by side, sweat glistening on their foreheads and dissatisfaction etched on their faces. Clearly, neither Zi Ruang nor Luo Fungoyan has emerged victorious from their earlier argument. At this moment, they sit on either side of Xiao Tian, both sulking in silence. Xiao Tian, hesitant to move, watches as Zi Ruang suddenly reaches over and snatches his teacup. With a playful tilt of her head, she drains the last of the tea, leaving Xiao Tian utterly stunned. What is she up to now? Luo Fengyuan is so furious that she nearly grinds her back teeth. In a swift motion, she snatches the teapot from Wang Qidao's hand, startling him. With an empty teacup in hand, she pours herself a cup of tea, her expression daring anyone to challenge her. Then, shifting to a charming demeanor, she turns to Xiao Tian and sweetly says, Brother Xiao, would you like some tea? Xiao Tian remains frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Luo Fingyuyang casts a challenging glance at Zi Ruyang, a smirk playing on his lips. Zibun, you still have much to learn, he teases. Zi Ruyang snorts, rolling her eyes in response. Childish, she retorts dismissively, before flopping down onto Xiao Tian. I'm tired. Luo Fengyuan chuckles softly and lies down on the other side, joining the playful chaos. I'm tired too, Xiao Tian said, squeezed between them, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Can you not involve me in your argument? This is so uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and Wang Qidao struggled to contain their laughter, their hands covering their mouths. Just then, Lu Yan entered, bowing slightly. Your Majesties, Prime Minister Zhong has arrived. She barely finishes her sentence when Zhong Yangming bursts in, urgency etched across his face. Your Majesties, this is bad. The sky has cracked open. Za Ruyong furrows his brow in confusion. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Zhong Yangming takes a moment to catch his breath. Just now, cracks began to appear in the sky in several locations. People are panicking. Just outside the imperial city, a sudden cracking sound echoes through the air, drawing everyone's attention upward. To their astonishment, a fissure has formed in the sky. Xiao Tian stands frozen for a moment, then turns to Wang Qidao, his expression grave. "What is happening?" he asks, a sense of urgency in his voice. Wang Qidao gasps in disbelief. This can't be. But before he can finish, Xiao Tian interjects with a warning. "If you even think about claiming you've lost your memory." Wang Qidao quickly gathers his thoughts. The sacred dragon guardian realm is collapsing, which signifies that the sacred dragon's juvenile period has successfully concluded. Though you may not be the sacred dragon empresses, you are the very ones this realm is meant to protect. Wang Qidao begins to explain, but Zhang Yangming suddenly interjects. "Excuse me, Mr. Dragon Mound. May I ask you something?" "Of course," Wang Qidao replies, gesturing for him to continue. "With respect," Zhang Yangming inquires, "will the Sacred Dragon Guardian Realm ever switch its protection target mid-term?" Wang Qidao shakes his head. "No, it won't. Once the Sacred Dragon Guardian Realm is established, it remains steadfast in its protection of the chosen individual." Wang Qidao responds, and upon hearing this, Zhang Yangming nods thoughtfully before turning to Zero Yuan. "It seems there is an issue with the Sacred Dragon Guardian Realm's protection of the Supreme Emperor, esteemed Purple Emperor." Wang Qidao steps forward to elaborate, explaining that each Sacred Dragon Guardian Realm operates under different rules. Only the sacrificed dead dragon that created it understands the criteria for its disappearance. Xiao Tian interjects. "Could it be that father-in-law has broken through a boundary in a secret realm?" Wang Qidao nods in agreement. "It seems likely." Their exchange leaves the others in stunned silence. Curiously, Zero Yuan asks, "What secret realm are you referring to?" Suddenly, Xiao Tian realizes he has been a bit too relaxed lately. He had neglected to mention the details about his father-in-law and mother-in-law that Zixinlian had shared with him. Now, he wondered if he would be reprimanded for bringing it up. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he composed his expression and began to explain. "Zixinlian has a profound connection with your mother, and to gather accurate information, I had to charm her with my looks." Upon hearing this, Zero Yuan is utterly stunned. "What did I just hear? He seduced her with his looks?" Luo Fenyuan, equally shocked, rushes over and asks, "Sao brother, what did that old woman do to you? I knew it couldn't have been that easy to handle a level 17 individual." Xiao Tian lets out a sigh. "She witnessed me at my most handsome, and for quite a while, I might add. I even had to strike various poses and angles just for her. Then, I share the information I've gathered. The esteemed Purple Emperor and Shuruwen have entered a secret realm to concentrate on their cultivation, plotting to rebel against the head of the Shu family. They've likely already made their move." Long Chu Dao, fully aware of the entire story, feigns interest. "You're right. Your sacrifice is enormous. Truly, you're such a good person," he thinks sarcastically. Zero Yuan lets out a weary sigh. "Is that all?" Meanwhile, Luo Fenyuan breathes a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "I was worried he had done something far worse." Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao Tian fidgets restlessly. "What's with your reactions? I'm incredibly handsome and she was staring at me for ages. She really got a bargain. Why isn't anyone reacting? Can I get some acknowledgement here?" Suddenly, Lu Yan smiles. "Well, Prince, we've been looking at you for quite a while, too. How does that count?" Xiao Tian waves it off dismissively. "Old ladies and kids don't count." Lu Yan's eyes blaze with fury, nearly bursting with rage. Who does he think he's calling an old lady? It's infuriating, and the fact that he can't retaliate only adds to his frustration. Meanwhile, Zhang Yangming observes the scene with a smirk, shaking his head in satisfaction. To him, it's clear that the prince is just trying to dodge the issue at hand. Zhang Yangming stepped forward, a hint of hesitation in his voice. "Your Highness, I understand this may be uncomfortable, but could you recall what Zixinlian mentioned when you used your charm to win her over? Was it connected to the Supreme Emperor?" As he spoke, Xiao Tian mentally applauded Zhang Yangming for his boldness. "Well done, heavy cavalry. You truly understand me, just as I expected from my family chef." Xiao Tian's expression shifts to one of deep concentration, as if he's trying to recall something important. "Zixinlian had mentioned that my in-laws ventured into a secret realm to escape the Shui family's control. However, they lost all contact with the outside world while inside." With a steady voice, he begins to recount the entire story, piece by piece. Zeroyan suddenly jolts, her expression transforming into one of pure rage. This Zixinlian is nothing but a beast. My mother trusted her, and this is how she repays that trust. Luo Fengyuan gently pats her shoulder, offering a measure of comfort. Remember, she's already been dealt with by Sha Ruther. Think of it as a small solace for your late brother's spirit. Zhang Liangming remains calm as he assesses the situation. If that's the case, things don't bode well for the Supreme Emperor and the Empress Dowager. With this troubling thought in mind, he turns to Zeroyan. Your Majesty, we must find a way to establish contact with them. Zeroyan nods in agreement. Exactly. We need to search for my father and mother. We can no longer remain in this protected realm. We must move, Luo Fengyan declared. Turning to Xiao Tian, he asked, by the way, Xiao brother, which world does the Z family belong to? In which territory? And which Shui family are we discussing? Xiao Tian paused, momentarily taken aback. Ah, this. He glances around, feeling a surge of frustration. I'm not familiar with this world either. Aren't you asking the wrong person? No, he realizes he must respond in a way that conceals his ignorance. So, Xiao Tian adopts a serious demeanor and states, the Z family descends from the human emperor, and the Shui family maintains friendly relations with them. Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan is left momentarily speechless. That's a good answer, but perhaps you should refrain from answering next time. Zeroyan observed Luo Fenyuan's reaction, feeling a twinge of confusion. What was going on? Shouldn't the Z family, known as descendants of the human emperor, be easy to locate? Just then, one of Luo Fengyan's personal guards spoke up. Great Flame Empress, you may not be aware, but in the primordial demon kingdom, there are actually 17 Z families that all claim to be descendants of the human emperor. Zeroyan turns her head in astonishment, rendered speechless. Are you serious? Another guard steps forward, his expression grave. Despite the many losses from that era, one truth remains universally acknowledged. The human emperor was notoriously amorous. He had 3,000 wives, each more beautiful and captivating than the last. Good heavens, Xiao Tian can hardly believe it, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The human emperor was truly remarkable. Each of his 3,000 wives bore him dozens of children, Luo Fengjuan remarked with a smile. This means that in every realm, there are legitimate descendants of the human emperor from the Z family, no fewer than dozens, if not 100. As for the Shui family, they trace their lineage back to the Great Virtue Emperor, one of the 4 emperors who served under the human emperor. They are everywhere. Sha Tian rolls his eyes in exasperation. What a human emperor, and what a so-called virtuous ruler. Their stamina is truly impressive. Meanwhile, in a distant secret realm, various factions manipulate palace-like spiritual artifacts that drift slowly through the void. A young man watches, anxiety etched on his face. I wonder how the young lady and the others are faring in the secret realm, one man mused. At this, another man snorted dismissively. I can't fathom why they chose to bring Sui Ruyan and her useless husband along. The young man quickly gestured for him to lower his voice. Be careful what you say. Sui Ruyan's husband carries the bloodline of the human emperor. Inside the secret realm, a woman stands resolutely atop a mountain, fending off relentless attacks. Waves of energy swirl around her, as if an invisible barrier is shielding her from her assailants. Amidst the chaos, another woman shouts in disbelief. How can you abandon your family to protect that man? What is it about him that has you so utterly enchanted? Sui Ruyan lets out a cold laugh. Are you out of your mind? He's my husband. Who else would I protect if not him? The man, taken aback, shifts his attention to the esteemed Purple Emperor, trying to provoke him instead. With a scowl, he points a finger and angrily accuses, hiding behind a woman, are you? Do you even consider yourself a man? I'm embarrassed for you. Do you have any shame? The woman's voice dripped with disdain. Yet, the esteemed Purple Emperor paid her no mind, savoring his divine flame vermilion fruit with unhurried delight. Her frustration mounted as she watched him. You're a practitioner of the ice path. Why are you eating with such enthusiasm? Suddenly, the esteemed Purple Emperor retorts, chewing on a piece of fruit. What's the value of a face these days? Fine, I have no shame. I live off a woman. What are you going to do about it? Not satisfied? Then go find one for yourself. His irritation mounts. If I hadn't been trapped in this turtle shell since childhood, I would have wiped you out long ago. With that, the esteemed Purple Emperor consumed the divine flame, vermilion fruit. In an instant, he broke through to the next realm. As he surveyed the crowd before him, a smirk formed in his heart. What a collection of pampered fools. I must grow stronger and seize control of my own fate, rescuing my in-laws from the clutches of the Shui family. Then we can return and find our children as a family, Shuarian said, glancing back at her husband. She tightened her grip on her spear and whispered, "My love, grow stronger quickly. Who knows how our children are faring?" With determination, Shuarian lifted her weapon and charged at the two figures ahead. Meanwhile, in the Great Flame Dynasty, Long Zhou Dao continued his narration. During this era, humanity was in decline. The human emperor aimed to cultivate strong bloodlines capable of supporting the weight of the sky when they matured. However, he never anticipated that his efforts would yield such limited results. The three listeners exchanged uneasy glances, sensing the tension in the air. The biggest challenge for the emperors in their quest to find her parents lay in the legacy of their ancestor, the human emperor, who had been burdened by too many Long Zhou Dao slaps to the head. He struggled to remember the past time before he held the title of human emperor, when he was merely a formidable figure among humans. But what had sparked the Great War? Was it somehow tied to the Great Catastrophe? Xiao Tian's helpless expression deepens as he observes the struggle. If your memory isn't cooperating, maybe stop slapping your head. You might break it before you remember anything, he quips. Long Zhou Dao offers an awkward smile, trying to mask his embarrassment. Just then, Zhong Yangming stands up, spreading his hands wide. "We absolutely have to find the Supreme Emperor and the Empress Dowager," he declares with determination. "Though it feels like searching for a needle in a haystack, we must still make the attempt," Zhong Yangming said, turning to Zha Ruyang. "Your Majesty, the most urgent concern is that this protective domain is on the verge of collapsing. What will happen to the common people?" Zai Ruyang lowered her head, lost in deep thought. After a long pause, she suddenly turned her gaze toward Luo Fengyuan. "Why not use the war furnace to evacuate everyone?" Luo Fengyuan suggested, shaking her head. "That won't work. It's not big enough." Long Zhou Dao stroked his beard thoughtfully, muttering to himself, "The holy dragon relic has its own world inside. We could take the people there. But there might not be enough time," he added, a hint of urgency creeping into his voice. He gazes up at the sky, observing the shifting clouds. This protective barrier is destined to crumble in just a few days. Anxiety grips Zi Ruoyang as beads of sweat trickle down his brow. "A few days? That's far too soon. Dragon Mound Elder, is there truly no other option?" Just then, Xiao Tian's voice cuts through the tension, filled with unexpected excitement. "Wait, I have a solution," Zhuoyang said, glancing at him with concern. "Lord Xiao, you've just recovered from your injuries. We should find another way. Please, don't put yourself in harm's way." Xiao Tian smiled, a look of deep satisfaction on his face. "Your Majesty, are you worried about me?" At his words, Zha Ruang's cheeks flushed, and he stammered, momentarily lost for words. Luo Fengyuan seizes the moment to interject. "Brother Xiao, the Great Flame Empress is only concerned for the people. How could she?" Her words are abruptly silenced as Ziruyang covers her mouth, stopping her from continuing. Ziruyang quickly defends herself. "I'm not worried. I just can't stand to see it." Cao Tian gazes at his first wife, the occasionally aloof Tsunara Empress. Is she attempting to flirt with him now? How intriguing. As the protective barrier begins to falter, he contemplates a way to shield the people. Yet, Ziruyang believes that doing so will require Xiao Tian to sacrifice his own life force. "Don't worry, I'm just making a suggestion," Xiao Tian said, using a tool to convey his thoughts. "The one who will take action is Long Zhou Dao." As he spoke, Ziruyang, still covering Luo Fengyuan's mouth, turned to Long Zhou Dao. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder. Please keep a close watch on Lord Xiao and ensure he doesn't act recklessly." Long Zhou Dao smiles and nods at Zhou Ruang. "You are the one among the human emperor's descendants who has awakened the true human emperor bloodline. There's no need to be so formal with an old man like me." Ziruyang shakes her head earnestly. "You are an elder. There's no need for such modesty. Lord Xiao will be in your care." Long Zhou Dao shifts uncomfortably, realizing he should be the one warning others about him, not the other way around. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian waves cheerfully at everyone. "All right, we're off now." Before departing, he gently pats Xiao Yue on the head. "Stay and have fun with your mothers. Daddy has some important matters to attend to." Xiao Ye, who had been laughing at Long Zhou Dao's antics just moments before, obediently nods when her father speaks. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian and Long Zhou Dao transform into two streaks of light, soaring into the sky. It isn't until they vanish from sight that Ziruyang turns to Luo Fengyuan. With a fierce glare, Luo Fengyuan points at Ziruyang and accuses, "You're cheating!" Zi Ruyang chuckles softly as he pours himself a cup of tea. How can this be considered cheating? It's a fair competition, perfectly reasonable. Luo Fengyuan, seething with anger, quickly shifts her expression to one of smug satisfaction. Just now, I fed Brother Xiao some water. Can you do that? Ruang shoots her a cold glance, his eyes narrowing. How childish. Zi Ruyang turns to Zhou Nianming, urging him to proceed with the current plans, no matter what strategy Lord Xiahou has devised. Make sure the citizens pack their belongings and move into the fortified structures, he instructs. Zhou Nianming bows respectfully. Your Majesty, rest assured, we are already on it. Meanwhile, Luo Fengyan's brow furrows with concern. I can't help but wonder what kind of plan Brother Xiahou has in mind. I hope nothing goes wrong, Zi Ruyang murmured, lowering her head as she recalled Xiao Tian's determined gaze. He was being truthful. He promised he wouldn't burn himself out or resort to any forbidden spells, so he won't. Hearing this, a relieved Luo Fengyuan began to daydream once more. Come to think of it, Brother Xiao is truly remarkable. A body cultivator with such incredible power, just how formidable is he? Suddenly, the eldest of the personal guards speaks up. I've heard that certain heavenly materials and earthly treasures can help body cultivators surpass their limits. Their combat power could even rival that of a 17th level. At this revelation, Luo Fengyuan excitedly pats her chest, her grand plans beginning to take shape. This Empress possesses extraordinary talent. Once I break through to the 20th level, I'll uncover those treasures for Brother Xiao. I'll help him surpass his limits and become the greatest body cultivator across all realms and domains of this universe. Zi Ruoyuan takes a sip of her hot tea, casting a mocking glance. Oh, please. With your intellect, I can't help but worry that you'll end up in trouble instead of finding any treasures. This matter is better handled by me, Luo Fengyuan erupts, glaring at her as she grits her teeth. You're so annoying. Can you please stop talking about brains? Zi Ruyan sets down her teacup, a mischievous smile creeping across her face. If not brains, then what should I say? Should I mention that a fool is sitting right on top of your neck? Frustrated by her inability to win the argument or outshout her opponent, Luo Fengyuan finally loses her temper. You little bun, I'm gonna fight you, she declares. In an instant, the two tumble into a playful brawl. Xiao Yu watches them with a hint of wistfulness, pondering, why do our mothers love to fight so much? Meanwhile, Lu Yan stands with her arms crossed, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle before her. Her Majesty's combat skills were improving at an impressive rate. Luo Fengyuan's 3 personal guards, however, were not in agreement with this assessment. They believed their Empress was also making swift progress. Zhang Ling let out a soft sigh. It was exhausting to witness. Yet, she had no choice but to persist in her tedious standing meditation practice. To pass the time, she watched the 2 Empresses spar, finding a bit of amusement in their fierce exchanges. At that moment, Xiao Tian and Long Judao reached the innermost part of the storage area. With a slow, deliberate motion, Xiao Qian opened the final door, unveiling his most closely guarded secret. He gently caressed a metal cabinet, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. I never thought I would actually need this, he murmured. Long Chodao, brimming with curiosity, leaned closer to inspect the cabinet. Master Xiao, what is this? He asked, his eyes wide with intrigue. Xiao Tian smiles nostalgically as he stands before a single-soldier armor weapons arsenal, pausing for effect. Master-level edition, he adds with a hint of pride. Long Chudao looks puzzled. A single-soldier weapons arsenal? I've never heard of that. It must be quite powerful, right? Meanwhile, Xiao Tian has already verified his palm print, and the cabinet slowly creaks open. As the door creaks open, a hissing sound of gas escapes, unveiling the true nature of the weapons arsenal within. Long Chudao stands frozen, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Beside him, Xiaothian peers eagerly into the cabinet. The first thing that catches his eye is a golden demonic mask, ferocious yet shrouded in mystery. Beneath the mask lie a sword and a knife, each intricately engraved with the phrases "One sword to wealth" and "Worldwide peace." A faint blue electric current pulsates within the cabinet, leaving Long Chudao utterly dumbfounded. What kind of writing is this? I've never encountered anything like it. How can there be an electric current inside a metal cabinet? Xiao Tian chuckles, drawing a knife from the cabinet. This is my weapon, he says, revealing a blade that gleams in black and white. With a gentle swipe, he showcases its elegance and power. The knife effortlessly slices through the fabric of space before him. A satisfied smirk spreads across Xiao Tian's face. This weapon truly lives up to his expectations. But now, it's time to focus on more pressing matters. With a swift gesture, he summons the sheath from the arsenal into his hand. As he sheathes the knife, his expression shifts to one of seriousness, and he motions for Long Chudao to follow him out. Long Chudao can't help but glance back at the slowly mending spatial rift, his heart racing with disbelief. This knife is too terrifying, Long Chudao muttered as he hurried to catch up with Xiao Tian. Suddenly he asked, Master Xiao, you took the weapon, but why aren't you wearing your battle armor? Xiao Tian turned to him, a hint of disbelief in his expression. We're here to address the safety of the people, not to start a fight. What good would that armor do us? After a brief pause, he added with a serious tone, we need to focus on the real issues at hand. Actually, that's my former assassin's outfit, not battle armor, Xiao Tian clarifies. Long Chudao's eyes widen in surprise. An assassin's outfit? With that flashy gold color? How on earth did you manage to take anyone out while wearing it? Xiao Tian pauses, lost in thought. Well, I once had a friend who specialized in stealth and assassination. He was a master of concealment, often taking refuge in toilets, beneath beds, and inside cabinets. This peculiar talent earned him bizarre titles like Slayer of the Shitter, Killer under the Bed, and Shadow in the Cabinet. Inspired by his unconventional tactics, I decided to adopt a different approach to stealth, what I like to call frontal stealth. Clad in a sleek assassin outfit and a mask, I would take out everyone in one swift move. Isn't that the epitome of stealth? Xiao Tian exclaims, flashing a proud thumbs up. That's why they call me the King of Hell. Long Xiaodao pauses, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into soft applause. You're absolutely right. There's no flaw in your reasoning. Keep it up. As they walk together, Long Xiaodao glances at Xiao Tian and asks, Master Xiao, how do you plan to handle this situation? Xiao Tian slowly unsheathed the impermanent knife. There are too many people and not enough time to transport everyone into the Holy Dragon Relic, he explains. So, I'll simply carve out the space of the Guardian Domain. Can you pull it directly into the relic? Long Xiudao has already retrieved it. That's a bold and skillful plan, he adds. Of course it's possible. With a significant portion of space carved out, it would be stable enough to be seamlessly drawn into the Holy Dragon Relic. Let's get started, Xiao Tian said, a slight smile gracing his lips. He leaped forward, gripping the impermanent knife imbued with golden flames. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and made a delicate slash through the air, causing a spatial rift to erupt instantly, spreading wide before him. The entire Guardian Domain appears to be in the throes of disembowelment, as if being meticulously dismantled and packed away. Observing his handiwork, Xiao Tian can't help but feel a surge of happiness. So many lives have been saved, and once again, this knife is not wielded for slaughter, but for salvation. He reflects, I'm actually being a good person, rescuing countless families. Families? Xiao Tian suddenly has a thought and turns to Long Chudao. The Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion are now lands without masters. Wouldn't the captured people be eager to return to their homelands? Long Chudao's eyes widen in realization. Master Xiao, are you suggesting? A glimmer of wisdom shines in Xiao Tian's eyes. Exactly what you're thinking, Long Chudao replied, his mouth twitching slightly. After a long moment of contemplation, he continued, Master Xiao in the bipolar realm, it's a standard dimensional world. Cutting out space there would be 100 times more difficult than it is here. Xiao Tian offers a reassuring smile, treating the matter as trivial. No problem. I'll just increase my strength 100-fold while I'm cutting, right? Long Xiudao's unease grows, and he cautiously inquires, Master Xiao, if I may be so bold, did you really just cut through that space using only 1% of your power? Xiao Tian quickly responds, Of course not. Long Xiudao exhales in relief, saying, Good, good. You haven't shattered my understanding of the world. In the next moment, Xiao Tian unleashed a mere 5/10,000ths of my strength. Long Chudao was instantly stunned, his eyes glazing over as if his very soul were about to ascend. The foundation of his understanding of the world crumbled before him. As Long Chudao teetered on the brink of shock, Xiao Tian quickly stepped in to reassure him. Are you all right? I was just joking. After a moment, Long Chudao, still barely recovered, shakes his head vigorously, laughing and crying at the same time. Master Xiao, there's no need to say more 5/10,000ths, haha. Xiao Tian watches Long Chudao clutching his head, pretending not to be upset. He wonders why Long Xiaodao can't accept the truth. What caused him to break like this? I know how to deal with enemies, but how do I handle a mad old man? I have no idea, or is it simply because I'm too strong? Xiao Tian muses, reflecting on the chaos that ensued after he revealed his abilities. He shakes his head, realizing he should keep the harsh truth to himself in the future. After all, exceptional individuals often invite jealousy. Eventually, Long Chudao, having regained his composure, offers a slight bow to Xiao Tian, acknowledging the tension that had just unfolded. I briefly lost my composure. Please forgive me. Xia Tian, filled with concern, asks, are you all right? I was just joking with you earlier. Long Dao nods vigorously, stepping closer to Xiao Tian with a smile that borders on eager. Master Xiao, I understand completely. From this day forward, I will be your personal steward. No one else can command me, not even the human emperor or the prince. I belong to Xiao Tian, and that won't change, he declared. As long as you're all right, Xiao Tian added with a reassuring smile. Let's go find Luoxi and Joyzen. Long Dao paused, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Why is that? Xiao Tian's smile widened. Look, the southern wilderness realm is deserted, so I can navigate it freely. But the bipolar realm is a different story. Other powers are at play there. I consider myself a reasonable person, always careful not to encroach on someone else's territory. That's why I need those two locals as my advisors. Shortly after, in a plaza just outside the Imperial City, within the Guardian Realm, Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji find themselves suspended on a platform, their hands bound behind their backs and feet tied together in an exceptionally rare position. The crowd below buzzes with excitement, but the two men hanging above have lifeless eyes, resembling walking corpses. Luoxi turns to Xiao Tian and says, their souls have collapsed. They may still be alive, but they're gone. Xiao Tian lets out a deep sigh. It appears they still haven't grasped the gravity of their mistakes. Their final silent roar echoes through their shattered souls. They were indeed men of courage. Let's take them down and lay them to rest, one of them declared. Joyzen, standing nearby, quickly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Xiao Tian turned around, curiosity etched on his face. By the way, how did they end up like this? Who did this to them? Joyzen replied solemnly. It was ordered by Prime Minister Zhou. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou? The chef. Is it General Zhou who knows how to have fun? Or is it you, the chef? You two as a couple? Something feels off. After ordering the two bodies to be taken down, Xiao Tian gestures to a nearby official. Young man, come here for a moment. The young man, standing before the heroic prince of the Great Flame Dynasty, rushes forward, his face brimming with admiration. Prince, what are your orders? Xiao Tian paused, deep in thought. I've made my decision. Let us construct proper graves for them. The tombstones should be grand enough to detail their foolish deeds, written in the style of a self-critique, and beside each stone, we will place a statue, kneeling in perpetual atonement for their sins. Xiao Tian's face radiates compassion. Remember, the material must be of the highest quality. It's the least I can do for them. Hopefully, it will touch their souls in the afterlife. The young man beams with excitement. Prince, that's a brilliant idea. Ensuring they remain restless even in death, it's exactly what they deserve. He bows eagerly, his enthusiasm palpable. Prince, I'll take care of it right away, the young man said, his face lighting up with excitement as he hurried off. Watching him go, Xiao Tian felt a swell of satisfaction. He turned to Long Dao, Zhou Weisheng, and Lue Shi, a smile spreading across his face. See? Doing good deeds brings happiness. Just look at him, so joyful. Long Dao returned the smile, warmth radiating from his expression. Master Xiao, you're absolutely right, Lu Shi says, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He shares a knowing glance with Zhou Weisheng, realizing that of all the people to confront, it had to be this guy. He won't let you rest, even in death. He continues, a hint of exasperation in his voice. He claims it's for your own good, but the truth is you'll never find peace. Yet he insists it's all for your benefit. Xiao Tian turned to the two of them, his expression serious. All right, let's discuss the real reason I asked for your help. I intend to sever ties with both the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion. I need you two to assist me in identifying the dividing points between them and the other powers in the bipolar realm. He leaned in closer, emphasizing the gravity of his request. Once this is accomplished, remember that the credit primarily belongs to Long Dao. You can't attribute it to me. Otherwise, Her Majesty will start to worry. Even if I try to explain, she'll just think I'm making excuses. In these times, speaking the truth is a dangerous game. Just earlier, someone nearly had a meltdown over it. As Xiao Tian speaks, he casts a glance at Long Dao, whose expression radiates obedient attention. Zhou Weisheng, however, wears a look of disbelief. Prince Xiahou, can this truly be accomplished? He questions, a hint of worry in his voice. Luoxi shares his concern. Prince Xiao, please be cautious. If you find yourself trapped in a fractured space, it could spell disaster. Moments later, both Luoxi and Zhou Weisheng stand in stunned silence, their jaws nearly dropping as they process what unfolds before them. My God, he's not human. They watch in disbelief as Xiao Tian slices through the fabric of space as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Meanwhile, Long Ju Dao methodically gathers the severed space into the Holy Dragon relic. Xiao Tian has truly breached the boundaries of the guarded domain, packing it away for later. Luo Ashi trembles, silently praying, "Brother, I will carry on your will, protect our people, and follow Prince Xiao into a new future." Zhou Yexin hides his face in fear, a frenzied expression crossing his features. I just talked back. Am I really courting death? Surely I won't get beaten, will I? Meanwhile, Xiao Tian remains unfazed by their worries, calmly instructing Wang Qiudao beside him. First, take these two into the Holy Dragon relic. We're heading to the bipolar realm. In an instant, the scene around Xiao Tian transforms, and they find themselves at their destination. Lu Wuxi and Zhou Yixin gaze at the familiar bipolar realm. "We're here already," Xiao Tian remarks, peering down at the land below. With a slow, deliberate motion, he draws out his impermanent knife. "This should be fun," he adds, turning to the two of them. "You two will handle the information gathering. I'll handle the cutting, while Wang Qiudao will manage the storage in the relic," Xiao Tian declared. With a few swift motions, the entire space was divided seamlessly, without a hitch or oversight. The block of space slowly floated upward, gracefully transferring into the Holy Dragon relic under Wang Qiudao's careful guidance. As Xiao Tian surveyed his handiwork, he reflected on the successful task of moving everyone into the Holy Dragon relic. Now it's time to meet my in-laws, but will they accept me? After all, I'm just a son-in-law who relies on his wife. Aside from fighting, I don't have much to offer, but I'll worry about that later. Shaking off his doubts, Xiao Tian plunges into the Holy Dragon relic. After all, spending time with empresses is far more entertaining. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, the esteemed Purple Emperor, concealed behind his wife, suddenly sneezes. "How peculiar," he muses. "Who could be thinking of me?" Shaking off the thought, he decides to indulge in some spiritual fruit to enhance his abilities. Back in the palace, Shi Ruyuan is panting heavily, fanning herself with urgency. "This is simply exhausting," she gasps, feeling the weight of her circumstances. Luo Fengjuan stands to the side, hands on her hips, laughing heartily. "Ha ha! That was such an exhilarating fight." Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Si Ruyan can only sigh in resignation. "Luo Fengjuan, you're like an energetic bull. You fight endlessly and only seem to get more excited." At that moment, Luo Fengyuan, having steadied her emotions, suddenly has a realization. She turns to Shi Ruoyan and says, "I think I can guess Brother Xiao's plan. He'll likely start by testing how many people the Holy Dragon Relic can accommodate in the coming days. Then, he'll use the war furnace to evacuate some. He intends to save as many people as possible. The territories of the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion in the Bipolar Realm have become a no-man's land. Migrating there should pose no issue." Luo Fenyuan pauses, turning to Shi Ruyuan with a serious expression. "As for me, the Empress, I will do everything in my power to help. I will ensure that as many of our citizens as possible find safety, allowing a Great Flame Dynasty to flourish in new lands. You've always insisted that we must preserve the Great Flame Dynasty for your parents' return, so they will have a home," Shi Ruyan reflects, struggling to find the words she wishes to say. Memories flood her mind of a drunken Luo Fengguan, who once revealed that all her family had perished. Is this truly a farewell? The answer lies in Luo Fenyuan's eyes, glistening with unshed tears, silently conveying that this may be their final duel. "The next time we meet, who knows when that will be," she says, forcing a smile. "After all, I am the Holy Demon Empress of the Primordial Demon Kingdom. I can't remain in exile forever. In the past, I might have chosen to stay here, despite your infuriating habits like ambushing me during my baths. But having someone to bicker and spar with has turned out to be rather enjoyable. You remind me of a sister." With those words, Luo Fengyan can no longer hold back her tears. "I've learned what it truly means to be an empress, and the weight of responsibility that comes with it. I now understand that the fates of many in the Primordial Demon Kingdom rest on my choices." Shi Ruoyan gazes at her with reassurance, speaking earnestly. "You will undoubtedly be a great empress." Finally, Luo Fengwan speaks solemnly. "Take good care of yourself. If anything happens, make sure to find me. You may not fully grasp just how terrifying your awakened abilities are. Remember, in tens of millions of years, there have only been 2 awakenings among the descendants of the human emperor. Therefore, you must keep your bloodline and constitution a secret." Upon hearing this, Shi Ruyan's expression turned serious. She nodded. "Don't worry, I understand." Before they parted ways, Luo Fengyan gently patted Shi Ruyan's head. "I will help you gather information about your parents. If I find out anything, I'll send someone to inform you. And for now, please take good care of Brother Xiahou." Once the primordial demon kingdom stabilizes, I will come for you, Luo Fengyuan promises, extending her hand. She, Ruyan, takes it firmly, a silent understanding passing between them. By then, give up any hope of victory. As they gaze at each other, seemingly hesitant to part, their 3 female bodyguards can't help but feel a swell of emotion. The Empress has finally grown up. Though the bipolar realm and the holy demon realm lie close together, who can say how many years will pass before they intersect again? Perhaps Xiao Tian will become a lasting memory for the Empress. Meanwhile, Lu Yan observes intently. The arrival of the holy demon Empress fills the void left by Her Majesty's lack of close friends. Yet, as with all good things, this moment too must come to an end. As everyone is swept up in their emotions, Xiao Yu suddenly interjects. But both of you mothers should know that Dad and Dragon Mound have already packed up and moved. The Holy Dragon Relic is already on its way to the Holy Demon Realm. This farewell is meaningless. You'll be together again soon. She shrugs, a playful smile on her lips. You two are so silly. One moment, you're like sisters, and the next, you're kicking and punching each other. Ziru Yan glances at Xiao Yue, her eyes filled with confusion as she processes the chaos around her. Meanwhile, Luo Fengyuan stands momentarily stunned, watching as the Holy Dragon Relic soars toward the Holy Demon Realm. We're currently inside the Holy Dragon Relic. Xiao Yue nods in acknowledgement. Did you feel a bit shaky and nauseous just now? That was when we entered the relic. Ziru Yan stares at Xiao Yue, astonished. Are you saying the entire Great Flame Dynasty is contained within the Holy Dragon Relic? Ziru Yan has already caught on and slowly turns to Xiao Yu, who nods in confirmation. Yes, Dad and Dragon Mound somehow managed to separate the entire Great Flame Dynasty from the Southern Wilderness Realm and place it inside the relic. Because I have a connection with the Holy Dragon Relic, I could sense it. Xiao Yu's revelation leaves Luo Fengyuan feeling somewhat puzzled. If that's the case, shouldn't the Holy Dragon Relic be heading toward the bipolar realm? Xiao Yu explains slowly. Dad and Dragon Mound separated the territories of the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion from the bipolar realm and placed them inside the Holy Dragon Relic. She shrugs, adding, that's why I said they packed up and moved. As Xiao Yue's words hang in the air, an unsettling silence envelops the room. The 3 female bodyguards stand frozen, their eyes fixed on her in disbelief. They fully grasp the magnitude of what she has just claimed. Manipulating space is no trivial feat, especially when it involves severing a vast, thriving world realm. Could it really have been the work of Wang Qudao? It's no surprise he once followed the human emperor. His abilities are truly formidable. Finally breaking the silence, Luo Fengyuan suggests it would be best for Brother Xiaoho to stay in my demonic palace. It's spacious, soft, and comfortable. A sly smirk crosses his face, but Ziru quickly interjects, pointing at him. Didn't someone just mention giving their place to whoever arrived first? Did someone say that? Luo Chao and Zibun collide once more, their earlier sisterly affection fading into a distant memory. Moments later, Xiao Tian's head peeks out from the courtyard entrance, a puzzled expression on his face. Are they still fighting? Do they really have that much energy? Meanwhile, in the Eastern Flame Kingdom, the citizens express their heartfelt gratitude towards Luo Shi. It feels wonderful to be back. Thanks to you, we can finally return home, they say, tears of joy in their eyes. As Lu Shu assists an elderly man, he replies, all credit goes to Prince Xiao. Without him, you wouldn't even be alive, let alone able to come home. The people of Eastern Flame nod in agreement, their voices rising in unison. Yes, we all know the name of Prince Xiaoho, the supreme benevolent sugar baby deity. We've already talked about this. Once we get home, we'll set up a shrine to honor him every day. Exactly. I'll create a shrine in my house too, and my family will join in. Just then, Luo Shi's nephew interjects. Aren't you exaggerating Prince Xiao's accomplishments? Wouldn't the Great Flame Empress overshadow him before you even finish? Luo Shi's hand struck him, her body trembling with fury. If you want to throw your life away, don't drag me into it. What nonsense are you spouting? Prince Xiao is unmatched in his benevolence and respect. What do you even compare to him? With such ridiculous claims, you should resign. Go home, lock yourself away for 10 years, and only emerge when you've learned some humility. Meanwhile, in the Astral Pavilion, Zhou Yixin addresses the gathered disciples with a commanding presence. From now on, we must show the utmost respect for Prince Xia. We will follow his words and carry out his will. Remember, Prince Xiao is even more revered than your ancestors. Do you understand? The disciples quickly respond. Understood. Zhou Yixin clenches his fist, his resolve unwavering. Trust me, this is the best decision for all of us. Following Prince Xiao is undoubtedly the right choice, the leader declared, a hint of finality in his tone. I won't elaborate further. Let's focus on our tasks. Arrange for the citizens as the prince commanded. Remember to be courteous in both speech and action. Our duty is to serve the people. Do you understand? The disciples responded in unison, their voices ringing with determination. Understood. In a distant realm, within a magnificent hall, a crowd gazes intently at a shimmering crystal. To their astonishment, the figures trapped inside are none other than Ziruian's parents. As the atmosphere thickens with anticipation, the sacred spirit fox stirs to life. I am the guardian spirit of this sacred site, it declares, its voice echoing with ancient wisdom. Did you summon me? The sacred spirit fox gazes intently at the esteemed purple emperor. Have you awakened your human emperor bloodline? And your daughter Zeruana's, she awakened hers as well? The fox's disbelief is palpable. You didn't bring her with you? Where did she awaken her bloodline? As these questions hang in the air, the atmosphere grows tense. Fearsome powerhouses waiting for the trial to conclude begin to show signs of impatience. Find her immediately. Search for the esteemed daughter of the Purple Emperor and bring her back at once. Ha! Devruian. Ha! If we manage to locate her and marry her off to one of our own, our next generation could boast a semi-emperor bloodline. Now that would be something remarkable. Elder Shui, with the esteemed Purple Emperor under your influence, it's time for us to stake our claim on Ziruian. Old Snowy, it's strange. The current patriarch of the Snow family muses, his voice echoing in the void. You asked me to save your daughter and son-in-law, yet you didn't bring your granddaughter back as well. He remains seated on his fluidic throne, his expression obscured by shadows, hands tightly clenched in regret. In the mystical realm, the esteemed Purple Emperor turns to the sacred spirit fox, a hint of desperation in his voice. What about my other children? Upon hearing this, the sacred spirit fox conjures a crystal mirror. The weight of the revelation hangs heavy in the air. Both of your other children have perished in the wars. The esteemed Purple Emperor stands frozen, his grip tightening around Shoroyan as he mutters in disbelief. Only Zeruan remains. His expression darkens, the silence stretching uncomfortably. The fox spirit of divine sight, known for its infallible divination, solemnly confirms the tragic fate of his two sons. They are no longer part of this world. Quickly regaining his composure, the esteemed Purple Emperor turns to Shuwaroyan. We need to expedite our plans. After we retrieve your parents, we must locate Zeruan without delay. Her situation is now fully exposed, and I fear many will be searching for her. Shuwaroyan wipes away her tears and locks eyes with him, determination replacing her sorrow.